Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Worst Best Friend by Nicole Snow, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Jason Clark. 1. Keep calm and oink. Rochelle. This is so not my thing. My butt already hurts from sitting on this wooden bench, and the muggy air pulls sweat down my back in sticky streams. It's hotter than the devil's kitchen, which seems like a sacrilege for late September. Mostly it's the noise that makes me question my life decisions. The clamor from the outrageously huge trucks filling the arena could rival an elephant stampede. I'm just waiting for their belching exhaust fumes to send half the town to the ER, sputtering for oxygen. I don't know how Marty talked me into this. God, why did I let my dork of a brother drag me here? Granted, it's a nice break from managing the B&B and worrying about Graham, even if I know she's getting the best care possible at the hospital in Dickinson. Her surgery went well. She was nervous before it happened, but went under the knife smiling and woke up wearing the same defiant grin with a shiny new hip. I hope her recovery goes just as smoothly. She'll be home tomorrow with a bundle of everything she'll need for the next few weeks, namely a walker and cane. She'd scoffed at the idea of needing either. Convincing her to rein it in so she can heal is going to be rough. I'm not sure she's taken a day off life ever since Marty and I were dropped in her lap after our parents died. I smile as I recall her last words before we left the hospital this afternoon. "Just you wait and see," Graham said. "By this time next week, young lady, I'll be doing the strawberry sprint, racing Granny Coffee down the aisles." That caught a laugh. Apparently, even a hip replacement won't keep her away from her longtime arch rivalry over fresh fruit with the only other senior in town as feisty as she is. Honestly, feisty or not, I doubt Graham will be racing anyone next week. The surgeon insisted it'll be a good 6 to 8 weeks before she's back to normal, even with 2 years of nagging pain. She wouldn't book the procedure until I promised I'd come home to lend a hand at Amelia's B&B. So I'd packed my bags, caught the earliest flight out of D.C. yesterday morning, and left behind an intern gig with the Smithsonian for an all-too-familiar slice of nowhere on the plains. Hello, North Dakota. Here I am. Watching these four-wheeled monsters huffing and puffing like they're ready to blow everybody's house down. The town's always liked its races and car shows, but I guess they've turned into a big deal ever since I've been away. I don't remember monster trucks being a thing, or my grown brother reverting to a bouncy 12-year-old over it. It's already been a long, strange homecoming to Dallas, North Dakota, where life couldn't be more different from the nation's bustling capital. A loud whoop ringing out makes me jump, a reminder of just how different this place can be. I glance at the crowd behind me. There must be 25 solid rows of benches overflowing with people wearing cowboy hats and mud-spattered boots. They're trying to outdo the trucks in the noise department, cheering and roaring like they've just struck gold. Though I guess black gold wouldn't be out of place in this dusty little oil town. Sighing, I turn back around. I've been back here a few times over the years for holidays and such, but if it wasn't for Graham's health, I know I wouldn't be basking in the evening sun, watching these obnoxious, hulking trucks climbing over the tops of old cars, squashing them flatter than cardboard boxes. "Pop goes the weasel," Marty gushes, elbowing me playfully in the side, as a monster truck blows out the windows of a rusted van. "How are you not screaming, Shelley?" I roll my eyes. "I'll leave the sore larynx to you," I mouth back. Yeah, I'm not blowing my voice out for this craziness. At least the animals before the show were cute. The petting zoo outside the arena at the edge of the parking lot was a welcome break from the carnage. I wish I'd been able to hang out there longer with the horses and goats, but my idiot brother practically frog-marched me to our front row seats. Why? Old Edison dolled up in an oversized cowboy hat and doing laps was way more fun than this. I even got to feed the town's horse genius a carrot to distract him, while his owners checked the locks on his pen a dozen times. No matter how long I've been away, Edison remains a master escape artist, even in his twilight years. The actual demo event just seems so wasteful. The insane crunch of metal and blown glass and ginormous spinning wheels, all to the delight of the happy heathens shouting their heads off behind us. Pop goes another car's hood under a tire that looks like it could crush a bus. The crowd freaks out, leaping to their feet, making a sound that could rival every circus monkey ever born. My poor ears. If only to distract myself, I follow their lead, standing to look around the arena for familiar faces. A huge blue truck is up next, coming up behind the black beast that's murdered a few old station wagons. The monster truck lurches to a stop, like it's getting ready to tear over a row of at least a dozen junk cars. Even in the madness, I smile. I can't help but think of Grandpa and his love of cars. He'd be beside himself to see so many destroyed just for entertainment. Sure, they're basically scrap metal. I get it. But this still would have seemed like an abomination to a man who could fix anything. I think I'm the only one who cares. Marty lets loose one of his loud wolf whistles next to my ear, and I shove him back a step. It's all I can do not to punch him in the gut like I used to do when we were kids. Men and their testosterone. That's what this is really about. Holy shit! They're on fire today. Did you see that? I'm not blind, I throw back, giving him another eye roll worthy of every high school cheerleader combined. I'm rewarded with a crooked grin. He's the proverbial big brother. 4 years older than me, though he can drive me crazy any time. I love him to death. He stayed here in Dallas for the oil fields, and so Graham wouldn't go crazy all by her lonesome while I left town to chase my dreams. This big dumb monster truck rally is a new thing for Dallas. This is the second one, apparently, and from what Marty says, there might be 1 or 2 more before winter blows in. This will definitely be the only monster truck rally I'll be subjected to before heading back to D.C. I let out a loud sneeze as Marty laughs over the noise. Dust puffs across the arena, coiling into the air. When one of those trucks drives closer to the stands, it romps over a muddy patch, dangerously close to spraying muck on the bystanders through the meager chain-link fence separating us from the action. I wrinkle my nose. A wave of shame washes over me for being so bitchy. Even if I'm trying to hold it in, it's not like I'm covered in mud. A little sunshine won't send me to an early grave. And if I'm abso-brutally honest, there's another reason why I let Marty sweet-talk me here. Weston McKnight. Marty's lifelong best friend, and once the bane of my heart. When I heard he'd be here, supposedly driving in the event, I let my curiosity take the wheel. And from the way Marty starts shouting and whistling and waving, I'm 99% sure Weston must be driving that big blue truck that's about to start pulverizing cars like stuck beetles. Fitting, because I know a thing or two about Weston stomping things flat. Once upon a rotten time, I was the one under him. I was only 16 then. Too young, too innocent, too trusting, and yes, too stupid. I thought I had a life mapped out that included him. Then he ran off to join the army with a promise to write, to check in on me, to care. Not a single word came back. That's not the kind of letdown you expect from your best friend, your guardian, your teenage everything. For years, everyone teased me, saying I had 2 big brothers in Marty and Weston. They were only half right. To the outside world, it looked like I had 2 big brothers. To me, the difference was stark, raving clear. One young man was my brother. The other was just the love of my life. Every future I'd etched out, imagined, or dreamed included Weston Damn McKnight. He was a pillar and a gateway, an anchor in the sea itself. A miracle I was foolish enough to believe I deserved, and a miracle I could keep. The day I stopped expecting a single letter wasn't just soul-crushing. It was a lesson. Weston McHeartbreaking asshole taught me not to hang a life on dreams about anyone else. Oh, don't get me wrong. This isn't some bitter rant. No woe is me grudge. No awful regret. My curiosity here today doesn't mean I'm not safely over him. I came up with a new blueprint years ago, a very good one. That doesn't need his stupid handsome face in my life. Frankly, it's all turning out better than I'd planned. I've got the degree and the experience to match my passion, and I'll pick up right where I left off at a world-class museum after this odd little detour through old stomping grounds. As soon as Graham is back on her feet, hopefully dancing on them with her new hip, I'll be back at the Smithsonian for my first paid position. I've got up to 8 weeks until then, just a couple months to help, to revisit, to stroll down memory lane. A rare chance to make peace with the harsher parts of my past, like Weston the Heart Thief. But can I, when my heart dives? When just being in the same vicinity as him still twists my pulse into an anxious pitter-patter? For a second, I almost duck back down on the bench. I don't want to see Weston's truck drive by, much less cheer for him. Like I said, I've moved on. Yes, I'm living out my dreams. Hell yes, I'm still mad as hell at him for ghosting younger me like a bad match on a screen when I knew him most of my life. But I don't sit down. I make myself look at the arena, fixing my eyes on it like I'm staring down the gates of hell. "Here he comes," Marty bellows, elbowing me in the side again. Yeah, he's gotta stop doing that. "Come on, Shell, put those lungs to work. I've heard how you sing in the shower, belting out tunes." "Idiot," I mouth back, shaking my head and pushing at him. It's doubly awkward when my big brother is so oblivious to my awkward history with his bestie. Sure enough, Weston's snorting blue truck plows ahead, lunging at the first car like a lion tackling a helpless gazelle. The big wheels bounce high in the air, tilting the monster truck for an uncertain second. But the car gives way beneath his massive weight in 2 seconds flat. Pop goes the weasel, as my dumb brother likes to say. The glass, the metal, me. My heart soars into my throat as my nerves come alive, forcing me to look away. That truck could roll over at any moment, hurting him. Or worse, it seems so dangerous, so reckless. But what do I know? I don't need to dredge up bad thoughts again. The infinite nightmares I had about him being killed overseas. For the first year, I thought it was the reason he didn't write. There had to be something outside his control, right? He wouldn't just abandon me. Until he did. Don't look at his truck again, I tell myself, pinching my eyes shut as the crowd releases another explosive, delighted roar. When the noise dies down an agonizing minute later, my eyes flick back to the action. The monster truck is gone, making its way around the long lap, trailing behind the first vehicle. There's a new dragon on wheels, this tall front-end loader thing, piling up crushed cars on top of each other for the next round of entertainment on the opposite end of the arena. I follow it with my gaze, listening to a group of young boys behind me screech about how they'll be driving next year after they get their licenses. Anything to get my thoughts off Weston. Whatever. If I was in a better mood, I might admit the atmosphere has a certain charm. All the cheering, whooping, and banshee hollering is the soul of Dallas. This town doesn't need fancy concerts or endless rows of glassy shopping centers branded with famous logos to have fun. The people here make their own. And when they're not busy cooking up creative ways to obliterate tons of steel and glass, they're pretty down to earth and kind to each other. Everyone still loves his neighbor, or affectionately tolerates him, and even in the recent situations I heard about that involved bad actors creeping into town, a helping hand was never far. I've missed that. Missed the wide-open spaces when I'm used to crowded city streets. Missed the quiet nights where crickets and nightbirds sing softly through open windows. A soothing contrast with shrill sirens and bleating horns punching through closed windows, distorting my sweetest dreams. All whining aside, I'd be having a little fun right now if it wasn't for Weston living rent-free in my head. The worst part is, I can't even blame him. Not when it's my unwelcome feels ruining this. I'm over him, damn it. The schoolgirl crush I nurtured died eons ago. Didn't it? So maybe I'm just not done being mad at him. That's what's got me knotted up tonight. I look at Marty as he tips his oversized red beer cup back, chugging the remnants. He wipes at the excess that slips down his chin with his arm before flashing me another goofy grin. Dude, mind your manners. We have napkins. I whisper, scrounging one from my purse and pushing it into his hand. Just because Graham's laid up doesn't mean I won't tell her you gave those cute pigs at the petting zoo up front a run for their money. Like hell, he mutters, flipping me off, pushing up his nose with his middle finger. Then he shifts seamlessly into this wild oinking sound that's so middle school. I laugh. Big brothers. Gotta love 'em, right? Because we'd be killing them otherwise. For everyone's sake, I should lighten up and enjoy my time here. Who knows when I'll be back after I start my new job? It could be years before I see Dallas again. By then, Marty might be less of an overgrown kid and well on his way to married with 2.5 kids, like legions of other good-hearted small-town guys. So will Weston, I think bitterly. Are you even a memory? My stomach sinks into a pit. While I'm fighting not to let my eyes wander to Weston's big blue truck, something else catches my eye. Something moving, blackish and mottled white, too round to be a missed car part, and are those 4 legs? A pig. Oh my God, it's definitely a stray pig, maybe one of the porkers from the petting zoo, and it's blundering into a commotion that'll make it a ham sandwich any second. I jump up for a better look, straining on my toes. Next thing I know, my hands are around my mouth and I'm shouting, "Hey! Hey! Somebody stop them! There's a pig down there! A pig in the arena!" Of course, I'm drowned out by the incessant loud chatter and unhinged cheering when the front-end loader starts moving again. I smack Marty's arm, but it's too noisy for him to hear me, and he's too drunk to comprehend my wild gesturing. I know, pretty freaking cool, huh? He mouths back, nodding with a lazy wag of his eyebrows. He lets out another loud wolf whistle as my eyes flick over the scene frantically. Sweet Jesus, there has to be some way I can signal an emergency. Before I can even think, Weston's navy blue truck rolls back in action, preparing to climb over the old-school bus parked at the end of the row of cars he's already crushed. Holy crap, no, I have to do something. Grabbing Marty's arm, I scream in his ear again, but all he does is nod and grin. "Geez, I know, Shelley. He's gonna squash that bus like a stuck hog," Marty says with a messy laugh. Yikes. I can't let that very real, almost stuck pig get pulverized into a sausage patty. Think, Rochelle, I whisper to myself. Think. With few choices in my scrambled brain, I do what everybody in Dallas would if they spotted a helpless creature in peril. I haul butt before my mind catches up, racing forward and vaulting over the chain-link fence in front of us. It's the only tall barrier keeping the bystanders from the action, besides some generous spacing. I hit the ground running, pulling off the pastel pink open button-down shirt I'm wearing over the matching tank top. I start flicking the shirt at the pig, trying like hell to catch its attention. Are pig matadors a thing? If they never were before, they're about to be. Invented right here in this little town with one helpless oinker and one insanely desperate me. The closer I get, I see the pig's roughly dog-sized, probably over 100 pounds. His chubby face turns and sees me, I hope. But rather than running away, he just skids to a stop in the mud. and stares. He's squinting like I'm the one in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dude, he doesn't have a clue he's in major danger. There's a noise just behind me then. The front-end loader backs up with an impatient growl, and the pig is still straight in its path. Get out of there! Get! I bellow, snapping my shirt over my head, and out in front of me like a crude whip, tearing up dirt. Shoo, pig! Go home, little dude! The ginormous machine doesn't slow. The loader's operator can't see the pig from his height, I'm sure. I'm not even certain he can see me. So I leap up and down like a monkey on a sugar high, waving my arms and yelling at the driver, even though I know he can't hear diddly. Not over the hooting crowd and the massive diesel engine. I'm sure a few people have noticed I've run into the arena like a lunatic. But the shocked screeching over a girl on the field only adds to the noise level. Shoo! Shoo! I shout again, turning to the pig and flapping my shirt as I charge at him, desperate to scare him away. Go on, get! It's slow going, approaching him, when the traction sucks. Every other step makes me slide on the mud, threatening to tumble me over. If that happens, saving Private Porky is an insta-fail mission. Predictably, the little ham doesn't move. A defeated sigh rolls out of me as I realize what it's coming down to. I'm going to have to push this freaking stubborn little hog out of the way. Still running, I hold out my arms, preparing to plow into his side with all my strength. I'll have to hope the churned butter mud will work to my benefit when it comes to moving the pig. Here we go. I'm off to a great start, flying forward, head dipped and arms out like I'm chucking a bowling ball down the world's longest alley. Only the second I impact the grunting beast with a vibration that knocks my breath out, nothing moves. He's a 2-foot rock. A brick wall of fat and fur and muscle. The collision drops me on my knees. I keep trying to shove him, but he just sticks his snout in my face with a smug snort, sniffing at my hair. Come on! I yell, looking up just in time to see several men gathering at the fence, ready to climb over it and join me in the fray. But something growls behind me like a bear on a warpath. I push at the pig's snout and twist my neck, only to see the huge tires on the loader are a few feet away, rolling closer. Oh, shit. I throw myself forward, but the mud is so slick. Jesus, I can't catch my footing to save my life. To my horror, literally. My heart pounds in my throat. My life strobes before my eyes in spinning flashes. This is so not how I wanted to die, sacrificing myself for Porkball, who's still blissfully clueless about the imminent doom. He nuzzles my hair like an overgrown dog, unfazed by the noise, which sounds like a tornado moving over us. But there's another noise then, loud shouting, and something hits me, hard. A second later, I'm rolling over and over. I think the pig is actually running after me as the whole world spins. Sky, dirt, pig. More sky, tires, more dirt, mud, so much mud. Something grabs me, something steel solid, and despite the dirt, the mud, and choking diesel fuel stink in the air, I swear to God I can smell something weirdly familiar. A woodsy scent I've always liked. I'm trying to place it when the mad roll finally stops. I may be boneless, but at least nothing hurts. I'm just spent, worn out, or am I dead after all? For a second, I wonder if the full-body tingling coursing through me is some kind of bizarre out-of-body experience. Maybe I got squished by the loader after all, but would I still hear men shouting if I'd thrown off my mortal coil like dirty socks world? The wild yelling definitely feels real. And I feel something moving. A person? Hard, strangled breaths steam under me, kissing my neck. A pair of bulging arms hugs me tight, pinning me against a shield of a chest. The pig? Nah. Pigs can't hug. And no pig feels like this, burly and strong and spectacularly man-shaped. When I crack an eye open and my vision stops whirling, I see Porky again. He's next to me, pushing a concerned grunt in my ear. Dang, I've definitely fallen on top of somebody. My cheek is on their chest. I can hear a heartbeat, thrumming madly, as fast as mine. Then there's that familiar smell, this brash mix of haughty pine and sandalwood and something more primal. It fills my nostrils and reminds me why my body likes it, and my brain yells, panic. Like I've ever forgotten anything about this disappearing bastard of a man. Oh God, why does he have to be my hero? Again! Maybe I'm wrong. There's the teensiest chance it could be someone else. Not wanting to face him to confirm my fears, I pinch my eyes shut and lift my head, just enough to gaze in the other direction. There's the front-end loader, all right, halted barely a few feet away, nightmarishly close to mashing me into Shelley jam. Next to those mammoth wheels is that big blue elephant truck with tires almost as menacingly large as the loader's. Sigh. What more do I need to confirm my worst fear? I don't want to face him. I don't want to say a word. I don't want to have to thank him, even though I damned well should for saving my bacon and making such a silly pun real. But I'm shaking as the brush with death sinks in. Also, there's a crowd of people still ambling over the fence, surrounding us, led by Marty, who's screaming his drunken head off. There's nothing I can do. Nothing except plant my hands on my awful savior's chest and push up so I can gawk at Weston's awestruck face. Yikes. Same old Weston, just 100 times more handsome and intense than I remember, and a lot more unforgivable. His hair is still sandy brown blonde, tucked up in a bandana tied around his head, sculpted like a lion's proud mane. His eyes are still an unforgettable shade of dusky blue, the beautiful sort of shade that rolls out like a welcome mat for the tinsel stars and silver moon. His aquiline nose is the same, and so is his jaw, a forged block of clenched, bony steel peppered with a shroud of dark 5 o'clock shadow and... Holy God! I watch a face that leaves mere mortals in the dust ignite with recognition as it dawns on him just who he's rescued. Exactly who would be so dumb they'd fly out on a field of prowling monster trucks to save a clumsy pig. Shelley? Shell? He whispers, repeating my name like a sailor's curse and an apostle's blessing in one. The air seeps out of my lungs in a sharp, deflating hiss. I hate how his lips are close enough to kiss. I only dreamed of surrendering to that mouth 1,000 times. It hurts to rip my gaze off him, to meet him eyeball to eyeball. My gut sinks clear to my toes at the hot glare filling his eyes, a very harsh, disapproving glare. Those kissable lips peel back in a cruel grimace as he says, "You've got to be shitting me, Shell. All these years, and you're still more trouble than you're worth."
2. Pig-headed. Weston. Controlled anger has always been my shield, for better or worse, and right now I'm stone-cold pissed. I have to hold it in, keep it in my head, focus, because it's either hold the fuck on to this outrage, option A, or kiss those angelic lips of hers until my demon tongue leaves them a smoldering wreck. Yeah, I sure as hell can't take option B. Damn it. Damn her. She looks up at me through her lashes like she doesn't realize she just came within a spitting inch of losing her life. I was already reminded of her the instant I saw that fluttering mass of ginger-red curls flying in the wind as a strange woman came bounding through the mud, waving a pastel-pink shirt, trying to move Hercules the boulder pig. Believe me, he'll get a well-deserved chewing out later. He must be taking escape lessons from Edison the horse. For now, I can't decide if it's the hog or her who's got me seeing blood red. Rochelle. Shell. Shelley. My heart slammed into my throat and choked me at the sight of her and that damn pig. both of them trapped in Carl's path as he'd steered the loader forward. I was scared shitless I wouldn't reach them in time. I had to. Call it fucked up kiss of fate. Isn't saving Shel Simon what I've always done? Ever since the bygone days when she was just Marty's kid sister, a giggling short stack tagging along behind us. I've always looked out for her. I've always been her friend, the older boy she needed growing up, until I couldn't be anything at all. What the hell are the odds I'd meet her again like this? After this, I feel like I've got the universe wagging a judgmental finger at me, reminding me it's not done hurling Shel into my life. Hell, maybe into the next life, too. My throat burns as I blink at her, thinking about how I'd watched her grow from a rangy little nerd girl into a lithe, excitable, blossoming dork of a teenager. Does she still run her mouth a mile a minute when she's playing history professor? Does she still lay the law down on Marty like any know-it-all brat sister should? But hell, where oh where did she get those curves? The friend, the girl I left behind when she was 16 didn't feel anything like this. The grown woman flopped down on top of me, caught in my arms, sure doesn't feel like the Shelley Simon I knew. She's been away a good while. Long enough to transform her familiar, wiry thinness into the perfect, firm, yet supple curves. Despite the clothes, the dirt, and the mad adrenaline darting through my veins, she fits like she was made to be my second skin. Fuck. Even with mud smudged on her cheeks and more clumped in that tangle of glorious red-brown curls, she's dangerously adorable. I only wish I could quit staring, gawking, really, or at least stop thanking everything holy that I arrived in time, shoving her away from the loader's tires that would have surely killed her. Hot anger lashes through me, mixed with a gratitude like nothing I've ever known. Call me insane. Right now, half of me wants to spank her senseless for endangering her life, while the rest of me never wants to let her fucking go. Hercules has something to say about that. The beast jabs his muddy, wrinkled snout between our faces, snuffling and screeching like a dying boat engine. Not funny, buddy. Not at all. Get the hell out of here, Herc. I give him a firm shove with one hand. I'll never admit I'm almost as upset over the pig nearly dying as I am over Shel getting flattened right along with him. He lets out an offended squeal and backs up on 4 wobbly legs. Shel huffs. The glare she's been holding on me softens as she looks at Herc.
Don't mind him, you poor thing. That's just West, grumpy and short-fused as ever.
I bite back a smile. She always called me West before it caught on with everybody else. That's half the reason why I called her Shel. The rest of her family called her Shelly before, and at first it irritated her when I shortened it to Shell, Seashell, or even Clam. That last one really pissed her off. I always had a reason to be pissed, didn't I? I remind her. She graces me with another hate glare. Curious, Herc trots closer again, his snout sniffing overtime. I shove at him again. Back off, you conniving little hog. You were almost a pile of bacon, I grind out.
Conniving?
Shel shakes her head.
He's too cute for that. Pigs can't scheme, West. People, on the other hand.
Damn her mouth. Again. Besides being prickly, as I expected, and on point, she's too sweet for her own good, even when she's trying to insult me. Same goes for stupid, Rochelle. What the hell were you thinking rushing out here like this? I wave a hand at the loader's tires, now stopped only a few feet away. Carl couldn't see you. You would have been slaughtered.
Well, he couldn't see the pig either, could he? I had to do something. Nobody could hear me over the noise. Should I have just stood by while your friend turned this little guy into shredded pork?
Yes. You should have stayed the fuck out of the way. I would have seen the pig and intervened. I say sharply, like it's gospel truth. My stomach twists with uncertainty. She might have a point, but that doesn't excuse her antics. Without her calling attention to Herc, I honestly have no clue what might have happened. I hate how she affects me, even after all this time apart. We've only been thrown together for a panicked minute, but it needles my body like it's been far longer. Her soft weight ignites every blood cell in my body, turning my veins into lava tubes. I should ask if she's okay, but if she was truly hurt, I'd know it by now. Instead, I grab her waist, helping her scramble up while I find my own balance. As soon as she's standing again, that traitor pig is at her side, rubbing his thick hide against her leg and butting his snout beneath her hand like an over-friendly dog. Fucking lovely. The self-propelled stomach from hell picked a great time to make new friends. Herc normally doesn't get along with anyone, human or animal. Besides Aunt Faye, who graciously bestowed the little monster on me not so long ago, claiming Herc always had a soft spot for me. Yeah, about that. He also picked a hell of a time to demonstrate his ever-evolving escape artist talents. If he keeps it up, he'll outshine Edison and his Houdini feats so the old stallion can retire. "What are you doing out of your pen, guy?" I ask Herc miserably, swiping a hand over my face.
"Don't sound so angry,"
Shell hisses, leaning down to pet the pig.
"He needs a little comfort."
"He almost got flattened, so did you," I grumble.
"Yeah, well, I'm not dead."
"Thank God for small miracles," I reply, venom in my voice. I can't help the frustration boiling over.
"Drop dead, West,"
she flings back. I stare. It's harsher than the tone I remember. She'd say that to me years ago, jokingly, and I'd always replied with, "Why, so you'll have nobody but Marty for help?" We trade glares, our old cliché turned nasty and too close for comfort.
"I see you're just like the rest of Dallas. You never change,"
she tells me. "And I see you're Miss Big City now. Congratulations."
"Thanks. Jealous much?"
she quips. I let out a harsh laugh. "Jealous of being a snob? Hardly. Christ, this little reunion is worse than anything I ever imagined. I always knew seeing her again would be hell. Even when I left town years ago, I seesawed between wishing I had that hell and avoiding it like the plague. Shell was ultimately the reason I made my choice to enlist and blow town. She was a complication, catching feelings chemically designed to detonate our lives if either of us ever acted on them. I knew there could never be anything between us from day one. She clung to a high school crush she should have saved for boys in her class. We were certain doom, and I knew it the minute I ever let those inklings I started to get for her transform into anything real. She was my best friend's little sister, for fuck's sake. I couldn't let that happen back then, and that goes double for now. Not that she looks like she's aiming to do anything except spit in my face. I just hate that she's turned into a full-blown woman with the same sharp words and rocking new curves in all the right places. This woman is a tactical nuke, and I didn't get trained on identifying radiological threats for nothing. Hell, I wanted her to leave Dallas, didn't I? I begged her to expand her horizons, to see the world outside of this place, to crawl into the catapult that would launch her into her headiest dreams. I knew she'd make something out of her life if she had nothing binding her here. Aside from this pig stunt, everything I've heard from Marty tells me she's well on her way to doing just that.
"I guess I should thank you for rescuing me. You're hardly a gentleman, but you did save my life, so thanks, West."
Using one hand, she flicks her dirt-flecked hair away from her face, her evergreen eyes guarded. I shrug. I had a pig to rescue, didn't I? Her lip curls as she glares at me. Swallowing a chuckle, I reach forward to pinch her cheek. That always annoyed her enough to get a laugh in the past. Looks like it still works. She holds her ragey face for 2 more seconds before a pained laugh claws its way out. I regret how transfixed I am on her smile, her face lighting up in this hot flush of laughter and sheer irritation. Whatever, she slaps my hand away, adding under her breath, "Jerk." "Brat," I fire back.
Somehow I don't think you even like the pig,
she says. I lift a brow, one that says maybe I don't like her much either, and knowing full well I'm lying to myself about both of them.
God, Weston, I forgot how big an ass you can be,
she says, wrinkling her face up. And you, Shell, are still a royal pain in mine.
What the hell, guys? Are you okay?
Marty shouts as he comes rushing in, followed by a smattering of bystanders who were happily glued to the stands only minutes ago. Before either of us can answer, Marty levels a gaze on her.
Sis, what were you thinking? Scaling the fence to save Hercules. He's been around the block at the county fair with tons of noise and farm equipment. He'd have gotten out of the way.
Marty waves his arms frantically, throwing us both a wild-eyed look. Leave it to my buddy to blow my cover story about saving the pig and not her.
The only reason he didn't move sooner was because you distracted him, running up with your shirt twirling over your head like some crazy cowgirl. Shit.
Marty blabs on, letting out a loud beer hiccup.
Whose pig is he, anyway?
She huffs out a breath. Marty points at me with a grin.
You're looking at the owner.
She levels another one of her snarky-ass evil eyes on me. I shouldn't let those emerald eyes of hers rouse this heat in my blood, even stronger than before. Marty slaps my shoulder, snapping me out of my dumb trance.
See, Weston, it's just like I told you. Some things never change. She's barely been back for a day, and she already needed you to come charging in like Batman. Just like old times, dude.
I nod slowly, watching Shell's face turn to red. Old times indeed. Times I don't want to deal with while she's back in town. Briefly, I hope.
You guys can both suck a rotten egg,
she snaps under her breath. Yep, same old Shell underneath her tempting new assets. I only wish her little fit helped me get my head screwed on tight enough to ignore said assets. Other people arrive, swarming us like bees, and unlike her, I don't care who's listening. Think the egg sucking started the minute you blew back into town, lady, I growl.
Whatevs. Pig saved, mission accomplished. I'm leaving.
She pivots on one mud-covered white tennis shoe and starts marching away. Hercules grunts and starts following. Herc, no, I shout after him. The pig stops for a split second and gives me a look that's too human, as if to say, you think I'll just up and start taking orders today, funny man? I stare back, silently letting him know he'll be pork chops, ham, and sausage for the next year in my freezer if he doesn't listen. I'd never truly butcher him, but I can't let him know. He's already ornery and proud enough.
Better give her a ride home so she can take a shower,
Marty says.
Sorry about the interruption, man. We kind of blew the big finish for you.
Interruption? It was a hell of a lot more than that. After what just happened, the show's toast. It might be the last one of the year, even with autumn in full swing, but I can't blame Marty for that. Can't even blame Herc or Shell. This bull-headed pig has a terrible habit of jailbreaking his pen, and she was just out to save his crazy butt. There was only one heat left and a bus to stomp, I say with a sigh. No big loss. We'll make it up to folks at the next rally. Marty slaps my shoulder again.
Well, sorry again. Sucks to leave everybody with blue balls. I'll see you tomorrow?
Yeah, I tell him. He takes off jogging to catch up with Shell, yelling, "Wait up!" after her. While I play catch-up with the Wonder Pig, Shell hurls me a final screw-you glare over one shoulder, her reddish curls rippling in the wind. I should look the hell away, avert my eyes. Every glance feels like staring directly into the sun. Instead, I blow her a kiss, just to piss her off more. The way she flips her head back around and shakes it with disbelief tells me it worked. Some things never change. I just wish this jousting was all in good fun like it used to be. While I'm lost in my head, Hercules arrives at my side with a disinterested grunt that makes me roll my eyes. Don't even start, Drama King, I warn him. His next grunt sounds like exasperation. I didn't know pigs could sigh. On the other hand, I know exactly how he feels and push the air from my own lungs. Waving a hand toward the announcement booth, I wait for Reggie to flash a thumbs up, acknowledging my signal that everyone's fine. His little spiel revs up fast, echoing over the arena and ending with, "Thank you all for coming out today, folks. Another Dallas crisis averted, and we didn't even have a tiger on the loose this time." I snort, grateful he's a people-pleaser, though I guess his callback to the time my uncle rescued a stray zoologist will always win some grins. Bruce the tiger might be the most popular creature in Dallas, short of Edison these days. And hell no, I'm not interested in giving Herc a chance to grow his fame. As the crowd erupts in applause and people start exiting, heading for snacks and friendly critters to pet, I tell Carl to clean everything up. I also catch a glimpse of a worn, raised-up scrap of chain-link fence, clearly the section Herc found and dug under after he broke out of his petting zoo pen. I knew it was a bad idea bringing him out here, even if Aunt Faye insisted. "Just socialize him," she said. "He's a darling, friendly boy," she said. Right. My aunt is either a bald-faced liar or she owns the strongest rose-colored glasses in the world when it comes to her precious hog baby. Bottle feeding him since he was a baby must have done funny things to her head. If only I'd let my gut do the talking. With the pig still at my side, I stop by the ticket table to apologize for the interruption and explain that we're ending the show for the night. Everyone who asks will get a refund for tonight's tickets. That's only fair. Although it is disappointing to know I won't be able to donate as much as I'd planned to the sobriety and detox program at the Vets Rehab Center. That place is half the reason I'm walking and talking right now, much less organizing monster truck rallies. I owe them more than I'll ever be able to give back. The other half is Uncle Grady. Without him, I'd have never contacted them, let alone found the balls to get help. I wish Shelley was right about that shit she said. I wish I'd stayed the same. On some dark nights, when I wake up in a cold sweat, I wish I'd never left Dallas, or her, at all. Later, at home, I find out Herc's outburst wasn't limited to the rally. There's a new hole in his pen, the same one I fixed barely 2 weeks ago, suggesting he's more than ready to keep raising hell. When did my life become this? Constant babysitter to a four-legged wrecking ball who cries like the world's saddest baby. Muttering to myself, I find a couple cement blocks to reinforce the area till I can give it a proper fix. In theory, it should make it impossible for him to dig out again. In practice, it's friggin' Hercules. I hold up a carrot to get his attention, holding it just out of his snout's reach. "Not yet. First, you're gonna hear me out. You used to be Aunt Faye's little angel, so I know you can behave," I say, trying not to think about the fact that I'm having a heart-to-heart talk with a damn pig. "No more causing trouble for this town, you hear? The good folks of Dallas keep you fed, warm, and watered. They keep me working on their cars so I can keep you happy and buy you more crap to chew up, Herc. No more trouble, capiche?" His demanding grunt turns into a loud squeal. "No more trouble," I repeat slowly, touching the tip of the carrot to his nose before snatching it away. "Not for me, not for Marty, not for Uncle Grady and his family, not even for Shell Simon. She may deserve you acting out more than anybody, but you owe her one." Staring into his beady little eyes, I lower the carrot, shaking my head as he inhales it. Satisfied, for now, he grunts and plops down on the hay in the corner while I spruce up his pen and get him watered for the night. He's snoring before I put away the shovel. Yeah, so this is my ridiculous pig-haunted life. And I'm almost afraid to ask what that life means now after meeting Shelley again the way I did. Stopping to give Herc a parting pat on the head before I leave his enclosure and triple-check the gate behind me, I sigh. Night, Herc. He's a stubborn pain in the ass, but I like him. Sometimes. As I head into the house, I stop and stare past it, the yard, and at the backside of Amelia's B&B. Our properties share borders on the edge of town. The houses are old renovated farms, mostly, roomy enough with plenty of land around them, and they've always butted up against each other. Though I think if I had 100 acres, it still wouldn't be enough to keep my mind off that infuriating woman. My parents sold off the rest of our land for proper farming before I was born, and so did Doug Simon, Thelma's deceased husband and the Simon kids' grandfather. Old Thelma opened Amelia's bed and breakfast after he'd died, while I was still in the army, not long after Shell left for college, and Marty bought his own fixer-upper a few miles away. Marty's done well for himself working for North Earhart Oil. He's a field supervisor now, and still helping Thelma with odds and ends around the bed and breakfast. I knew this was coming, ever since I heard Thelma had her surgery booked. Marty was excited to have Shell coming home, yammering about it for weeks. They could have easily hired somebody to help shore up the business and assist Thelma during her recovery, but Marty and Thelma were both worried sick about Shell living in D.C. all by herself. Honestly, there were times when I've worried about that too. Only I also know she's smart and intimately familiar with city living after years away. It's the shit here in Dallas she doesn't know, the shit she's forgotten, that's a bigger problem now. She's always let her head get so up in the clouds. It wouldn't be the first time it led her into trouble. Shell always had a habit of not seeing anything else going on around her, not when she's waist deep in her one true love, every old relic and obscure footnote of history under the sun. Herc's a perfect example. All she thought about was him getting hurt. In reality, she could have been crushed into a bratty pancake by waltzing into the arena. I still can't get her heroics out of my head. The image of Shell on her knees, shaking while the loader's giant wheels crept closer, hardens in my brain like cement. Fuck, even now my blood runs hot. Doesn't she know I was only riled up because I still care? Doesn't she get that I care, regardless of the shit that happened almost a decade ago? I'd like to cross property lines, storm into the B&B, and tell her to go back to D.C. tomorrow rather than risk her neck here in Dallas. Of course I can't. It's none of my business. That's what I try to pound into my head all night. Rachel Simon stopped being my business years ago, the minute I made a promise I couldn't keep. That's how I wanted it, and my disappearing act made it crystal clear. I can't have her. I can't want her. I can't even dream her. Not now. Not ever. Not happening.
3. Lipstick on a pig. Rochelle. So, this is what it's like when you've been slammed by a Mack truck, which is literally what almost happened. A front-end loader, technically, which puts every truck to shame. Amazingly, nothing hurt much last night when I crawled in bed after soaking myself pink in the tub. This morning, I'm stiff as a board and sore from head to toe. Probably thanks to rolling across the ground like a human soccer ball. Too bad I can't blame my lack of sleep on the aches and pains. They're all courtesy of a certain anti-gentleman. Weston freaking McKnight is the whole reason why I barely slept 3 hours. All because I had the gumption to leap in and save his fearless pig and have it out with him in front of half the entire town after he narrowly saved me. Ugh! Huffing out of breath, I still can't believe I've only been back in Dallas for a couple days. In that short time, I've not only embarrassed myself, but I just had to bait Weston into saving my skin, didn't I? It's infuriating because it's hardly the first time, and it's like no amount of leaving, growing up, living changes anything. This place is freaking time-proof. Back when I was younger and far more foolish, I'd gotten myself in a tight spot more than once. Weston was always the one to pull me out. Everything from being stuck in a tree to crashing Grandpa's motorcycle. That incident was uniquely miserable. Of course, I was told 100 times not to ride it, first by Grandpa Doug, and then by the 19-year-old kid with eyes like spinning blue crystal who patched it up. Weston was too right when he said, "Don't do it." These older models weren't safe for a 15-year-old with a permit on dusty country roads, he said, no matter how careful I swore I'd be with my hand on Graham's old Bible. Maybe even then, I was itching to prove I knew better. I wanted Wes to see me as an adult, an equal, not just Marty's annoying kid sister. So that's why I took off one evening on the joyride of my life. Swiping the motorcycle from storage and trawling down deserted back roads was no more hazardous than a coughing fit or two caused by the swirling dust the bike kicked up. I was squealing with delight by the time I finished my 7-mile trip, swerving triumphantly onto our street. I revved it and made as much noise as I could going past the McKnight place, eager to catch Weston's attention. I wanted him to see how wrong he could be. I wanted him to step outside, shirtless and tense, like he often did on summer evenings, just in time for me to razz him with a flash of tongue before I sped up the winding drive and parked the bike in Grandpa's shed with nobody the wiser. Well, except for the older boy mechanic who said it'd cause me nothing but trouble. It didn't. The ride was flawless, until the home stretch, when I was one teensy second too late braking, turning, and... Yep, barreling right into a weathered section of the McKnight's perimeter fence, scattering the boards apart. Good thing I landed on the grass just a few feet from where the bike threw me. Good thing I was wearing a helmet. Good thing Weston didn't act like an angry god as he stood over me, even if he looked the part, with this sexy, disapproving man stare, shaking his head and offering me a hand. Oh, I expected an ego lashing for the ages. Instead, he just gave me that trademark Weston look. The tired, thorny, world-weary look he wielded like a sword before he left for the service, which always made him seem like 20 years my senior instead of just 4. "Told you so, brat. You see why I didn't want you riding now?" But he didn't torment me after that, didn't rub it in, and never delighted in my tearful apologies and panic over damaging his place. He just grabbed a cold soda from the fridge, put me down on his porch, and set to work repairing the old fence in no time. My grandparents never knew a thing, thank God, and neither did Marty. He just drove me back on the motorcycle, which he also fixed, touching up a spot of scratched paint. He never told anyone. The quiet, fierce look on his face last night was the same as that summer evening when he came blasting out the door to find me crash-landed on his property. The kind of look that says, "Not again. Not the hell again, you brat." Then again, I also saw something else in his midnight blue eyes, this strange remorse that also appeared somewhat haunting. That stuck with me long after I'd gotten home and crashed under the blankets. Let's be real. Everything about Weston and his adorably mischievous pig invaded my head. memories charging back. How hard and strong and perfect his body felt under mine. How devastatingly handsome he still is, more than I even remembered because he's also matured over the past decade. Ding! I jump with a start. Glancing at the timer on the oven, I grab a pot holder to pull out the cookie sheet. Graham always keeps several pounds of cookie dough around, heaped in perfect balls and frozen in labeled bags in the freezer. Although the only full meal the B&B serves is breakfast, she insists on having batches of fresh-baked cookies available at all times. That usually means prepping a new batch at least 3 times per day. She also insisted on a one-night closure due to her surgery, and that's already come and gone. I helped check in 2 new sets of guests today, a single man and a couple. Although I've visited since Graham opened Amelia's and helped out where I could, this is the first time I'm doing it on my own. Not that I'm worried. Honestly, I'm more concerned about her going batty in recovery and having to actually sit still. She sounded good when we spoke over the phone this morning. Marty left a few hours ago to pick her up. They should be arriving any time. I'll be glad when I can see for myself how she's doing. I transfer the oatmeal raisin cookies to a cooling rack and slide the cookie sheet in the dishwasher. Thank God this place has modern appliances hidden behind its rustic look. When it comes to convenience, Graham went all out. I'm talking full private bathrooms installed in each of the 6 bedrooms upstairs, and a kitchen remodel that would make a cooking show celebrity jealous. The massive farmhouse was originally built by Grandpa Doug's grandparents at the turn of the century. They had a pack of kids, and as those children grew up and got married, they kept adding on to the house and modernizing it. The entire downstairs was remodeled as well. What used to be the living room now doubles as the lobby. I'm grateful they left the old fireplace intact. This colossal, warm and welcoming hearth made from stones picked out of nearby fields. The shelves in the library were spruced up and refinished as well, and they're the very same that were hand-milled by my great-grandfather. What used to be the back parlor, as Graham always called it, and 2 bedrooms downstairs were converted into Graham's own living quarters, plus a large laundry room. That's not the best part, though. It's the antiques, the real showstoppers. They're displayed everywhere throughout the house. After Graham opened the place, a few old Dakota cavalry bayonets from the Civil War and hand-painted china sets were even featured in magazines. This isn't the first go-around as an inn. Grandpa Doug's parents ran a boarding house here way back in the 30s and 40s. It was something Grandpa always wanted to try. But he was too busy working at North Earhart Oil. Old man Jonah Reed, owner of the oil company, was even one of his best friends. Jonah passed on a few years ago, too. But in the early days, the 2 men, along with Weston's grandfather Larry, were known around town as the 3 Musketeers. Graham still calls them that, and I smile every time. I remove the cookies off the rack, stack them on a platter, and carry it out of the kitchen, through the dining room and into the lobby. There, I set them down on the table that also holds the water dispenser I refilled, with a few slices of fresh-sliced lemons while the cookies baked. A longing sigh escapes me as I glance around. This place smells as perfect as it looks. Movies could be filmed here, and I swear I can feel the history vibrating through my bones when I lay my palm on the smooth, cool table. A part of me wishes I could stay longer. Helping Graham with the place into the holiday season would be pretty fun. That can't happen with my new job waiting, but needless to say, I've missed being home. The large grandfather clock in the corner chimes, dragging me out of my nerd trance. It's 11 o'clock. The sound of a car door banging shut cuts through the musical chime. Another guest? Check-in usually starts at 2 p.m., but since we were closed for a day, everything's been a little off like the new arrivals this morning. Graham's a stickler for routine, and so am I, but I'll happily check them in early. I'm ready, standing behind the solid oak desk complete with teller window. Another fun thing Grandpa salvaged from the old bank in town before it was torn down. A tall younger man enters. Looks like he's around my age. He's nicely dressed, fit, and his crisp blue button-down shirt, paired with a glowing silver watch hugging his wrist, suggests he's come a long way from Dallas. "Hello," he greets me with a porcelain-white smile. "I'm aware I'm early, but I hope you can accommodate a man who's just spent 5 hours on the road." "No problem. I can check you in now," I say with a smile. "I'm Rochelle Simon." He lifts a brow. "Not Amelia?" "Nope," I assure him with a soft laugh. "Sorry to disappoint. The name in Amelia's belongs to the Amelia Earhart. We even called it that originally, the Amelia Earhart B&B. I point behind the desk to the framed black and white picture of the famous aviator. But my grandmother didn't like how big the sign ended up being. She thought it looked too commercial, so she had a new one made that just says Amelia's out front. "Clever," he replies. "I'm Carson Hudson." I detect a hint of an accent in his voice, like from somewhere out east, or maybe I'm just missing it. He's refined, fit, with a whip of a body like the athletic men I'm used to who jog around D.C. and the Arlington suburbs religiously. His nice blue jacket slung over his luggage looks costly, tailored, and totally out of place for a casual visit in Dallas. Same for his platinum blonde hair that's been styled to perfection. His grayish blue eyes are mellow and deep, the kind of reflecting pools you'd want to stare into over a campfire, or maybe a candlelit dinner. Whatever else he is, Mr. Hudson rocks the sleek luxury travel with model-esque good looks vibe, which makes me wonder what he's doing in this speck of a town. "Ah, your name's right here," I say, scanning the computer screen. "You've got the cockpit room, best in the house." He pauses while handing me his shiny black credit card, giving me a skeptical look that's also kinda charming. "The cockpit? Huh. I knew there were perks to joining the Mile High Club," he says flatly. I snicker and give him a quick rundown about the B&B's history. "Incredible. When I saw the great reviews for this place, I had no idea it came with such a pedigree," he says, stroking his chin. "Hidden gems like this are rare in flyover country. Keep it that way, Miss Simon." "Oh, yes, I wouldn't dream of anything less. There's even an old rumor around here that says Amelia Earhart herself stayed in this very house back in the 1930s. They say she was related to some people who started the oil company, and this was a boarding house back then." His lips turn up, and his pale blue eyes gleam. "The perfect place for my stay, then. I'm somewhat of a history buff myself." Uh-oh. My heart kicks up a notch. It always does when it comes to history. "I'm on a road trip of sorts. Boston to Seattle since late June, with plenty of time carved out for the pretty forgotten parts of the country along the way," he explains as I swipe his card. "I'm taking the long way home now, and it's been an adventure. Just wish I had company along the way, someone who appreciates the little things that keep small towns like this on the map. But hey, I'll have a hell of a story for the folks back home over drinks this winter." Smiling, I pass his card back to him. "Oh, I'm sure you'll appreciate some of the antiques we have here. Have a look around on your way up to your room." "Sweetheart, I've already noticed. Like this desk? Let me guess." He pauses, pressing a palm to his forehead like he's trying to read minds. "It's from a bank. Turn of the century. Let's say roughly 1910? My jaw drops. "Dang, you're good. 1908 to be exact. It closed down in 2009 during the big financial crash. My grandfather was an eclectic collector." That's putting it mildly, but I'm legit impressed with Mr. Hudson's guess. He gives me a slow, bright smile that could be totally dangerous on a date. I wonder what he'd make of everything else stored here that we couldn't use in the remodel. The basement is still jam-packed with old curiosities, including the old safe from the same bank. Not to mention the barn overflowing with old cars, trucks, and motorcycles, including the one I crashed one fine day that chucked me onto my young, dumb butt. "I have you down for 2 nights," I say, confirming the booking Graham set up before I arrived. "Perfect. I might be extended once I've had a look around Dallas." "Would that be a problem?" he asks. I tear the printed receipt out of the machine and slide it toward him. "Not at all. Breakfast is served every morning at 8 o'clock sharp, and there's a printed guide in your room of local restaurants for other meals." I nod at the table behind him. "Don't miss out on the fresh cookies. They're always available." He slides the signed receipt back to me, tilting his face up for a sniff. "They smell sinful. But are there raisins?" The look on his face says he doesn't like them. "Sorry, yes, there are. I can make another kind in the next batch if you'd like." "I'm good, but thanks." He digs in his pocket and pulls out a small bag. "Actually, I've grown pretty fond of these infused almonds for snacking. You tried them?" I glance at the bag. "No, never heard of them." He dumps a couple almonds on the counter. "Go ahead, but be warned. They're terribly addicting." He pops one in his mouth, his sculpted jaw chewing with delight. Oof. I'm a little surprised at the food offer, but when a handsome man who's also a paying customer offers you some expensive-sounding nuts, well, why not? I pick up the other almond and palm it onto my tongue. I almost gag. As soon as it enters my mouth, this bitter, clingy taste, like a bag of salt soaked in 2-day-old coffee grounds, assaults my tongue. Hiding my disgust, barely, I pick up the receipt and turn around to grab a key from the credenza behind me. "This table is exquisite. Couldn't help but notice," he says, still crunching his snack that tastes like ass and dry rot. Knowing he means the cookie table, I take a second to discreetly grab a tissue from the box and spit the almond yuck into it. Like I said, my grandfather was a collector. He loved anything older than him. I flinch slightly at the sting of pain in my lower back as I start to walk around the desk. That damned pig. That damned man. Hopefully this stiffness works its way out during the day. I pass him the key. We're still pretty old school when it comes to room keys. No fancy electronic cards here. "Hope that's all right?" I say. "Thank you, and of course it is." He takes the key with one hand, but his gaze returns to the table. "Tell me, are any of your antiques for sale?" I blink at him. "I mean, they aren't really mine. I just work here. They belong to my grandmother." "Ah, of course. Forgive me for assuming you were the owner. I've stayed in too many highway motels lately that were a one-person pony show," he says with an easy smile. Right. Both Marty and I were concerned when Graham suggested opening the B&B. Neither of us liked the idea of her living alone with strangers in the house on a regular basis. Still don't, which is why Marty stops over practically every night. Being evasive, because there's no need to share more with a stranger. However friendly, I say, "I'm just here for a few weeks, probably. Then it's home to rent, bills, and civilization." "I'm glad you're here during my stay, Miss Rochelle," he says smoothly. Oh no, I'm blushing. I'm not sure if he's trying to flirt with me or what. I'm not even sure how to feel about it, except maybe I kinda like it. It's not every day a girl gets hit on by guys with fire looks, brains, and decent personalities, after all. I'm looking forward to having a look around town. Like I said, this excursion of mine is basically at my leisure. He lifts a brow. I could spend more time in Dallas, if I find anything especially appealing. Yep, he's flirting, and I am burning down. Even if his innuendo feels a tad lame, he's so good-looking, I can be generous. Last I checked, I'm still a young woman with a pulse. Oh, I've dated, and even had a steady boyfriend in college, but it's been a while. Totally by choice. Overall, I'm not interested in having a man uprooting my life, not before I'm settled in my career and I've finally upgraded to a place big enough for a puppy. I've spent some time dabbling in antiques professionally, he says, finding an excuse to linger. That's why I'm traveling the back roads of America, for treasures and sightseeing. Oh, like that show with those guys from Iowa, I smile. Sounds like a lot of fun. You must get around. I've watched it for years. I just keep the name to myself. I'm not sure I want to reveal just how big of an antiques nerd I truly am. I'm glad for his explanation, though. I don't like feeling on edge, and his interest in old stuff explains his statement about finding things that he's interested in. It's also a touch embarrassing that I'm letting this random guy chat me up. Chalk it up to my new role at the front desk. Plus, Weston's ridiculous antics and crap-flinging yesterday. Also, I'm still a little uneasy welcoming strangers into what used to be a lovely private home swirling with happy memories. Exactly, he says. And I'll be honest, I'd be interested in seeing more pieces like this table if your grandmother has anything similar around. I don't know, but I'll ask once she's home and settled again. She just got out of the hospital, so it could be a little while, I say slowly. I'm not an overly trusting person, and a pretty face doesn't lobotomize me. I don't expand on the subject. He gives me an understanding smile. Your room is upstairs, Mr. Hudson? Right at the end of the hall. Just look for the sign that says cockpit room. He glances at the wide staircase. Nothing about him suggests he can't climb the stairs, but I still gesture at the wall beside the staircase and the corner bend. There's an elevator right around the corner if you need it. The elevator was installed to meet accessibility standards, along with the ramp on the side of the big front porch. He nods, but those hawkish eyes cut through me. You said your grandfather was a collector, yes? Perhaps there are some things— Sorry, I interrupt, but everything belongs to my grandmother. Of course. My apologies. I can't help getting a little crazy over old things sometimes. Smiling, he pops another one of those wretched almonds in his mouth and holds out the bag. I'm good. I decline with a headshake, wondering how a man who looks this good can have such rancid taste. Let me guess. You're here to lend your family a hand? You mentioned your grandmother. Oof. I can't say I love how nosy he is. Even so, I bite my tongue to keep from saying anything rude. I'm here because she had hip replacement surgery, and my brother works full-time. She'll have some downtime after she's gotten home, that's for sure. Oh, damn. Sorry to hear it, he says, sounding sincere. I hope she's doing well. If she's around during my stay, I'd love to have a talk. No business, I promise. I'd enjoy hearing more about all the wonderful antiques she has here, and the stories behind them. Apparently, he's also a rock star at redeeming himself. I grin. Knowing Graham, she'd love the company. I think my emotions are all over the place because I'm just not over last night, and it still has me on edge. Do you need help with your luggage? I ask. Nah, no thank you, he says. It's just 2 bags, and I can manage. Again, please accept my apologies. I never meant any offense. There's nothing to apologize for, I say, walking to the door. Here, I'll hold the door for you if you want to bring your bags in. As I push open the door and step onto the porch, I hear an odd clip-clopping noise. Hudson steps onto the porch at the same time I realize Hercules is racing up the mobility ramp onto the porch, grunting and snorting like crazy. What the? Carson asks, his eyebrows flying up. It's the, neighbor pig, I say, grabbing his arm to coax him back inside before Hercules arrives at the door. Why is he here? Another great escape? He's already at the top of the ramp, barreling his way toward us faster than any fluffy black ball should ever run. I had no idea a pig could go turbo. I'm not sure what happens next, or how. It's all a fast, mad scramble of feet, Arms, legs, and bellowing swine. It's like a bad flashback from last night, only it's no flashback at all. It's happening. Again. With the world hanging upside down, I'm lying on top of a man, this time on the front porch. The smells aren't familiar or pleasant, nor is there any of the strongman comfort I felt when it was Weston breaking my fall. This time it's Carson, and his fingers dig into my arms like I'm the only thing keeping him from falling through the earth's crust. Panicked in a rush to get off him, I'm horrified at how one of my knees ends up between his thighs. Way too close for comfort, his or mine. He also has a death grip. I managed to break loose and leap to my feet after a lot of squirming, my eyes darting around for Hercules. He's there all right, eating something off the porch floor like a fat round vacuum cleaner. When I realize what he's feasting on, I gasp. Those butt-flavored almonds, the entire bag, which must have slipped out of the poor man's hand. Oh, crud. Shaking off his stupor, Carson scrambles to his feet, his mouth askew as he stares in disbelief at Herc, who shears the bag clean open with his snout and one porky leg perched on the corner. Sweet Jesus. I consider stealing the bag away, but common sense tells me it's a lost cause. The uninvited porker will chew my arm off before he lets me take those nuts, which might be fit for pig-grade treats anyway. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Mr. Hudson. So sorry. I swallow hard, flashing him a mournful look, trying to make light of everything I add. Welcome to country living in North Dakota? Ignoring my bad joke, he grasps me tight, running his hands down both of my arms and back up again. Are you okay? Miss Rochelle, are you hurt? His touch makes my skin bristle. I want to pull my arms away from his hold, but guilt drills deep. I should be the one asking him if he's hurt, considering he's the guest and all. I'm fine. How about you? I'm so sorry. This isn't normally a thing here. I don't even know how we fell. It happened so fast. Well, it started with this pig-shaped battering ram, and gravity did the rest. I suppose my little stash has some blame, too. He lets out a small laugh and gives me a rather intimate look. I'm happy I went down first, so I could break your fall. I smile back, feeling my cheeks heat again. Oh boy, I really don't know how to read this guy. He should be screaming pissed, or at least giving me the passive-aggressive Jekyll and Hyde treatment most rich city guys normally deliver. And his answer about breaking my fall was a billion times more charming than the nasty quip from West last night. He made it perfectly clear that saving the pig was a priority, and I was a freaking nuisance. He sure loves my almonds. I only wish I had more, Carson says with amusement, glancing at Hercules, who's busy dragging his snout over the porch floor, frantically searching for leftovers. A wave of frustration washes over me. I'm so sorry. I'll replace those at cost. Carson rubs my arms gently. Nonsense. I have more packed. I actually dropped the bag to keep him from running into you. Huh? I don't remember being hit by Hercules. Then how or why did we fall? Why did I end up on top of Carson? He didn't pull me down on top of him on purpose. Did he? No way. That doesn't make sense. Hercules! Damn it, boy, you've got a date with my freezer, a gruff voice clips. The sound of Weston, the eternal jackass, approaching stabs through me, fast and hot as summer lightning. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him rounding the corner of the house. He stops there to stare at us on the porch. I won't turn around. This is all his fault. I shouldn't have to face him and his prick of a mouth again, but I know I must, because I also know Weston won't leave until we've settled this stupidity. Snorting, Hercules waddles across the porch to the ramp when he sees his caretaker coming with what looks like a large leather dog leash, clenched in one hand. I draw in a fortifying breath before telling Carson, "Pardon me, that's the pig's owner. I need to have a word." Carson squeezes my shoulders one more time and whispers, "He's a mean-looking guy. You need backup?" "Backup? From him?" I hold in a snort. He's an odd bird for sure, even if he is cute. Getting all defensive. Or maybe I'm just dreading another run-in with West. "No thanks. I'm good," I say. "All right. Good luck, lady." He releases my arms and I draw in another deep breath before turning. Weston waits near the bottom of the ramp, eyeballing Hercules, who slowly makes his way down with this scolded dog look that almost makes me laugh. I take the stairs and arrive near Weston before the pig finishes moving down the ramp. "You really need to learn how to keep him in one place," I say. But Weston isn't moving. He folds his arms, staring straight ahead like he doesn't even notice me. I follow his glare and, oh God. It's fixed on Carson, who's slowly making his way to his car, this expensive-looking charcoal black vehicle parked near the front. "I see you've made a friend," West says coldly. "Sure did. He's a paying guest here. A guest your delightful pig could have injured," I say, my inner bitch creeping into my voice. "A guest that you invited here," he throws back, turning an angry look on me. "Huh? It's a bed and breakfast, Weston. Lending folks a room is kinda what we do. This guy had his plans in place with Graham well before I ever arrived." "Sure." He drags his ice blue eyes off me, like I'm the one who's in the wrong here. He can't be flipping serious. I press my teeth together, fighting to hold in my temper. I don't need to embarrass myself again like at the rally, and he's got no earthly right to be acting. I don't even know. Jealous? Is that what's causing this temper tantrum? Dear Lord. It's obvious that he saw the way Carson was holding me, rubbing my arms and shoulders, and he's reading far more into it. Let him. I stopped caring what Weston McKnight thought years ago, ever since he cut himself out of my life and left without a single solitary goodbye. He nods at Carson's flashy car. "You should have warned him, Shell." Do I even want to know? For some unholy reason, I ask, "What are you talking about? Warned him about what?" "An electric car in oil country?" He shrugs. I turn to see Carson lifting another big suitcase and what looks like a laptop bag out of the trunk of his car. The silvery T-shaped logo announces it's a Tesla. A gorgeous ride for sure, and as out of place in Dallas as a zebra would be at a rodeo. North Earhart Oil made this town and supports every aspect of the community. You can't be serious. I have zero control over what cars guests drive, I tell Weston. You, however, should try managing your cute little oinker before somebody gets hurt, unless you want to be Dallas's first pig liability case. Again, I get that infuriating roll of midnight blue eyes. "He was looking for your grandma. Thelma brings him treats most mornings, and I'll bet he was wondering why she's been MIA lately," he says. I purse my lips together. I know there's a bowl in the kitchen with a laminated note beside it, warning what goes in it and what can't. I thought it was an allergy thing. I never put anything in there because there weren't any guests to cook breakfast for this morning. Graham never mentioned the scraps were for Hercules, but now I think the note does have an H on the top. It clicks in my head. "Come on over, Herc." He softens his voice to mild grump, patting the short, stubby hair covering the pig's dark back. "We know when we aren't welcome." Holy hell. Why do I let him get under my skin? Why? My thoughts flit back to years ago, when he was grinding my gears. We didn't have this prickly awkwardness between us then, but he was never far as Marty's partner in crime. "You knew Marty went to pick up Graham," I shouted after them. "There wouldn't be any treats for Hercules this morning. You let him out on purpose so you could charge over here and spy on me." I don't care how he tries to deny it. I trust my gut. Rounding the house with the pig at his side, he wears this smirk that stops me in my tracks. "Still trying to flatter yourself, Shelley. Isn't it time you grew up? I rush to the corner, my eyes searching the lot to make sure Carson doesn't hear us fighting. Me? That's rich. Last I checked, there's only one overgrown kid here, West, and it ain't me. He bursts out laughing, practically inviting steam to shoot out my ears, and keeps on walking. I stomp a foot on the ground and briefly consider picking up a rock from the flower bed and pitching it right at his smug turd of a face. I know I can't do that. Besides landing me in a mess of real trouble, it'd be proving his point. Spinning around, I march back to the porch, muttering to myself with every step. I don't see Carson until the last second. He's just standing there, waiting, controlled and polite. He's a guest. Be nice, pleasant as you please. Lord, but this is going to be a long few weeks working at Amelia's. Finding everything you need, Mr. Hudson? I ask, mustering my best customer service smile. Carson's computer bag hangs on one arm, but as soon as I arrive at the bottom of the steps, he throws an arm around my shoulders and pulls me closer. He's not a very good neighbor, I take it, he says conspiratorially. Listen, if there's anything I hate, it's these local yokels with a degree in asshole. The worst, I agree with a sigh, forcing myself to not shrink away. He actually feels a little comforting, even if I don't need him any more than I need Weston. Then a honking horn splits us apart. For a hot second, I'm thinking it's West, who's such a jealous caveman he'd actually come tearing in and render me deaf just to satisfy his silly territorial streak. We turn to face the small parking lot. Marty's red pickup pulls in a second later, with my very weirded-out-looking brother staring hard. Can this get more humiliating? Excuse me, that's my brother and our maintenance manager, I tell Carson, stepping away. Just let me know if you need anything. I hope you enjoy your stay. Marty climbs out of the driver's door when I arrive at his truck, his crop of coppery brown hair flopping in the cool breeze. Who was that? New customer, guest, whatever, I say, walking to the passenger side, pinching the bridge of my nose. With his arm around you? He cocks his head. Sis, we're selling rooms, not company. Long story, I huff out. I don't elaborate either. I just walk over and open Graham's door. Shelley Bean. Oh goodness, it's been too long. Her smiling face greets me instantly, and so do her arms. The woman still has a hurricane-force bear hug, even when she's barely home from surgery. She's also curious why the new guest was getting all touchy-feely. Sigh. I ignore her questions just long enough to keep my focus on helping her into the wheelchair Marty unloads from the back of the truck. After wheeling her into the house, I follow up by fetching her belongings. I'm glad when Marty points out that another guest just arrived, and I hurry to the front room where a husband and wife check in, explaining they're here to see the Big Cat Sanctuary, run by Weston's aunt and uncle. Once they're situated, I let out a sigh of relief when I glance out the window. Carson's fancy-schmancy car is gone. Fine by me. I don't need Marty giving him the 5th degree, much less Graham. My relief doesn't last long, though, because when I scan the parking area, I notice Marty standing beside his truck, talking to someone who worries me a lot more than Carson Hudson. Weston. My hand trembles as it folds into a little fist. I bite my lip, wishing I could telepathically beam my loathing into his head. The thought makes me smile, but it's also kind of sad. God, what happened to us? Does life just automatically get suckier the older you get? With Marty, we were 3 best friends. Now there's just this gaping chasm, this pattern of familiar sniping with none of the old smiles and warmth. I hate how it's like I've been flung back in time with none of the laughter, the jokes, the butterflies. It's like the past 7 years just disappeared. I'm 16 again, with 2 scheming older boys who have their noses up in everything I do, and one boy who's already trampled my heart.
4. wallowing in mud. Weston. Thanks, I say, dropping the crumpled bills the customer just gave me into the tip jar. There are days when I wonder why I still pick up extra hours at the Purple Bobcat. I don't need the money when I've got my own shop, plus towing biz, and fixing cars brings in far more coin than slinging drinks. Then again, this place is owned by my Uncle Grady, a stand-up guy, and business has been good. So solid, in fact, that he's finally landed several other employees and doesn't need my help to fill holes like he did when he was getting off the ground. I'd needed his assistance, though, just a few short years ago, after I returned home from the soul-staining bear trap known as Afghanistan. Uncle Grady understood what I'd been through. He was in the army, too. A deadly sniper with more medals squirreled away than any other man I've ever met. We're both in good company. Plenty of other folks in Dallas have done their patriotic duty, too, across the 20-year brushfire wars after 9/11, volunteering sweat, muscle, and valor for every reason under the sun. To serve our country, to help others, to gain valuable career skills between the heroics, to get the fuck out of Dallas. That last one was part of my reason. I'm not ashamed to admit my intentions weren't always pure. Hell, I needed to get away. Right now I'm feeling that same way, that pull at the back of my mind that makes me wonder if I'm cut out to spend my whole life here, just like my uncle and his rugrats. I also want a drink more than I've wanted one in years. Danger. Maybe that's another reason I still work here at the bar, exposing myself to the very thing that once had my life by the throat reminds me where I'm going and what I'll never be again. It reminds me just how fucking damaging an uncontrolled spiral into the bottle can be. Uncle Grady saw that, and he'd been there. He was angry when I needed him to be angry with me, and a kind ear when I needed that too. That's why I keep working here, I think. So he knows that the time and effort he put into helping me out of my hole is still paying off. I'll tumble into my grave before I ever dive back into substance abuse. It's a screaming miracle I've spent several years dry, minus a couple odd beers I can count on one hand and one stupid but spirited drinking contest at Uncle Grady's wedding. Besides his personal commitment, Uncle Grady introduced me to the local vets program. Thank fuck he did, because I needed the community. That's why I started the rallies. Why I made my childhood interest in trucks that could roll over a Humvee mean something. They're a fundraising pipeline for the same programs that helped me. I can't take back the past, but I can do something in a visceral present where vets of all stripes need all the help they can get. Granted, I came late to the hellish party long after it started overseas, almost a decade in. I trained, I fought, I killed. Then came the day my unit was destroyed. Good men and women cut to tatters right before my eyes under a cruel, unblinking sun. It was just one more ambush among hundreds. Hardly a blip in the press, which lost interest covering a forgotten war until its nightmarish end, and nobody gave a damn. Month by month, the war receded, and so did its rights and wrongs and what-ifs. I stayed through the loss, served through the tears, and wondered 10,000 times why I was left to breathe another day when so many others with lives and families bigger than mine were obliterated. And when I couldn't do it anymore, when I got sick of good people being shredded by a meat grinder with ever-moving goalposts that changed with the seasons, I came home. I came back intact and standing, not like the others in their coffins. A flag folded around their spirits, while new bodies deployed to take our place, until the agonizing end. That's how this shit works. We were just soldiers, a policy wonk's currency, trying like hell to do the right thing and locked into doing what we were ordered. Honestly, I was so busy over there that it didn't fully hit me until after I returned. Then I woke up half the week in a glacial sweat, breathless and screaming. I couldn't tell you how many pillows I tore apart in my fits. Everything I heard about how fucking hard it is to stand down, to come home, to be a human being again in a safe nook of small-town America came true like a demented fairy tale. No, it wasn't all bad. The army, the discipline, the education, and friendships forged in blood were good for me. It was the demons of war that were relentless, always tearing at my throat. I had come to grips with myself, with letting myself get help, and now I'm wondering if I can use what I've learned to help me make peace with something else. Rochelle damn Simon. Shelley. Shell. I can't shake her out of my mind. She's embedded like a thorn, all pig run-ins and biting words. All 5'5" of her framing a fancy new set of curves I want to roam with my tongue. She's not a scrawny girl anymore. Fuck, I like that she rocks a grippable ass and ample chest and hair that's only softer than her little muffin top of a belly I want to shake until my bones split. I never denied I had it bad for her. I just didn't know how screwed I really was until she showed up and brought my rally to an oinking halt. Sunset red hair, emerald green eyes, voice like a flute crafted by an angel, even when she's giving me hell. Damn if I can't hear it in my sleep. It's a welcome break from the nightmares. To make matters worse, that sleazy city slicker is still stinking up the B&B with his trash-ass nuts. It's been almost a week since Herc dragged me over there, and I can't figure out why the asshole wants to hang around this town any longer. Besides Shelley. I asked around. Marty insists Thelma took the guy's reservation before she'd gone into the hospital, and Shell didn't know him before he checked in. I saw him that day, though. There was no unseeing that glint in his eye. Smiling like a dumb kid on prom night, his filthy paws on her, rubbing her arms. She told Thelma that Hercules knocked them over, but they were standing when I caught a glimpse. They were so close, a feather would hardly fit between them.
"Weston, 2 drafts,"
a voice calls. I nod at the server and grab 2 ice-cold mugs. With my mind still on Shell and hating that I care, I'm all thumbs. 1 mug slips and hits the floor. Thankfully, the rubber mat saves it from shattering. I pick it up, drop it in the sink, and grab a new glass, only to have it overflow when the draft handle sticks. Fuck me. I need to get my mind off Rochelle Simon, or it's going to be the longest October of my life. As much as I'd like to escape, just hop in my truck and follow the road wherever it leads me, that's not possible. I have work at the garage coming out my ears till the snow flies, plus a car show coming up around Halloween I'm helping organize. Somebody's wheels always need fixing around here. And business is good when you're the only on-call emergency mechanic with his own towing rig in town. I'm still mopping up spilled beer when a big hand slaps my shoulder.
"How's it going, West?"
Uncle Grady's voice booms over the other chatter. No complaints, I say, lying through my teeth. I force a smile for my uncle and feel like a fool. If I think I have a full plate, all I have to do is look at Uncle Grady. He came home from war to a sick wife who passed away, leaving him with 2 rambunctious daughters to raise on his own. That all changed massively last year when he got remarried after the wildest ride of his life. When he's not at the Bobcat, he's with his wife, working hard at managing the new big cat sanctuary at the edge of his property. The whole town came together to kickstart the place, and it's been mighty good for tourism ever since. Everything okay with Bruce? I can't resist asking.
He's wondering when you're going to visit, Grady says. You spoiled him green with that buffalo steak last time.
I chuckle, remembering how the tiger wolfed it down. Safely through the cage, of course, because I'm not anxious to ever relive the time I was face to face with that Bengal monster and nothing between us. Waking up to a tiger staring at me was some wild shit I'll never forget.
How you holding up?
Uncle Grady asks. It's been slow this afternoon, but the evening crowd's picking up.
I can take over. You're not supposed to be putting in more than 4-hour shifts.
You sure? I can stay longer. I straighten up. I really don't mind helping him out. He frowns.
Since when would you rather sling beers than work on a motor?
Unc, I don't have anything critical to repair today. My towing side especially keeps me running. Today, I shut down at noon because I'm waiting on a large parts delivery from Bismarck before I can get anything else done on the busted minivan sitting in my shop.
Thought you had to get old Doug's cars ready for the show. We're only a few weeks away,
Grady says. Filling a tall glass of water, he glugs down. Shit, I almost forgot how fast the clock is ticking. Thelma agreed to have me check in like usual before the car show. I need to give the cars their normal tune-up routine I've been doing since Doug was still alive and trusted me enough to care for his collection. I do, but I've got time, I say.
Still can't believe that was his little Shelley you rescued the other night. God bless that pig.
Grinning, he takes a long drink of water.
The girl must have been about 17 the last time I saw her.
Probably, I say, acting as nonchalant as possible.
How's Thelma doing?
Basically back to her new crazy self. This town better bar the door knowing she's got a new hip, I say. He looks at me over his glass, his eyes narrowed. What? I ask. I haven't seen her, but Marty says she's fine.
And Shelley?
I clear my throat. I haven't talked to her much since I made sure she didn't wind up under the loader.
Why not?
Why would I? I raise my eyebrows. Grady shrugs.
Nothing, West. I just recall a time when the three of you were inseparable.
Marty's still my number one. Shelley, she was always just tail gunner. She's got a different life now, and she's done a lot of growing up ever since she moved away.
You used to watch her like a hawk. I remember the stories I'd hear from my brother and Aunt Faye.
He gives me another one of his famous grins, his teeth shining through his thick black halo of beard.
You two must have a lot of catching up to do. Just gotta make time for it.
I clench my jaw, wishing I could disappear through the floor. Uncle Grady's not that much older than me. He's always been more like a big brother than an uncle. He also knows me like a book he's read so many times he can quote by heart. I watched over Shell in those days because she needed it. I was her protector, and she was my damsel in distress. The brat next door who was too bouncy, too intense, too moonstruck, and way too young. Shaking my head firmly to clear it, I look at him. From what I hear, she's only in town for a few weeks till Thelma recovers. Then she'll be flying back to D.C.
Unless she finds a good reason to stay longer,
he says sharply. Before I can ask what the hell he means, wishing I didn't already know, he gives me another bone-rattling shoulder slap and turns, heading for his backroom office. Unless. An hour later, those words are still branded in my mind while I've got my face in the guts of an old Volkswagen with a flashlight. I keep telling myself I don't want Shelley staying any longer than necessary. I've got my life under control, found a routine that's good for me. Hell, better than good. I'm doing what I love with my hands. My friends and family are an arm's throw away. I've got a paid-off house, money invested, and more business coming every day. I pitch in for charity and never leave a man down, whether that's helping my uncle save a stray tiger or just making sure a fellow vet between jobs has 3 square meals and a place to crash. I even have a damn pig. He's not so bad on the days he stays in his pen, and I'm not tempted to grind him into breakfast sausage. What more could a man want? Shell doesn't belong here in Dallas. When she leaves, she'll be back at the museum full-time, according to Marty. That's her place. Everything she dreamed about ever since she was a pint-sized geek with glasses thicker than beer mugs. It's where I always wanted her to wind up too, living out her love for history. She needed the perfect opportunity to explore without getting homesick and see the world beyond this little town. Dallas has its rustic charms, don't get me wrong, but it's not suitable for some lofty dreams.
Hey,
a voice calls. My neck snaps up so fast the back of my head bangs the hood of the old VW. The old rear pusher has the motor in the back and the trunk in the front, meaning I'm wedged between it and the wall of the barn behind me, leaving me little room to avoid a head injury. Even less room for escape with her standing in the open barn door, the sun glistening off those auburn curls I could wrap around my fist and pull. "Hey yourself," I say, leaning back over the engine to finish tightening the battery cables, trying my damnedest to avoid thinking about how gorgeous she looks.
sorry if I made you bonk your head,
she says shyly. It was nothing, I grumble, hiding how my head throbs.
Working on Herbie, huh?
I instantly snort at that name. Typical Shell. She'd named the VW bug that years ago after watching that old movie, and at one time she even wanted hearts and the words "love bug" painted on it. Luckily, old Doug hadn't agreed to that, and I helped him paint the car a solid cherry red years ago. Just putting the battery in Herb and checking things out, I say.
Marty said you'd be stopping by this afternoon. Something about a car show coming up?
Yep.
Will you be showing off all of Grandpa's old cars?
If Thelma wants them in public, sure, I answer, not caring to explain that no, a few cars won't be making surprise appearances. There are a couple I wouldn't dare risk getting so much as a hairpin scratch on their pristine paint jobs. Plus, more cars to transport means enlisting more guys to help me move them around.
She says you take good care of them,
Shell says quietly. True enough. My jaw tightens as I nod. I do it for free because I can't stand the thought of these old beauties going to pieces. I start their engines and drive them every month just so the brakes don't lock up and everything keeps moving. Letting old cars idle is the worst thing you can do to them. I've taken each vehicle to my shop in a regular rotation, too, and put them up for a complete inspection, oil and fluid changes, minor part replacements, the works. I know how much the old cars mean to Thelma Simon. Probably more than they had to Doug, considering it's the biggest piece of himself her husband left behind. I'm sure that's why she's never said a word about selling them. Some aren't worth a ton, while others are damn near priceless. Especially the exotic Corvette in the far corner, a rare puppy sure to make anyone with a hard-on for cars flip their lid.
So is this like a charity thing, or do you just love old cars that much?
She asks, slowly approaching with this half-smile I'd like to bite off her face. Just being neighborly, I shrug. It'd cost her a fortune to find somebody else to do it right, and since I'm available... Shelley stops beside the VW, within reach, which hammers me in ways it shouldn't. My blood runs faster, hotter, This instant greed coursing through me like some club-waving cave idiot trying to think with his dick first and his brain dragging a mile behind him. I hate how being flat-out wrong does nothing to squelch this shit. I hate how Shell stirs me up like a blender without even trying. This woman has a gift for catapulting me back to the past. My mistakes, my buried dreams, and impossible desires. She fucking curdles my present, electrifying my system with flaring urges. I don't realize I'm holding my breath till I look up at her. She's fidgeting, running a soft hand over the side of the car and glancing around the barn at the other cars draped with their fitted covers. Is she as nervous as I am?
Well, that's why I'm here too, Mr. Neighborly. You need anything? Are you hungry?
You, naked, preferably wrapped around me inside this 50-year-old shoebox I'd rather call fuckbug. I'd probably cramp a couple of limbs for life if I tried to do anything inside the bug, but God willing, I'd try. I blink away the filthy thoughts, shifting my weight to hide the bulge in my pants. Shit. Her being neighborly is the last thing I need. Stepping away from the car, I drop the wrench in my toolbox. I've got my thermos and coffee, but thanks, you can run along, I tell her. She doesn't move an inch.
Okay, I also came to apologize.
She sighs heavily.
Look, I'm going to be here for a little while, maybe through early December. We'll be stuck being neighbors, West, and that's a pretty long time to avoid each other, so I'm sorry for being foolish the night of the rally when I went after Hercules, and again for making you so angry when Herc ran over to Amelia's.
I stare at her, trying to process that hurt look in her eyes around the tumble of auburn hair. What the fuck is she saying between the lines? You didn't piss me off, and I'm not avoiding shit, I say, hoping to head her off.
Oh, then why haven't you said hello to Graham? She keeps asking about you.
Because she just had surgery a week ago and needs her rest. I know you and Marty set her up like a queen. If she needs anything, just shout. Shell looks on quietly, twisting her heart-shaped lips in this pensive hell look.
She says you used to stop by every morning if she didn't drop by first for Herc's scraps.
Damn. So that's why she came out here to eat humble pie. She's looking at me like I'm Thelma's little hero. Every morning? That's an exaggeration, I say coldly, closing the bug's hood. I'd swing by to check on her when I knew Marty was pulling long shifts, yeah, especially in the winter. If she needs her driveway plowed so she's not buried alive, it's no skin off my nose. Good thing her granddaughter's here now to help with the rest. Shelley twists around and leans on the side of the car, stretching out her long, shapely legs and crossing them at the ankles. Awesome. My magma blood practically scalds me from the inside out at the sight of all that golden skin. She looks like a proper country girl today with her brown sandals, jean shorts, and a flowery pink and white t-shirt that leaves little to the imagination. There's a lot I'd rather be doing than banging these clumsy words together. I must be going certifiably insane.
I bet you don't like the idea of random strangers sleeping in her house either, do you?
She asks. We lock eyes. You kidding? The place keeps her going. She was already at it for years when I came home. Screw my opinion.
That's not an answer, West.
She blinks at me with this playful, teasing look that only prolongs my agony. I swear to God I'm imagining it. I have to be. She has every right to hate my guts, not make goo-goo eyes like she's got Cupid's arrow stuck in her butt and she's trying just as hard as I am not to collide in a clawing tangle of fingers and lips. It's none of my business, and I'm sure it's not yours, lady. We both know Thelma's a born ass-kicker. If anybody tried anything underhanded, you'd have every farmer in a 100-mile radius reporting unexplained sightings of flying balls the next day. She laughs, doubling over.
Whatever, dude. You kind of made it your business by stopping in every morning to check on her.
Fuck that laugh. The melody lingers in the air, pulling a smile out of me. Damn her. That always happened in the past. She's got the sort of infectious, sweetly obnoxious giggle that could make a cold-blooded hitman crack a grin. Even when she pissed me off, her laugh could make me forgive a war crime. What can I say? I bite back my smile and shrug for what feels like the 100th time today. Thelma's coffee was always the best, and it beats making my own. That's why I really come by to check on her. I think it's how she brews it over the stove. No exaggeration. The first few months I was home, I needed that coffee every morning, almost as bad as the nagging urge for the bottle. Guilt over not visiting Thelma since her return punches me in the gut. How's she doing anyway? I ask, folding my arms and sizing Shell up.
Good. She's taking it slow, which is pretty hard for her. A nurse is supposed to see her tomorrow for a check-in, and they'll tell us when she can start regular rehab. You can stop in any time you want.
I nod. Maybe I will when I'm done here. She pushes off the car and walks to the back of the barn. I'm about to yell at her to quit messing around when I know what's caught her eye. We both know it before she even grabs the corner of the cover and lifts it up with a startled giggle.
Oh my God, I had no clue Grandpa kept this old thing. Will the bike be on display too?
She turns, her eyes all glistening emerald. Why, you want to take the motorcycle for another spin and bang it up again? She grimaces and flips me off.
You would bring that up. I drove it for miles, and I was almost home when I took that last turn too fast.
You were warned not to touch it, I growl, as if her little accident was only yesterday. As if I'm still the same man ready to come charging to her rescue without this ball-bruising interest in Marty's kid sister and her hot grown-up physique. She flips the cover back a little more and takes a good look under it before she asks.
So, will it be at the show?
Nah.
Why not?
She turns around, startled. Because you'll be there, and I'd be an idiot to risk seeing you take it for a joyride again.
Shut up.
She rolls her eyes.
If you haven't noticed, I'm a grown woman, West. I was lucky enough to put my hands on Model Ts and sop with camels with the Smithsonian. I've survived DC traffic for years.
Grown woman? Oh, I've noticed all right. Bet they didn't let you start 'em up, and city driving can't hold a candle to these dark, winding country roads at night. You're still the same Shell to me, annoying as hell. I grind out, harsher than I intend. She drops the cover back down over the motorcycle with a pout.
You know, I want to think the Army made you such a jackass, but somehow, I doubt it. You always had a jerk streak. Looks like it's only gotten worse.
And you were always a spoiled brat. I walk over and lift the hood on an orange and black Mach 1 Mustang to put the battery in it. I never leave the batteries in the cars. If one explodes from volatile North Dakota temperature changes or leaks, it could cause corrosion that could ruin the car.
So how was it, anyway? Marty says you never talk much about it.
What? I grab the Mustang's battery off the shelf.
The Army? Afghanistan? Everything you dreamed it would be? Everything worth leaving town so suddenly?
Leaving me. Leaving behind your promise to write. That's what she's not saying. I hear it crystal clear in her tone. Not about to face that shit head on, I carry the battery over and set it on the compartment with a bored shrug. What's to say? I came, I saw, I served. I was lucky to get home without dying, I tell her. God damn, I hate how even the blandest summary I can come up with still makes me pinch my teeth.
What, you're not going to answer?
She asks. Why should I? Damn, you've gotten nosier than I remember.
Because I care, Weston.
She throws back and then adds quietly.
At least I used to.
Ignoring the sudden rawness in my throat, I stomp over and swipe a wrench out of my toolbox. Because maybe I don't want you caring, Shelley. You wasted half your teen years worrying too much about me. I had Marty and my parents for moral support, or what the fuck ever. Didn't need a third wheel. I cast her a quick, steely-eyed look. I'm not trying to be a raging dick. I just want her to stop scratching at the past and that lame-ass crush she clung to till the day I left. Our lives are too different, then and now. Not to mention the screaming fact that she's Marty's kid sister, too much like my own. Also, there's no earthly way she wants to hear about the war. Some parts of that hell gauntlet I'll never tell anyone, not even Uncle Grady or the guys at the VFW. I just wish she made it easier to shut her down without giving me that wide-eyed, glassy stare like I just kicked a puppy in front of her. It's nothing personal. I'm a private man and I don't want questions about what the hell went on over there. No more than I want you out here bothering me. Bothering you? She flings it back at me with venom in her voice. Yes, bothering me. If you hadn't noticed, I'm trying to do your grandma a favor. I don't mean to sound like a giant asshole. I just want her gone. She's making me think about shit I used to want in a past life. Things that other people have that I don't and never will. Like Uncle Grady, who's happier than I've ever seen him this past year, ever since he shacked up with that strange, tiger-obsessed woman who fits his life like a glove. Willow filled the pothole in his world in ways he never knew he needed. I'm happy for him, and I'm also well aware that's his life. Definitely not what's meant for me. Definitely not with her, of all 40 million single women in the country. Got it. I'm sorry to intrude on your oh-so-precious time, she snaps, tossing her nose in the air. I ignore her as her shoes scuff the floor, hopefully a sign she's leaving. Nope, I'm not that lucky. She turns, waiting for my eyes, a hand cocked on her hip. You know, you could at least be civil with me after all this time. I never even asked about... I shoot her a glare that stops her mid-sentence. Thank fuck. This is not the day to talk about broken promises, all the reasons why I couldn't send her a single letter. I tried, I say bluntly. I tried to give you polite. Her glare hardens. So this is it then? This is how you want it to be? We act like strangers with an old grudge, or I guess we don't act like anything at all? Whatever works. I shrug so hard my shoulders ache. Okie dokie. With one last sharp glance, she whirls and marches to the door. Glad you understand, I call after her, hating my big mouth the second it's out. I'm not expecting what she throws back with so much anger. I hate you, Weston McKnight. Hate? That's a strong-ass word. I fucking bristle like I've been hit by an arrow. Pissed that she always needs the last word and angrier at myself for making her say them. What the hell is my malfunction? Did Afghanistan make me such a total broken porcupine? And just when I think she's done, she turns again, striding several quick steps toward me with a finger stuck out like a dagger. And just so we're clear, my name's Rochelle now, not Shelley and not effing Shell. Rochelle. Learn it, use it, and stop being such a juvenile idiot. I stare right through her till she turns, like I'll ever forget that name. I fight the urge to rip out my eyes as they stayed glued to her ass until she disappears from view. Then I stick my head back under the hood of the Mustang and try to make peace with Shel Simon, wishing I never existed. Like it's even fucking possible.
5. Pearls before swine. Rochelle. Welp, he did it again. Worse, I let him. I allowed Weston Jerkwad McKnight to get me so flaming mad I'd like to spin right around and pitch a rock at his smug, grumpy grump face. Doesn't he get it? I was trying to be nice, to make a truce, to come to some kind of understanding so we could stand being neighbors while I'm here, but he doesn't want that, apparently. Neither should I. He can go straight to hell along with his stupid black t-shirt showing off those stupid biceps bigger than my head, and the stupid ripples of his sculpted chest, and even his stupid diamond-cut abs. Can you tell I'm pissed? I hate that he's right. We don't need to waste more breath on each other, picking at a ghosting act that happened years ago, and he doesn't care to explain. Ugh! Being home and helping Graham would be so much easier if he was still just gone. I'm halfway across the yard between the house and barn when I stop near a tree. There used to be a double cedar swing hanging here. It's mega bittersweet to see my first memory of life in Dallas gone. I spend hours of my life in that swing from the very first summer we'd moved here. I turn around and stare at the barn. Poison longing tainting my blood. Weston didn't even tell me he was going away. I heard it first from Marty. It was at the dinner table one evening. My brother just blurted out what he'd heard about Weston, following up with that recruiter he'd met with months ago. He'd be leaving for boot camp in days. No planned goodbye, no final word, no big reveal, no comfort. I was heartbroken. No, I was gutted. For most of my life, he was technically Marty's friend. But after our parents died and we moved in with Grandma and Grandpa permanently, I considered him my best friend too. I was 12 and completely lost after the death of my parents. I needed all the friends I could get. Someone who could make me laugh on bad days. Someone who could keep a secret after snowball fights on glittering farm fields caked with pearly ice. Someone who was there to pull me out of trouble, without judgment, even if we always had this playful spark that made me think, hope, and dream it could burn into something brilliant and bigger and lasting. That was Weston McKnight, once upon a time. That was the man I started to love when I was too young, too dumb, and too heartbroken to realize people change, and sometimes they lie. Old memories rake my brain, my vision, like a cactus while I'm leaning against the tree. I'm still in Dallas, but not in the current year. 11 years ago. The warm summer air buzzes with dandelion wisps and lazy bumblebees so fat they look like they'll fall right out of the air. Fresh cut grass makes my nostrils tingle. Grandpa just finished up with his old riding mower that Graham says is on its last legs. I'm not sure what she means by that, but the smell makes me sad. It reminds me of Dad cutting the neat lawn at our house in a little Minnesota suburb that already feels more like a dream than a real place. Another life, another time, another family. It's not our house any longer. It was sold promptly after Mom and Dad died, and we moved here. I always loved coming here for the summers, sure, but I miss my parents. I miss them like a severed limb I'll never get back. I ache for them so much that tears sting my eyes as I watch Grandpa drive his mower into the barn with a jolly wave, his green hat pulled over his brow. I hear Marty laughing. He's in there with his friend Weston from next door. That makes my brother happy, having a buddy his age nearby. Me? I don't have any friends who live close enough. It's not like the old place where we knew all the neighborhood kids. Bella and that Tori girl are plenty nice when they come every summer. They're older, and they're kind to me, even though I'm not much good at dancing like Tori, 3 names, or horse riding with Bella and her gramps, Old Man Reed. No denying I love to see their old mischief maker of a horse, though. I wish I could feed Edison candy canes with Bella all day. Honestly, though, living out here with such wide fields and dusty little roads that seem to roll on forever, Sometimes you forget you have neighbors at all. Throw in the fact that it's summer and there's no school, and I'm one lonely lady. I don't get to see my friends very often, but Marty and Weston are always together. They've been in the barn since morning, tinkering with one of Grandpa's old cars. I wish I had a friend like Weston, but I'm a girl, and he's a boy. He's older, too. I'm only 12. He and Marty are 16. I pull my knees up on the seat of the swing and wrap my arms around them. The swing was made for the front porch originally, but Grandpa hung it out here off a massive limb of this big tree for me after we'd moved in. I love it, but I'm still sad. I spend a lot of time on it alone, lost in my thoughts. "Shelly Bean, come get your favorite cookies," Gram yells out the back door. I smile, knowing she means a fresh-baked batch of chocolate chips made with cocoa so dark it makes my mouth pucker with delight. Cookies are awesome, sure, but they're not what I'm pining for today, or most days. Grandpa, Marty, and Weston strut out of the barn, tossing around jargon about some engine thing I can't follow. Grandpa waves at me to join them as they're heading for the house, and so does Marty. I don't want to join them, even if I know I should. Grandpa and Marty keep walking to the house, but Weston doesn't. He bows out and walks toward me, angling to the swing. Oh my gosh, I'm too young to get why my heart starts leaping like a scared grasshopper every time he's around, or why I forget all my words every time he's around. "How can you turn down Thelma's chocolate chips?" he asks, concern twinkling in his one-of-a-kind sky-blue eyes. "Are you sick?" I shake my head. "Scared of something?" I shake my head again. "Having a sad day?" he asks, softening his voice. I shrug, twisting my lips. "It's okay to be sad sometimes." He sits down beside me. "But it's better to have days when you're happy." There's something comforting about having his weight balance the long swing as it bobs gently. I nod because I don't know what to say. "Want to know what I do when I'm feeling crappy?" he asks. Slowly, I venture a shy look at him and nod again. "I think of something fun, something crazy that happened to me, or maybe a day that was just really fun. Like, you know the Reed's horse, Edison? Well, one time he got out and showed up in Mom's carrot patch. He was stooped down under a blanket drying on the clothesline, and when she looked out the kitchen window when he popped up real sudden, you should have seen her. Must have jumped 10 feet high with a scream right out of a slasher flick." He laughs. It's a nice laugh. Throaty and a little rough the way teenage laughs can sound, but it gets a soft giggle out of me. Or, "Hey, how about a silly joke? Bet I can make you laugh more than that horse story," he says, puffing out his chest. "I don't know any jokes," I say quietly. "You don't?" I shake my head. "What has ears but can't hear?" I pause, thinking about it for a second. No clue. "A cornfield. Gotcha." That makes me sort of smile and wag a finger. "Dude, you're way too young for dad jokes." "What did the right eye say to the left?" I'm pinching my lips tight because I already know this is gonna be bad. "What?" He leans closer and whispers slowly. "Between us, something smells." Okay, I have to laugh at that. Best of all, he's not done. "Why didn't the teddy bear want any cookies?" he asked. "Why?" "Because he was already stuffed." He ribs me playfully in the side. It makes me double over, kicking my feet at the ground. "Guess what? I'm not stuffed with cotton or whatever," he says. "Are you?" "Nope," I tell him, wiping my eyes. "Well, come on then." He stands up, holding out his hand to me. "Let's go have some cookies." I hesitate, totally thrown by how easy it is to interact with this boy when he notices me. "I'll tell you more jokes if you do," he promises, quirking an eyebrow. Oh man, you have more like that? Yep, I only share 'em with friends. Only people smart enough not to waste a good cookie. I've heard enough. I take his hand and lace my fingers around his. Being called his friend makes me beam like the sun. He holds my hand all the way to the house, and for some weird reason, that makes me giddy. banishing the sad thoughts like morning fog. Present. My chest heaves with an achy sigh as the memory fades. The feelings don't go so easily, especially when I think, deep down, that was the day I started falling for Weston McKnight. That was the day the die was cast, a silly crush setting me up for a comic tragedy of heartbreak. Oh, there were times when he drove me batshit crazy, along with Marty, but that never changed how I felt about him. How the first flutter of butterflies at 12 turned into watching him like he hung the stars by 16. The day after Marty said Weston was leaving, I knew I'd find him in the barn one more time. Somehow, it felt worse that he could give the cars a formal goodbye, but not me. I couldn't let him go without a final word, without spilling my desperation. Dragging a hand down my face, it hits me like a freight train full of yesterdays. 7 years ago. I can see your feet, Shell, and I can see yours. Normally I'm laughing when I say it. Not today. His big legs stick out from under one of Grandpa's cars. He rolls the mechanic creeper out with his blue eyes flashing. "What are you doing out here?" he asks, still flat on his back, his arm smeared with grease that streaks the new eagle tattoo he got last year. "Thelma got a fresh batch of cookies?" I snort. Even if I'm not here to joke around, it's hilarious how cookies are still his kryptonite when he's almost old enough to drink. "Gram's at the grocery store. I'm sure she'll make you some before you—" I pause, my voice choked off. I can't say it. Can't say before he leaves. Weston finally stands, wipes his hands on a rag, and then grabs my waist and lifts me effortlessly before setting me back down on the trunk of the car. "I'm guessing Marty told you?" His eyes search mine. "That you joined the army and you're shipping out ASAP?" I sigh. "Yep, he did, and I still don't get why." I shake my head, raging at my own emotions giving me away. "Why he told you?" Weston asks. "Why you're leaving," I say. "Why you're leaving without even saying goodbye." "Aw, Shelley, I have to. You knew this was coming after all the times we talked, just you, me, and Marty. I'm leaving Dallas, and someday soon, you'll be too." "What if I won't?" I ask, refusing to let him be right. "What if I just stay?" "What if I wait for your big dumb face?" I want to say, but I just can't force it off my tongue. He flicks the end of my nose, the same gentle, joking way he always has. "Stop it, Shell. You can't mean that. You're too damn smart to stay here and miss your chance to see the history you're always reading about. There's a whole world out there, and everyone with a brain like yours ought to see it, at least some of it, before your life plans get set in stone." My heart skips a beat. He doesn't know anything about my plans. I've never told him or anybody else. I've always been too afraid to say a word, even though it includes him. And leaving for a freaking war zone he might never escape may just blow my world into confetti. "Is that why you joined the army? To see the world?" He looks at me for a long time, this sad half-moon smile scrawled on his face. He stares until my heart thuds in my throat because he's so handsome. The most handsome man in all of Dallas, in all of North Dakota and beyond. "Why is it that when we're looking for something, it's always in the last place we check?" he asks. A non-answer I should have expected, knowing West. I roll my eyes at him. This isn't the time for lame, lovable jokes. Even so, I say, "I don't know. Why?" "Because when you find it, you stop looking." "Idiot!" My hands clap his chest and I push as hard as I can. He doesn't budge, as usual. I'm not even sure if that was a joke or some weird philosophical observation. "So is that why you're going away? Because you're looking for something you can't find here?" "That was just a joke to make you smile, Shell. You're being too serious." He grabs me by the waist again and lifts me off the car. Want to make yourself useful while you're here? Get me 6 quarts off the shelf. I just drained the old oil and need to replenish it. I walked to the shelf, unsure that it was actually just a dumb joke meant to cheer me up. Doesn't he get it? Nothing can make me truly happy right now unless he says he's staying. It dawns on me then. He knows I'm having a sad day, the same kind of day when I was just a sad little girl on a swing. Why are you working on Grandpa's cars before you leave? I ask. I promised him I would. I lift 6 black bottles off the shelf, dancing around the real question I want to ask, and carry them back to him. Weston, will you promise me something? He doesn't answer right away, and when he does, he says, only if you'll promise me something else. My heart skips a beat, thinking he's going to ask me to wait for him, to not fall in love with anybody else and be his when he returns. Okay, you first, I say tensely. Promise me you'll leave Dallas, Shell. Tell me you'll go to college, you'll kick ass there, and you'll see the world. Then you'll know for sure you've found what you're looking for, he says, this silver glint in his midnight blue eyes I can't quite decipher. His words stop me cold. That isn't what he really wants to say, is it? But then why does he sound so serious? My throat thickens, turning any response into mud. Okay, but how can I promise him that when I was going to ask him to promise me he won't leave? I hate it so much I'm tearing up, so I whip around, pressing my fingers deep into my wet eyes, angry at my shoulders for shaking so hard they betray me. Shell, hey, he says softly, gently turning me to face him and taking the oil from my quivering hands. I'll make you 2 more promises. I look at him with sore eyes that are flipping, begging. Number 1, he says softly, laying his hands on my shoulders, both eyes dueling incandescent flames. This isn't goodbye. I have to leave, but I'll always write you. I'll keep you smiling at my dumbass jokes, whether you like it or not. My heart skips with hope, just enough to settle down, dry my eyes, and listen to what he says next. He grins. Also, if you help me get everything put away when I'm done with this oil change, I'll take you to Burgies and stuff for Mac burgers and shakes. Chocolate with whipped cream and a cherry on top, just like you always like. On the motorcycle? I counter. Hell yeah. Present. My heart crashes against my ribs like an unruly wave as the memory fades. That was the worst day of my life, and the best. Riding behind him on his motorcycle, sipping tall shakes at the picnic table outside the diner while I stole fries off his plate and dunked them in creamy chocolate, trying and failing to make peace with the end of our lives as we knew them. I wasn't even sure he'd come back alive. What if something happened? It was an active war, and he could get killed. Even so, I tried not to dwell on it, and we talked about all sorts of things. About his Uncle Grady serving, doing recon in Iraq, and coming home for his baby daughters. The fact that Grady McKnight returned in one piece made me feel a tiny bit better. About where he might go, the things he might see. But for everything he said about himself, he made me share my dreams. With my emotions spinning, I geeked out about history, antiques, and so many books. I told him I'd like to become an archivist someday, and he said I'd make the best one ever. He stayed for supper at our house that night, wolfing down chocolate chip sundaes plied with vanilla and hot fudge for dessert. I listened to Graham tell him he'd better find some pretty girl to write when he's gone, to keep sane while Grandpa chuckled, knowingly. God, how I wished that pretty girl were me. And when he left for the last time, he hugged me after he was done hugging everybody else. A long, solid, heart-killing hug, right before he leaned down and kissed me at the last second. It was on the forehead, sure, but I still count it as my first kiss, our first kiss, our only kiss. A kiss laced with so much innocence and none of the future betrayal. That was the last time I saw Weston McKnight, until a week ago, when he saved me from getting crushed thanks to his overgrown furry bowling ball with legs. I thought I'd suffered the full range of emotions after he left so long ago, and again after he broke his promise to write and left me in the cold, shut out of his life. Anger, sadness, hurt, doubt. But I was wrong. Now, I think it was mostly anger I clung to as the years wore on, all because I remember how he nurtured the same dreams he trampled. How could I ever forget his final promise? And I don't mean the milkshake. This isn't goodbye. I have to leave, but I'll always write you. I'll keep you smiling at my dumbass jokes whether you like it or not. God, I don't know if I really ambushed him in the barn to make peace. It's not even an apology I'm after. I want to know why. I've spent years agonizing over why he talked up writing and then dropped me like a burning potato. Did he know? Somehow, did he figure out my silly crush? Did he think that shutting me out was his way of saying he could never love me and build a life together? I'm fine with that. As fine as I'll ever be. The trouble is, the man I just encountered is not the Weston who was my friend, my idol, my childhood hero. He's changed, shed his skin and transformed into this bitter creature devoid of jokes and smiles. What the hell happened to him over there? With a sigh, I peel myself off the tree and head back to the house. As I arrive on the back porch, Carson steps around the corner, nearly causing a collision. Startled, I stumble a step back. He's quick, and before I know what's happening, he's folding me up in his arms again. I should be grateful, flattered even, when Carson seems like the kind of man worth knowing, or at least having a quick bout of fun with. So, we're doing this again. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you, he says with a friendly laugh. I was looking for you, Miss Rochelle. I've decided to extend my stay again and wanted to pay you in advance. I give him a smile that feels easy enough. He really is handsome. And he actually has manners, a far cry from a certain someone who bites my head off like a kid with a dull eraser. Even now, I can't forget his infuriating face and snapping gaze. If he bothered to look up from the cars, West could see us through one of the barn windows, I'm sure. Would he even care? Sure, but if I recall right, you're already paid up through the end of this week, I say. Correct. I'll probably be here for the next 2 to 3 weeks as well. I'm hoping to stay for the car show and scope out any deals. His smile could start a house on fire. Oh, gotcha. That's a long time to hang around Dallas, I say. Fortunately for me, time is abundant. Your grandmother mentioned this morning that she'll have a few of her late husband's old cars featured in the show. She's not sure of the makes and models, though. So he's been busy chatting up Graham over breakfast. I'm sure she liked the company. Graham or Marty could have also run his credit card. Again, I'm reading too much into him. He's refined, cultured, polished, and insanely determined to land his next payday. The polar opposite of Weston in so many ways. Besides hard work and a vaguely similar interest in cars, that must just be part of the male DNA. Wish I could help. I don't know what's coming either, unfortunately, I say. I do know the make and model of basically every car in storage, but it wouldn't help him. Grandpa's collection isn't for sale. Of course, he nods politely. Perhaps when you have a spare minute, you could show me around? I'd be delighted to help you take inventory. Yeah, no, for several reasons. One being the human saguaro cactus in the barn right now who might start ripping heads off if he finds anyone snooping around the cars. Lord only knows what he'd say if I let Carson in there right now. Hey, I'm sorry, but I'm kinda busy right now, I lie. No big deal. When are you off again? I'd love to buy you dinner for the trouble and talk more about this town. I'm looking for ideas, anything I might have overlooked. The rarest finds are always right under your nose. Your grandmother mentioned this interesting place I'd like to check out with a ton of old signs on the walls. The purple bobcat? I shake my head. That's not really a dinner joint. It used to be a biker bar, but now it's more of a sports bar and cozy hangout. It's also owned by Weston's uncle, Grady McKnight. Reason number 1,000 why it looks like I won't be able to ignore him today. She said they serve the best brews around, and I'm guessing you're a beer girl. Let me guess. Peanut butter stout? He presses a hand to his head like he's mentally reading me. Really? Do I look like a peanut butter stout girl? Maybe his polish is all surface deep. Still, I snort out a laugh. Not on your life, I tell him. You got the beer part right, though. I'll take a nice citrus IPA or a Trappist beer any day. A woman of taste. I like it, he says with a slanted look that heats my cheeks. Also, I'd love a chance to talk to you about some of the history I've learned about this town. Your grandmother says you're the local expert. There's no town historian, really, I throw back. I guess I'm the closest thing since I still obsess over this place, and I have the degrees, but I haven't lived here for years. Again, his smile nails me between the eyes and leaves me feeling some kind of way. I just wish Graham would be a little more tight-lipped with guests. What if Carson Hudson wasn't so gentlemanly and turned out to be a weirdo creeper? How about Saturday night? He asks, driving his luck home. Thelma says she has a friend coming over to visit, so I bet you'll be free. Oh, God. This is all making a terrible kind of sense now. Graham's setting me up for a date. What the hell? On second thought, what the hell? He's handsome, educated, and we clearly share some interests. Glancing back at the barn and then at Carson, I muster a smile worthy of a woman who's being asked out by a pretty decent guy. All right, you win. Just ease off the charm. Saturday it is.
6. Going hog wild. Weston. It's been one long-ass week. The garage has been popping, siphoning away my daylight hours, and touching base with 24 people to help get everything ready for the car show has taken over my nights. Still, it's the early morning hours, the quietest, that kill me the most. Because that's when Shelley sneaks over and drops off food for Hercules. She doesn't think I see her out there, bent over his pen with a giddy smile while the pig stuffs his wrinkled snout in the bowl she holds out to him like an offering for a prize dog. But I do. I see the way she lights up with joy as Herc stares up gratefully with his beady little eyes. I hear how she laughs when he rips the bowl out of her hands in his greedy feeding frenzy. Sometimes they fall into this playful tug-of-war. I dredge up every ounce of willpower in my bones so I don't go stomping out there, flay my heart open, and apologize for being such a swinging dick to her. I can't. I did the right thing years ago, freezing her out when I decided not to send her my deranged, tortured scribblings. Believe me, I kept my promise to write in this fucked-up, twisted way. I just never let her see my writing. A fat stack of letters accumulated at the bottom of my sack every few months during my years in combat, never being tossed into military mail to find their way home. Never sent home to show her how sick and broken I'd become. She was only a teenager. Far too young, too innocent, too bright for the smoldering realities of war. Like the family in this nowhere village where we were stationed who started inviting us around a fire for tea in the cooler months. That went on a few times a week, till one fine day we found the bodies. Hamid, his wife, and so many of their grandkids riddled with bullets mutilated and unceremoniously dumped in the bone-drying sun just outside town. You could barely tell them apart from at least 5 other families in the village who made the mistake of showing a foreign army any hospitality. How the fuck could I ever tell her about my life? How could I stoke her dreams when my own bled out one dark day at a time? How could I let her become my hope, my fixation, that last scrap of innocence and safety I held on to thousands of miles away? Even when I knew she turned 18 and set off for college, I still thought about her too much. The daily death and frustration warped my fucking mind. I started thinking of her in a different way some long, anxious nights. A way that didn't fit with what she was, my best friend's kid sister, and I damn sure couldn't encourage that insanity. No, I don't regret ghosting her. I made sure Marty made her follow through with her promise to get the hell out of Dallas, too. She had. I should be happier about that, not waiting until she leaves my property before grumping out of my house with water for the pig. Don't get too attached, I tell him. She's going home before winter. Herc grunts back with an obstinate glare, as if to say, "We'll just see about that, my dude." She's got bigger ambitions than stuffing your face. She's found her calling, and it sure as hell isn't here with us, I say, inspecting his water trough. What? Don't give me that look. It's not like I'm the one chasing her off. Not this time. I should be glad she's returning to the Smithsonian in D.C. soon. I also hope it's ahead of schedule before I fall deeper into this habit of having my morning coffee and conversation with company who can only grunt his complaints. This is what you wanted, asshole, I tell myself for the 1,000th time. I'm still waiting for it to come true, like maybe if I just repeat it often enough, it will. Even when I enlisted as a bright-eyed kid myself, she tipped the scales for that decision. I wanted her expanding her horizons before settling down with anyone or anything else, including me. Especially me. Hell, my parents got married right out of high school, though they stuck it out through a dozen major stressors, always short on money and too busy with their careers. It wasn't pleasant. Not at fucking all. Shell deserved more than a messy fling and a small-town shotgun marriage riddled with too much drama and too little cash. That's also partly why I made her promise to leave town. The last day we had before I left, riding my motorcycle, snacking on shakes and burgers, talking about all sorts of things, made me question if I'd done the right thing. I had. No question. Too bad I couldn't just forget her. Not when the memories of that final day together carried me through some of the darkest days of my life. My head throbs as I'm heading off to the shed I use as a makeshift workshop. For a hot second, my vision spins, and I'm back there again. 5 years ago. Face down in the dirt, trying not to suffocate. Gore trickling down my neck. Human blood. The remains of Kenny, a good man who laughed so hard he said his stomach ached last night when he showed me the pics from his 7-year-old son's baseball game. He died barely 30 seconds ago, catching the brunt of that last mortar blast that turned the dilapidated wall of this old house into stabbing splinters. His body shielded me from the shrapnel that chewed him apart, all by random chance. A decision by God or the universe I'll question 1,000,000 times over in the years to come. Kenny saved me, but for how fucking long? His sacrifice should mean something, unwitting or not, because those psycho shits are still firing away, their crude shells falling down around us, the crack of their rifles pinning down our right flank with suppression fire. Another deafening blast vibrates through me. Another scream. I think it must be Vicky this time. She screams and screams and screams, and then she doesn't, and it's quiet. Eerily, deathly quiet. Where the fuck is that air support? Are they going to kill our entire unit before the drone gets up their asses? I pulled the radio from our sergeant's severed hand, confirming coordinates for the third time. Then I crawl toward Vicky, desperate to find her, to see if there's the tiniest chance I can still do something, goddammit. Air power should already be on top of us, blowing the insurgents to vapor, but we've suffered so many casualties, and it's already too late to... A sound like the entire world being ripped in half blows out my ears. My vision goes white, red, purple, black. The explosion in the hills through the gaping hole in the wall scalds my eyes, even when they're pinched shut so tight I think they're glued together. And I see her then, for what I'm sure will be the last time alive. I see her lush green eyes, her smiling face, and hear her laugh when I can't actually hear anything at all. If this is the angel sent to drag me out of hell, I'm glad it looks like Rochelle Simon. Present.
West, did you hear me?
I spin around and look at the waitress who pops her chewing gum loudly. Stacy, a blonde with dark roots and even darker eyeshadow and thinning patience for my wandering mind. Sorry, I mutter, slapping the side of my head. Guess I'm with the Space Cadets today.
I hope they're happy thoughts. 2 more drafts, hun.
She laughs.
Jeepers, it's so loud in here tonight a person can't hear themselves think.
I nod, only wishing she was right. Forcing myself to clear my head and get back in the game, I grab 2 mugs, fill them, and slide them across the bar. Stacy's right about one thing. The Bobcat is hopping tonight. The cooling nights driving people together for fires and the patio and never-ending dart matches over bottomless brews. Weekend nights are always hectic with the holidays creeping up, and that's why I work them. Uncle Grady needs extra hands on deck the most on nights like these, when he makes the most money. The crowd surge usually lets up around 10 o'clock, for those who come to eat, that is. The folks who drop by for drinks, pool, and endless rounds of bawdy conversation usually stick around until well after midnight. This place used to be a seedy biker bar years ago, but Grady buying it changed all that. And with this newfound fame as a local hero of sorts, thanks to his infamous tiger rescue and that big cat sanctuary they opened, we get more traffic than ever. Now, families journey here from several towns over to play arcade games, and couples finish off day trips to see the tigers with tall drinks and deep-fried bites. I'm proud of my uncle, and happy to help him out all I can, of course, which means keeping a certain annoying firecracker off my mind so I can focus on the shit that matters. The shit I can control. The next couple hours fly by, and talking to the regulars helps me clear my head till one of them mentions the Simon girl coming home for Thelma. Damn, it shouldn't be this hard, struggling to see her as that scrawny kid she used to be. Not the bombshell redhead with a body that oozes sex. So perfect, so tempting, so much like a ripe strawberry goading my teeth for a forbidden bite. My brain's definitely missing a lot of blood. It's all gone south the longer I'm stuck wondering what's under her hood. Would she give me that squeal of delight she saves for Herc if I wrestle her down in the dirt? Would I get that sunshine laugh? What the hell sounds would she make if I showed her a hog worth every bad fucking pun I'm making? I snort at my own stupidity, mixing a whiskey sour for a customer that helps ground me. Years ago, I was too old and too close to Shelley, treating her like family. Now I'm too wrecked. I haven't touched a drink in years, but that's not to say the desire ever totally fades. The urge never leaves you, no different than bad memories. What if I slip up? What if I fuck myself over some desperate night and wind up needing another round of tortured self-reflection and group therapy to yank my ass back to sobriety where it belongs? No. I never wanted Shelley to see what Afghanistan turned me into for a reason, or the booze that held me hostage long after. I'm serving up tall peach book of bouncing, laughing ladies on the bar stools when something catches my eye. The front door of the bar swings open, and Shelley walks through it, too beautiful for life. As if my one-track mind conjured her. She sails in, wearing a bright floral dress, no sleeves, and enough leg hanging out to make a racehorse jealous. My jaw sets tight. I nearly break a damn tooth a second later when I see who's behind her. That slick dick city boy who's basically living at Amelia's. Carlton or whatever. He's not only with her, but he has his grimy paw on her back, walking his fingers subtly close to where her ass begins, the same place that makes my fist start throbbing. What a coincidence. What the hell business brings him here anyway? And what the hell is she doing with him here at the Bobcat? Are they on a fucking date? I grind my teeth together, holding in a bearish hate growl. If evil eyes could kill, this guy would be drawn and quartered. He's a snake, and I know it. It's not just his looks, always too formal for a place where the tourists usually stomp around in flannel and cowboy boots and blend in with the locals. It's the fact that he stopped over at my great-aunt Faye's house the other day. She's been having a perpetual garage sale for weeks, trying to clean out her place and make a little extra scratch before winter like she does every year. Plus, she's making more noise all the time about selling her place and moving into senior living. That's why I wound up with Pig Wonder not so long ago. Hudson hadn't bought anything after picking through her old record collection, but the way she described his fancy-ass car left no doubts who she was dealing with. She also mentioned the pushy little fuckwit wanting a look at some old arrowheads and rocks that weren't for sale, but she'd mentioned offhand. Thankfully, she never let him inside. When she'd started these sales, I warned her not to let anyone in the house. Everything for sale should be outside or in the garage. Dallas is a good town, full of good people, but we do get strangers off the highway every so often who don't have the best intentions. Sometimes we get oily creeps like Hudson. I shouldn't let it eat me. Aunt Faye doesn't have anything of massive value she's selling. The silver coins were probably the most valuable, and she took them to an antique store in Dickinson where they fetched a few $1,000. I stab at a beer tap, filling a new round for a table of guys playing pool, trying not to watch as the two of them take a seat at a table on the far side of a dark, cozy corner. Almost as dark as my twitchy insides right now. "Why do you care, asshole?" a voice growls in the back of my head. Shelley's a grown woman now, remember? She's probably gone out on hundreds of dates with preppy Eastern boys who'd make Hudson look like a disheveled bum. Key difference? I wasn't there to see her with those dudes. I wasn't there to slowly go insane from the acid jealousy swirling in my head and burning my gut. Trying like hell to ignore them, I focus on my bartender duties, but son of a bitch, it's hard. I swear the place has gotten noisier, the music louder, the customers shriller, laughing and talking like they're at a football game, and it's still not loud enough. Somehow I can hear Shelley's laugh the most through it all. And it sounds brighter, happier than when she brings Herc breakfast and dives into those adorable tug-of-war sessions with the pig. Even with my back turned, I fucking hear her. Drawing in a breath like a ragged snarl, I shake my head. This shouldn't surprise me one damn bit. They have more in common, more to laugh about than she ever would with me. Between Thelma and Marty, I've heard about her every move the past few years. They talk as if she loves city living, city people, city dreams. For all I know, they're having a riot over what a shitty podunk town this is compared to what they consider civilization. I need a fucking drink in the worst way. Curling my lip, I stare at a whiskey on the rocks like it might just claim my soul. It's meant for a guy at the end of the bar who's already plastered. Before I can pick up the glass and get it out of my sight, Stacy approaches with another drink order. The other 3 waitresses file in behind her, and I throw together their drinks, feeling the booze pulling at my brain like gravity. By the time I've assembled all the orders, I consider pouring myself a straight shot. Something I haven't tasted once since Uncle Grady's wedding. A rare exception I regretted mightily the next day. Only I'm better than that. And even if I'm not, it won't change shit about this miserable situation. Shelley's going to be in town for at least another month. That's a lot of evenings flirting with this clown, however long he sticks around. The sooner I get used to it and control my anger, the better. Hell, I live next door to her Graham. My best friend is her brother. I'm going to hear about her life for the rest of mine, including when she gets married and starts popping out kids. I can't spend mine drowning in a bottle, much less staying pissed at a girl I ran off years ago. Been there, done that, and never again.
Kim, your order's up.
Billman, the cook, shouts from the kitchen while setting steaming plates of nachos and bison burgers on the open area for waitresses. All 3 of them just left with trays of drinks to deliver, and Kim had the fullest tray. She's on the other side of the room, doling out drinks to a big party of 8 or more. Knowing the food could be sitting by the time she makes it back, I leave my area behind the bar.
What table?
I ask Billman.
22.
He points at the slip he'd set in his completed pile. Shit. I know where that is. Looks like I just can't catch a break with Shelley Simon.
Thanks, West.
Billman adds. No problem. I gather up the plates, knowing where they're heading, and ask Billman.
Is there mayo on one?
Nope. Get me a side of mayo, please, I tell him. Trust me. He squints at me for a second, then reaches inside the fridge with a shrug, pulls out a small plastic cup and plops it on one of the plates. Sucking up a breath, I haul the food across the bar to Shelley and Mr. Shitfuck. She barely gives me a startled glance as I lay a plate in front of them both.
Someone must have read your mind,
Hudson says, reaching across the table for her hand.
You said you forgot mayo, but here it is.
Shelley's lashes lower for a moment before she looks up at me, offering a tentative smile.
Thanks, Weston. You read my mind.
I always do, I say, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Kim will be over soon to see if you need anything else. Enjoy. That last word sounds like go to hell. The asshole still has her hand in a death grip, running his filthy fingers over hers.
Thank you,
he says distantly, staring at Shelley the entire time.
I think we have everything we need.
I start to turn, slowly, but wind up doing a 360. Something inside me snaps like a worn rubber band. I can't take this weasel with the hungry little gleam in his eyes touching her. Can't take the entitled undertone in his voice. Can't take another flickin' second of this bullshit. Before I can even worry about what anybody thinks or the surprised squeal from her throat, I've got her, grabbing her wrist, jerking her hand away from his touch.
Weston!
Shell yips. Hudson's face whips up with a sneer as he stands.
Excuse me, what the hell do you think you're— I shoot him a silencing glare that says he should be happy it's not him I'm touching. If it were, I'd already have his hands snapped clean off his wrist, and I'd probably have our new sheriff, Drake Larkin, coming for me with handcuffs. Lucky for him, he's a cautious man. He doesn't move as I pivot, looking at Shelley again, whose shock melts into anger. Too late. Let her hate me, more than she already does. I'm sure she's learning new ways to loathe my very existence as I motion to march her across the bar and out the back door.
7. Don't hog it all. Rochelle. If there's one thing I hate more than Weston flipping McKnight right now, it's being right. I knew this was a bad idea from the start, long before West brought food to our table and had his little caveman fit. He remembered I like mayo with my burgers. That kinda broke my heart. So does the way he holds my wrist, beaming me with this animalistic scowl I'm not sure what to do with. Honestly, I'm not even sure the night with Carson Hudson would have lasted another hour. He's plenty nice, sure, intelligent, charming, and fit. He's also exactly what I expected. For all his surface charm and fawning attention, all he's talked about is himself for the past hour. His love of antiques, how he's traveled the world on countless treasure hunts, and how much he always looked up to his dearly departed uncle who, if I heard right, perished on a hunt for some priceless meteorite quite a few years ago. I should be more impressed by his stories. I love antiques and unique collectibles like space rocks, but this dude gave me a headache, yammering away about his exploits, like before we even stepped into the purple bobcat. Or maybe it's because he smells like those god-awful black truffle almonds. The subtle stink filled his car. He told me he'd first gotten hooked on them in Europe and has to order them online from a German specialty shop because they're so hard to come by. I have no idea why he's trying to impress me with nuts. Freaking rancid nuts. And I'd kinda like to tell him it's not working. Then again, to pull that off, he'd have to shut up long enough for me to get a word in edgewise, which hasn't happened until 60 seconds ago. One fierce look from Weston shut Carson up. I'm afraid to stare too long at the look Weston levels on me now. I can already feel it, and that tells me it's not friendly. Neither is his grip on my wrist. Oddly enough, or not, because he's West and I'm me, his hold excites me about as much as it makes me want to scratch out his eyes. He's not going to let go without me pitching a fit. I'm not interested in making a scene, so while we're still by the table, I manage a pained smile for Carson and say, "Excuse me, I'll be right back." I barely have time to stand before West yanks me across the room like he's my own special bodyguard, pulling us all the way outside where we stumble into the cool evening air. It was a warm day for October, but as it often does around here, it cooled off considerably come evening. He releases my arm once we're several steps away from the door. It's now or never. I take the chance and look up at him. I see the razor-sharp glint in his eyes and try to decipher what put it there. Anger? Jealousy? West being the same overprotective beast he's been for half my life? His chest heaves as he looks on in volcanic silence. Anger again? I'm not sure, but a part of me reacts to this raw power steaming off his shoulders, so intense I can almost hallucinate smoke rising. I have to suck in a breath and try to calm the ridiculous rush of hormones that make me dizzy. I thought he was working tonight. I'd even thought about him a couple times, not Carson, while picking out a dress. The simple country sundress makes me look like a Dallas girl, and I'm not entirely sure it was ever meant for a cultured man from Boston. Yikes. Still, I never imagined he'd respond like this to a hint of teasing. "What the hell, West? What is this? Dragging me around like I'm out with a boy after curfew and—" "What the hell are you doing with that guy, Shell?" he booms back, cutting me off. God, just who does he think he is? Except I think I know. He's the man who made it perfectly clear he'll never love me. So why this big mad tantrum? Why is he trying to embarrass me like I'm 16 again? The steely-eyed anger, visible in his hot glare, his clenched jaw, aimed at me like a weapon, is new. I've never seen it before. That irritates me even more. Well, he grinds out, demanding an answer. Let me see, I say, feigning ignorance for a moment before glaring back. It's called a date, West, I snap. One you just interrupted for no good reason. Really? And will your date continue after you're back at Thelma's place? Holy crap. My jaw drops, fully processing his insinuation. My anger flares. If he was anyone else, I'd slap his stupid face off. But knowing him, he'd duck and I'd miss like every cartoon spat ever. And that would just piss me off more. I hate that I only have words for a shield against this nosy, heartbreaking idiot. That's none of your business, Weston. None whatsoever. And if I'm making it my business, Rochelle? Oh, sweet. He remembered to stop calling me Shell for 2 seconds. I ball my fists at my sides, flinging them like rattles as I spit. Why would you? What gives you the right? Because you've always been my business, he growls. You can stop any time. Jesus, I hiss. You certainly didn't bother until I came home. His eyes drop. He's stone-cold quiet for a moment. That was different, he says softly, dragging a hand through his thick hair. Why? He clamps his lips together and cuts me in half with those blue knives for eyes. What do you know about this guy? I shake my head again. I know he asked to take me out like a gentleman, West. Pretty big improvement over the complete turd muffin you're being right now, he snorts. What's it to you? Why do you care, really? I huff out. There's something off about him, something not right. He shakes his head, his face contorting with this pained look, like I should just be able to read his jealousy-scrambled brain. That's crazy, I say slowly. He's just a guest here for business. We both happen to be history buffs, and when he actually shuts up for a minute, he's a pretty nice guy. God, why did I slip? West's brows punch up, and my irritation soars faster than my heart is in my throat. Is he? Then tell me why he's hanging around town this long. To comb over a few little garage sales? Come on! You've gotta admit it's more than a little funny, and nobody's laughing. Here's what I'll admit. I can't believe the way you're acting, treating me like I'm still a kid or something. I reach up, flicking at my hair. A bad habit I've had for years when I'm about to lose it. If the shoe fits. You've always needed help watching your back, Shell. He swipes at the air, batting at emotions like a pesky fly. Sometimes you're too damn big-hearted for your own good. Too trusting. Marty said you almost got mugged a couple times out east. My lip trembles. There might be a shred of truth to his BS, but it's not like it matters. I know exactly what it is. I know it so intensely, it's like a spike through my head. None of his stinking business. Did Marty tell you I took care of myself then, too? I'm a big girl, West. Save your energy on someone who needs saving, I tell him. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't need to when that cruel smirk says everything. Mostly that he doesn't believe a single word I say. Whatever he's become in our years apart, he's turned into an expert at pissing me off. So does the fact that I actually hoped he was reacting like this because he's secretly jealous. He's not. He's simply playing the older brother role. Only he's twisted it into this trash version of the boy who used to keep me safe and make me feel protected. That not only enrages me, it hurts. It makes me sick. Look, he whispers, pinching the bridge of his nose as he sighs. I'm not your dad. It's not my place to tell you how to live. I just don't want you. Fuck you, West! I lunge forward, glaring as I hiss in his face, "Fuck you and fuck off!" For a split second, he's startled, frozen. Then he grasps my arm, shell. Twisting violently, I wrench my arm away from his thick, strong fingers. "Don't you ever shell me again!" I'm losing it, tears burning my eyes as I spin around, heading for the door. Just mind your own frickin' business. Shell. Rochelle. His voice follows me, softer and unsure. Stopping, I turn and stab a finger at him. No, Weston. For once in your life where I'm concerned, mind your own effing business and leave me alone. I suck in a deep breath and hold it until it stings. The last thing I want to do is drag myself back to Carson and this lackluster date, but there's nothing else I can do. Yanking the door open, I re-enter the bar, grateful for the short-lived cover of the bustling people. I linger in the bathroom for a minute before making my way down the hall and past the chatty, laughing crowd that doesn't give me a second glance. Somehow, I muster enough courage to sit back down at the table and say, "Sorry that took so long." "No worries. I almost came to check on you," Carson says, spearing a fry with his fork. "Your not-so-friendly neighbor again, right? What's his deal?" "Yep, more pig problems again. Nothing too serious." I lie, slathering mayo across the inside of my burger bun. I mean, maybe it's not a total lie after all. Weston McKnight is a bigger pig than Hercules for sure. He's also awesome at murdering my appetite. The thought of eating makes me want to barf, but I won't. I force down a few bites of bison burger and start enjoying it halfway through, mainly just to prove to Weston that he has no power over me whatsoever. Actually, eating helps. With my mouth busy chewing, I'm not expected to comment as Carson picks up right where he left off, before Weston barged into our conversation. As he prattles on about his stunning treasure-seeking adventures in Europe and how his late uncle even brokered an impossible mummy deal in the 1960s that wound up at the British Museum, I wish I could just walk home. But that's impossible unless I want to hitchhike. This isn't a rideshare town and taxis take an hour to get here. The Purple Bobcat is on the outskirts of town off the highway, and that puts it literally in the middle of nowhere, even by Dallas farm field standards. If he wasn't such a shrieking asshole, I'd consider asking West for a ride since we're neighbors. But I'd rather take a ride with Satan tonight, or maybe one of those evil mafia guys who gave our resident billionaire actor and his wife so much trouble a couple years back. Graham freaked when she told me about that one. Fortunately, Ridge Barnett saved the day and found his own happy ending with a pumpkin farmer who still works magic decorating people's homes. This town has experienced one too many bad action movies the last few years, and wondering when another bout of trouble blows in means I'm stuck with Carson until we're back at the B&B. That thought even makes me annoyed at Graham for ever opening the place. As soon as I'm done eating, I drop my napkin on my plate. "Hey, Carson, I don't mean to rush you," I say, interrupting him mid-brag, "but I need to get home and check in on Graham. Her friend can't stay that long." I finish for him. I open my purse and throw a 20 on the table. His eyes flash distress. "Thank you, but that's hardly I'd rather go Dutch. Okay?" I say, making my point that he'd better not be expecting anything from this date, including a second one. I stand up then. "Ready?" "Certainly." Carson puts his money on the table and stands with a politely defeated look. At least he's gracious. Sigh. Is he really a limp noodle, or is it just me? I can't be sure of anything tonight, especially with that raging bull of a man side-eyeing us from behind the bar again. I make a point of not looking at West once as we exit the bar. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Carson asks once we're in the car. "With the temperamental neighbor and his pig, I mean." "No." I suck in a deep breath and a portion of my damnable pride. It's none of your concern and will work itself out. I hear something crinkle in his hand. He pops another nasty almond in his mouth, and feeling overwhelmed by the scent, I roll down my window. Just need some fresh air, I explain. I'll turn up the AC, he says. Eep. No, that's all right. I just need some air, and it's such a nice, cool night. Don't you think so? He starts in on another story, telling me how fresh the air smelled when he visited Vienna or Venice or some far-off V place. I really don't care and wish I'd never agreed to this silly outing. When she's feeling better, I'll be having a word with Graham about encouraging dates with strangers mixed up in the family business. That has to be against some rule anyway, or at least my own ethics. Once we arrive at Amelia's, I leave Carson in the lobby with barely a good night and dart into the private living area. Nancy Dahl is still here, a cup of coffee in her bony hand, watching a rerun of Golden Girls on an oldies channel with Graham. I sit down with them and join in until the show ends, and then, as discreetly as possible, send Nancy on her way and help Graham prep for bedtime. Weston's vicious antics linger on my mind the entire time. He's still souring my thoughts, long after I've climbed into my own bed in the room next to Graham's. Seriously, how do I get through another month or more of this when Weston and I can't even be civil for 5 minutes? I know Graham misses seeing him regularly. She asks about him every morning when I return from bringing scraps to the adorable Oinker. Luckily, I've never run into him then. I show up early for a reason, well before it's time to start prepping breakfast for our guests. He's always home with his truck in the driveway, not the oversized navy blue monster truck he brings to the rallies, but a regular black pickup. Something piques my attention through my irritation, and I sit up, listening intently. My room is in the more private area of the house, connected to Graham's by a Jack and Jill bathroom. Wait, there it is again. Almost like there's someone moving around, trying to be quiet. Only they bumped into something in the sitting room. Quietly, I climb out of bed and go through the bathroom to check on Graham. I can hear her snoring, even before I open the door to her room. I swallow thickly, knowing there's only one other person in the house. At least, there should be. Carson. Our other guest checked out this morning, and it'll be a day or two before we get new arrivals, unless unexpected travelers show up. I trek back through the bathroom into my room and tiptoe to the main door, straining to listen more closely. My heart hangs in my throat, thudding fast. Then something vibrates like an angry hornet, and I almost leap out of my skin. I run across the room and grab my phone, which is buzzing away on the nightstand. A new text message? I don't click on the icon to see who it's from, because it gives me an idea. While walking back to the door, I pull up my contacts and then the B&B, and click Call. A moment later, the backup phone in the private sitting room starts ringing, followed by a deeper plodding noise. Footsteps. Sure enough, hurried, skittering footsteps. Carefully, I undo the lock and crack open the door to my room a sliver. There's a clicking noise, a frenzied rush of breath, and a door being closed. The one that leads into the rest of the house. I'm sure I locked that door after Nancy left. Standard security. The door lock, definitely. But maybe not the deadbolt? Damn. With my heart still pounding, I emerge and race across the dimly lit sitting room and throw myself against the door, locking both the knob lock and the deadbolt. I click on the light and glance around the room. Empty, of course, but someone was sneaking around, weren't they? And was that someone Carson? But why? "Shelley Bean?" Graham shouts. "Was that the phone at this hour?" My frown flips around. It's nice knowing neither age nor surgery has diminished her hearing or her voice. I click off the light and walk to her room, opening the door, knowing she'll want to check caller ID in the morning. I say, "Sorry, Graham, I accidentally called the landline." "Okay, honey. Thank you. What were you doing on the phone this late?" Remembering the unopened text, I say, just texting a friend. I dropped my phone and hit the wrong button." "Ah, well, sweet dreams, dearie." "Night, Graham." I close the door. While walking back to my room, I finally look at the text to see who it's from. My heart starts galloping again, all these years later, and I still know that number by heart. It was the first number I ever put in my first cell phone that I'd gotten for my 14th birthday, and I've transferred it to every phone I've had since. Evidently, his number hasn't changed in years. I'm almost afraid to see what his message says, so I draw a deep, fortifying breath before I tap the screen to open it. "I'm sorry, Rochelle. Sincerely. I never meant to tear your head off tonight. You're a grown woman and you've been gone for so long it's hard to pound it through my head that you don't need my help. Trust me, I will." Such simple words shouldn't make my throat plug up. Oh, but they do. I want to smack my own forehead. Why am I such a pushover when it comes to Weston McKnight? I contemplate what I should send back, if anything, but I'm still distracted by what just went down outside. What was Carson doing out there in a restricted area, wandering around so late? What if Weston was right? Damn him. And there's something odd about this guy. Sighing, I tuck the thick homemade blanket around my shoulders, burrowing into a cocoon that feels safe from the world and its mounting problems. Since I'm not sleeping right now, might as well text him back to get my mind off what just happened. Typing under the blankets, I tap out a few words. "You're always hard-headed, West. Just don't let it make your brain a rock. And we're good." A frown pulls my lips down. I mean, technically, we're anything but good. But the fact that he apologized and owned up to his mistake means one less reason to toss and turn all night. Lord knows he's given me plenty of reasons for far too long.
8. The name's Mud. Weston. Of all the stupid-ass shit I've done in my life, tonight took the friggin' cake and flushed it down the toilet. Shelley had every right to tell me to fuck off and mind my own business. A text isn't the greatest way to apologize, I know, but it's late as hell and I'm worried she won't ever talk to me again, even if radio silence might be for the best. I'm also sure she's asleep. I hope so. I also hope she's in bed alone and that muckety-muck serpent didn't slither his way into her pants. Fuck, there I go again, being a nosy, overprotective OCD asshole fixated on her life. I stare at the text I sent. It didn't bounce, but I took a wild guess. I'm not sure if that's her number anymore. It's the only one I have, and I didn't feel like nudging Marty out of the blue to ask this late at night. The entire world is probably sleeping, except for me. I'm lying in this big old farmhouse alone, caught up in the fog of years gone by, and wondering why it's cursed me with the brain of a field mouse. I wound up here almost by default. After my parents moved south, they offered to sell it for a bargain and agreed to have Grady look in on it until I was honorably discharged and Dallas bound. I took the deal, not because I'm stuck on childhood memories here, the average happy moments of an average kid in average small-town USA. Big, boisterous family holidays and meticulously built snow castles with Marty and the other kids had their charm, sure, but they didn't factor too deeply into my motivation to resume life here. No, deep down I know why. I wanted this place because it was next to Thelma Simon's, next door to the one place where Shelley might return, whenever she was done seeing the world and living out her promise. I swallow hard. It's still unbefucking-leavable when I find the stones to admit it. All these years I tried to deny wanting another glimpse of her, only to have tonight happen and prove me dead wrong. My phone pings, and I sit up, clasping the phone with a cold sweat beating on my brow. New message. I snort. No doubt I'm being ridiculous. I've seen more death than a coroner, and I'm nervous to read her reply. Shoot me now. With a deep breath, I click the icon. Warmth floods my insides at her 2-sentence message.
You were always hard-headed, West. Just don't let it make your brain a rock, and we're good.
We're good? I snort again, shaking my head. What went down tonight, everything that's happened since she came back, is the screaming definition of anything but good. Without thinking, I punch the call button. She answers on the first ring.
Weston, hey.
She answers softly, her voice strung with worry. Hey yourself, I say, without knowing what to say next. I didn't know if you'd still be up. I'm sorry, again. You're right, that shit I flung at you back at the bar was none of my business. Old habits, and not good ones, I guess. I've never gotten over looking out for you. There's this long, stabbing pause.
Well, I certainly needed that at times,
she says.
It was nice growing up with 2 big brothers.
I grin like a fool, even if I also hate her thinking of me in nothing but a brotherly way. It's easier this way to talk to her like this, though, when it's just 2 voices and no heated looks or body cues. This disembodied distance is the barrier I need to behave. I'll bet it was when you were crashing bikes and sucking up my rotten jokes. I know you're grown up now, and I'll try to knock it off. You're not the same girl you were at 16, I say, miserably well aware I'm nothing like the same easygoing boy I was then either. She's silent for a heavy moment before she says,
Thanks. Honestly, though, maybe you don't need to drop the bodyguard act just yet.
My shoulders tense. Why? What's wrong? Shelley, Rochelle, if you're in trouble,
Nothing,
she cuts in.
Nothing's wrong. I just, I'll only be here until about Thanksgiving, and it would be pretty weird if I didn't see you. I want things to be civil, friendly even.
The tension flows out of me. I reach up, swallowing a groan, dragging a hand across my face. She still wants to be friends, thank fuck. God damn. She wants to be friends. That should make me thrilled. It's clearly the sane choice, so why do I feel like I just took a searing slap to the face?
Weston,
she whispers when I'm silent too long. Friends, hell yeah. That's what we've always been, I say quickly. Not wanting this talk to get too deep, I ask. By the way, has Hercules seemed okay to you when you fed him the last couple mornings? Shit, I hadn't wanted her to know I'd been watching her do that. Clearing my throat, I add. I'm assuming that's you and not Thelma dropping food in his trough anyway. She laughs like a schoolgirl, and my face actually heats, knowing I must sound like a blundering fool.
It's me, and he's been fine. Why?
He had me a little worried earlier this week. Wasn't really sick or vomiting or anything, he just seemed off. Didn't want to wolf down his grub like usual and mostly grazed on it half the day. He's over it now, back to eating like a garbage disposal, but I almost called the vet the other day.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, now that you mention it, he didn't eat what I dropped off Tuesday. It was still there Wednesday morning. I thought it just wasn't to his liking, so I scraped it out of the trough.
He's a pig. He'll eat anything, usually. Her giggle comes softly, this flutter that makes my cock jerk.
He's eaten pretty well since then.
After a short pause, she says,
Graham told me your aunt gave him to you.
She did. Between her knees acting up and all the looking in on my little cousins last year, she was worried she wouldn't be able to keep up with Herc and the family. She's also mulling over moving into a senior place. I hope she won't get too bored there, though it's hard to see how when she's alone now. The house is a lot for her to keep up by herself, especially when she's over at Grady and Willow's half the time.
At least she's not turning it into a bed and breakfast.
I chuckle silently. True. I want to ask how that's going for her and Thelma, but I don't want to ruin the easy vibe I feel through the phone by broaching a subject that might bring up the date I crashed earlier. Aunt Faye's been having a lot of garage sales for the last month, I say instead. She's sold some stuff to locals and another batch to an antique store in Dickinson. Have you been by it?
No, I haven't had time yet. I haven't even checked out your uncle's cat sanctuary. Sounds like a cool place. Everybody's always buzzing about it. Graham's infatuated.
I smile. It's a hell of an addition to this town. So is Bruce.
Bruce?
The main man who started it all with his razor-sharp smile. I'm sure Uncle Grady never expected to find out a 500-pound Bengal tiger was his personal matchmaker, but he's not complaining. I want to keep the conversation light. He's a big pussycat, even though his size can scare the living crap out of a person. I should know. I wound up locked in a horse trailer with him once.
What? No, you didn't.
She tosses back. Did? I'm not kidding.
How?
Oh, it's a long story, I tease. Isn't it time for you to bed down and get some beauty sleep? Not what I should be asking. I can't help it.
I'm not tired. Tell me.
I grin, leaning back against the headboard as one of the most insane days of my life comes flitting back. It all started when Willow, Grady's wife now, needed to find a new home for Bruce. Lord knows we couldn't keep a contraband cat hidden away in his barn forever with these shady pricks looking for him, so I volunteered to give her and Bruce a ride to the new place in Wyoming. I continue with the story, not even exaggerating the antics, because I don't need to. Her soft laughter keeps me going to the end.
Okay, now I have to meet Bruce and Willow,
she croons. We will. Pick a day and I'll take you out there, I say. Thelma can come along too, if she's up to a little walking before it gets too cold.
That's the problem. She'll say she's ready whether her legs are or not,
Shelley says.
I'm amazed how well she's doing, though. The hardest part is making sure she listens and rests.
My gut knots, wondering if Thelma's speedy recovery means she'll leave sooner rather than later. And that's what you're here for. Fuck knows Marty wouldn't be able to handle her on his own, I joke.
No way. I do worry that she'll try to overdo it sooner or later,
she says with a laugh.
I had to pry her away from whipping up a big batch of strawberry shortcakes for the guests this morning. Besides the fact that she shouldn't be messing around in the kitchen yet, I knew it'd involve a trip to the store and racing Granny Coffee for the best berries. She's terrible with that.
I chuckle. The long-standing rivalry between the two feistiest old ladies in town over produce is legendary. I'll bet she appreciates your help. She talked about you coming home for several weeks before you showed up and nothing else, I tell her.
She misses you stopping by for coffee in the mornings,
Shell says quietly. I pause. Yeah, I stop, unsure how far I should take this, even if I can't stay away forever. I'll remedy that. I'll see her this week.
Tomorrow? She'll be cooped up and bummed out she's missing church. She'd love the extra company.
I smile at the hope in her voice, and then frown because I sense something else. She sounds cautious, cagey, and I'm not sure why. Is it fear, concern, worry? Is everything else okay, Shelley? I ask point blank.
Yep,
That was fast. Too fast. You sure?
Oh, of course I'm sure, West. I just know if you make an appearance, it'll keep Graham happy. And probably a little more cooperative for the rest of the day.
She teases. Okay, I'll be there.
Come for breakfast. 8 o'clock sharp, same time as always.
My eyes flick to the clock on my phone before I push it back to my ear. Shit, that's only 6 hours away. Where does the time go? I had no clue we've been on the phone so long.
Lucky for you, I don't need much sleep to throw together the best banana pancakes in town.
Hope you're not rusty, I say.
Nope, I've kept up making them religiously since I've been away. I even learned a few tricks out east with goat milk caramel, cinnamon, and nuts that are going to give you a crazy food boner.
She stops. Food boner, huh? I repeat slowly, the corners of my lips turning up and digging at my cheeks. You trying to feed me or Freudian slip yourself into trouble?
No, siree, I know you love banana pancakes, West. You always did, just like how I'm a sucker for extra mayo on my burgers. You still like them, right?
God damn, she's got to be redder than a Door County cherry. Sure do. It's been years since I've had a good batch. I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you go so you can rest up and make sure those pancakes aren't burned.
Okay,
she whispers. I can hear the smile in her voice, the truce settling in, and it makes my blood run hot. Night, Shelley.
Night, Weston. And
I wait as she pauses. Yeah, I whisper.
Thanks for calling. I'm glad we could talk this out. I wouldn't have felt right if we left off like we did at the Bobcat.
Me either, I admit. You're welcome to call anytime. I click off, knowing if I hadn't, we'd keep talking till sunup. She needs her shut-eye, and so do I. Agreeing to breakfast was pure impulse, one I probably shouldn't have given into, but I did, and I'm not backing out. It's good to be on speaking terms again. Almost feels like old times. I've missed that. Missed it a whole hell of a lot. There's nothing wrong with being old friends and acting like it. I hope. I just pray I'll be able to act like a normal human being and butt out of her life where it counts, without letting my bad-tempered dick do the talking. Despite the late-night call, I'm up at the ass crack of dawn, showered, and heading over to the B&B just before 8. I go to the back door because that's the entrance I've always used at Thelma's insistence. A smile tugs at my face, remembering the time Marty and I helped old Doug drag a bank safe into the basement through the double cellar doors on the other side of the porch. He'd rented a backhoe to lift the safe out of the back of his old red Chevy and then down into the basement. The thing was a dinosaur and weighed as much, rust spots dotting it like a metallic leopard. I wasn't sure it would even open without problems, but it did. And as far as I know, it's still down there. Probably will be till the house gets sold. A time capsule stashed with whatever treasures Doug deemed worthy of concealing inside. Thelma greets me with a big smile, leaning on a walker.
You don't need to knock, Weston, she says. You know that.
She leans in, walker and all, for a hug. I snatch her into my arms and hold on tight. How are you feeling, ma'am? I've tried to stay away so you could get your rest.
I'm getting so much rest lately that the sheep are counting me.
She leads the way into the kitchen.
Shelley thinks I'm so flimsy I'll break just by standing. She's doing everything around here.
I spot her at the stove, wearing white jeans that stop above her ankles and a bright lemon-yellow t-shirt. My hands ball into fists. Damn, that little outfit is not gonna be good for this second chance at friendship.
Good morning, West.
She greets cheerfully, transferring pancakes to a silver platter.
Everything's almost ready. I'm just whipping up that sauce I promised. We'll eat in the dining room.
With the guests? I ask. Her smile doesn't falter.
Yep, I hope that won't be a problem. We're pretty light on people right now, aside from a gentleman you've already met.
She studies me. How could anybody be in a fighting mood with banana pancakes? I joke. She leads the way, carrying the platter to the dining room.
As she said, we have a break in our autumn traffic,
Thelma says.
Just Mr. Hudson for now. He's an antique collector.
Yeah, what kind? I ask, escorting her into the dining room.
Oh, this and that. He hasn't found anything in town that's caught his eye yet, but Lord knows he's out every day trying. He's whip-smart and seems to know what he's after. Gotta like that in a man,
Thelma says. My hackles are still up over that guy, and I try to tamp down my venom, assuming he'll be at the dining table. As we enter the room, I'm surprised he's missing.
Oh my, is Mr. Hudson away this morning?
Thelma asks like she's reading my mind as Shelley reappears with toppings for the pancakes.
I have no idea,
Shell says slowly.
I mean, he knows breakfast is served at 8. He's shown up plenty of times before, so weird.
It's not like Shelley to be so abrupt. I wonder if it's because I bombed her date with him last night, which makes me feel like a heel all over again.
No big deal. If he joins us, there's plenty to go around. Sit down,
Shell tells us.
Cold pancakes get rubbery pretty fast.
That they do,
Thelma says, easing herself into a chair. I move her walker a short distance away so it's not in anyone's way, then take the same chair I'd often sat in while growing up with the Simons. Life here always felt brighter than my own house for some reason. Even before Shelley and Marty moved in, and it was just the old couple. Shame Doug passed on while I was deployed. I still feel bad that I wasn't here for Shell and Thelma during that time. She was 17, finishing her senior year in high school. I'll never forget the day I found her sitting on that swing, missing her parents. I couldn't count the number of times that shit haunted me thousands of miles away as soon as I heard about Doug. That 12-year-old girl had absolute loss branded on her face. How hurt did she look as a soul-crushed 17-year-old? How much did I add to her pain as she waited for me to write? The same dumb boy who was there before to cheer her up with a few cheesy jokes. The man who protected her, who fought for her till the war sucked so much fight out of me I couldn't remember how to fight for shit anymore.
Dish it up, Weston, and don't be shy. Will you look at that cream?
Thelma says, smacking her lips.
Shelley made enough to feed an army.
I pick up the pancake platter and the tongs. Have you ever known me to be shy?
Not yet, boy, and here's hoping the day never comes.
Thelma laughs. With our plates piled high with pancakes stacked with caramel and whipped cream toppings that seem decadent as hell, we sit down and bow our heads while Thelma says grace. Shelley stirs when she mentions Doug. Again, I get a flash of her, younger and teary-eyed and alone because of me. Fuck. Thankfully, the conversation flows to happier places around the table, with Thelma leading it. We talk about the time we all pitched in to help Jonah Reed track down his horse, Edison. Even with an actual movie star coming here, Ridge Barnett, that decrepit escape artist of a horse will always be the biggest celebrity in Dallas. Old Man Reed was good friends with Doug Simon and my own Grandpa Larry, and still amazingly grounded despite the billions he earned in North Dakota oil. I laugh at how animated Thelma gets while rambling about the Three Musketeers and their antics. Somehow I keep one eye in the back of my head, waiting for Snake Man Hudson to show up at the table and kill the buzz. I think Shelley wonders if he will too. I can tell by how she keeps glancing at the door between red-faced laughing fits, the way she pauses before going for seconds at every little creak in the old house. Definitely curious. She didn't seem so standoffish with Carson Chucklefuck last night. Seemed like they were getting along well. The attitude adjustment makes me wonder what exactly went down between them after I threw my shit fit at the bar, especially when she freezes at the squeak of footsteps on the stairs. I heard them too, and though my gaze drifts through the open door, no one ever emerges at the bottom of the stairs.
You know, I wonder whatever happened to that old scrapbook your Grandpa Larry had. He was a real stickler for detail. I remember seeing all kinds of photos and clippings stuffed in there,
Thelma says.
I don't think Shelley's ever seen it. You'd love the history, dearie.
I still have it, I say, turning my attention back to the table. Aunt Faye gave it to me last summer while we were sorting through stuff for her garage sales. Turning to Shelley, I say, you can borrow it any time. Feel free to make copies.
Oh, thanks. I'd love to have a look.
The back door opens and closes then, catching our attention. I brace for an evil eye from the dickhead from Boston. But it's Marty who walks into the dining room a minute later with a loud yawn, his hair an uncombed mess.
Aw, man, what's this? He asks. I'm half an hour late and you guys wiped out breakfast?
There's plenty left.
Shell chirps with relief, pointing to all the platters she covered with silver lids to keep the food warm after we passed them around the table.
Quit complaining and sit down.
Marty laughs, slapping my shoulder as he walks past my chair.
Hey, West, good seeing you here. Just like old times, huh?
I nod.
We should all do this more often,
Thelma says.
As long as we've got our Shelley bean, I think we'll need a few more big breakfasts.
I can't help glancing at Shell, who doesn't look my way. I can tell she's avoiding it, and I keep looking at her. Finally, when I throw my 7th pancake on my plate, she looks up, grins, and pops a piece of sausage she fixed to go with them in her mouth.
So where's Mr. Masshole off to so bright and early?
Marty asks, drenching his pancakes in syrupy caramel. I frown, knowing who he's referring to. When no one answers, Marty adds,
He was backing out of the parking lot when I pulled in. Dude barely even waved to me, jackass.
He mutters under his breath. Thelma shoots him a disapproving look across the table.
Now, son, he's a paying guest, and a nice enough fellow. Do mind your manners.
He flashes her an apologetic look. Across the table, Shell locks eyes with me. It's like some wordless secret passing back and forth I'm struggling to decipher. I glance at the door. The bottom of the stairway is visible, but just one corner. Hudson must have purposefully slithered out of sight as he left, so Thelma wouldn't call after him for breakfast. Marty has a point. What lit such a fire under his ass that he couldn't even stop for coffee? What happened with Shelley last night after she stormed off? I also noticed how relaxed she seemed a minute ago, like a gorilla-sized worry was just lifted off her. Is it because she's afraid I'll shoot my mouth off coming face to face with him again? Or because the masshole, as Marty calls him, put his polished foot in his mouth with Shell? I wonder. While I'm thinking about that and chewing my weight in pancakes, my phone buzzes. I fumble it out of my pocket, planning on silencing it, but notice it's Aunt Faye. Excuse me, guys, I say, standing up. I need to take this. I step away from the table and head into the kitchen as I flick the answer icon. Hello?
Weston, oh, Weston.
She sounds breathless.
I know I locked the back door and double-checked the windows like I always do, but it's gone. Oh, heavens, I knew I should have given it to you while I still had the chance.
Easy, Aunt Faye, I say, hearing the panic in her voice. Take a few deep breaths and then tell me what happened. What's gone?
The gun,
she sputters, barely pausing to breathe.
The gun that won the West.
Oh, shit. She's talking about my grandpa's lever-action Winchester rifle. The rifle? You're sure? My shoulders square with tension.
I may be old, but I'm not blind. God, yes, I'm positive. I called Drake a minute before I called you, and he's coming over to have a look right now.
I'm on my way, I say, ending the call. What's wrong? Marty asks, poking his head into the kitchen. Aunt Faye, Sounds like someone broke into her house and stole the old Winchester.
Oh, goodness,
Thelma says from the other room, overhearing us. I'm sorry, guys, but I have to get over there, I say, heading back to the dining room. She's really upset. Plus, we'd better make sure nothing else got smashed up or taken.
I'm so sorry,
Shelley mouths, hanging her head. I'll go with, Marty says.
Oh, no, you won't,
Thelma says sternly, pulling him back by the pocket of his jeans.
Shelly Bean, go with Weston while we clean up. Faye needs a lady to calm her down, and these two lunks might be good for plenty, but they're not so good at that. Will you?
Absolutely,
she tells her grandmother. Those big green eyes never leave mine, swollen with concern. So much for old times. We never had a robbery interrupt a neighborly breakfast, and I never had to worry about what my own dumbass might do in close proximity to my best friend's little sister.
9. Pig in a Poke. Rochelle. I'm flipping speechless. I haven't seen Faye in years and want to help, but I don't want to leave Graham and Marty rudderless with Weston in a hurry to go. I jump to my feet, tossing a look over my shoulder at my brother. Marty, help Graham clean up and check the guest rooms. I can't say I mind turning that job over to someone today. After last night, I'm more nervous than ever about Carson. It's not even the bad date or the weirdness of him creeping around so late. There are 100 explanations for that. Everything from needing a glass of water to feeling restless enough to take a walk and getting lost. Our date certainly hadn't ended well. I'm sure it weighed on my mind as much as his before Weston's call swept it clear out of my head. The thing is, I don't really know this guy. Even after hanging around him for a few hours, relaxing over drinks and burgers, he's basically a stranger. The conversation never drifted deep into our personal lives when he kept his motor mouth running on foreign adventures and antique travel stories. Got it. Call me if you need me, guys. Marty yells after us. Will do, Weston says. He takes my hand without seeming to think about it as we speed walk through the house, out the back door, and across the lawn. Sorry about this again, he says. Aunt Faye sounded pretty rattled. Thanks for coming with me. Seeing you might help get her mind off the break-in and losing the gun. So the rifle's the only thing missing, I ask. Don't know. We'll find out when we get there. That's all she mentioned over the phone. It only takes us a few minutes until we're on his property. Hercules spots us and lets out a few excited grunts as we jog around the barn. But neither of us stop to give him much attention. I feel bad about forgetting his scraps this morning, even if I know Weston would have fed him. I hope Marty remembers to put anything left over from breakfast and fit for pig dining in the bowl I left on the counter. We arrive at Weston's truck in no time and jump in. Faye's house is several miles up the next road. I used to follow Marty and Weston over to her place often. It's a big white house with a huge wraparound porch and a fenced-in backyard. All summer long, she'd have a croquet game set up in the back, and we'd spend long, humid evenings playing it for hours on end, except when she'd feed us snacks. Her cupcakes were always bigger than my hand, and her lemonade brought a steady flow of thirsty kids to her yard. I glance at West. Why hadn't I ever thought about how he never stayed home very often? He was practically glued to Marty, especially during summertime. His dad worked for Earhart Oil, and his mom had a job at the grocery store. Maybe that's it. They were busy people with erratic schedules. Always gone, always working, and he would have been home alone if it wasn't for friends next door. Looks like Drake beat us here, Weston says as we take the last corner and see the squad car in Faye's driveway. He's the town sheriff now, since old Rodney Wallace stepped down. I heard. He married Bella Reed after Jonah died, didn't he? Graham told me all about it, including Edison's big escapade, helping save Bella. Yeah, fuck. This town's got its fair share of four-legged heroes. That was before I came home. You still hear folks talking it up at the Bobcat fairly often. Uncle Grady calls it the start of the weirdness happening around Dallas the last few years. You remember Tori Three Names? He looks at me and I nod, smiling. How could I forget? She always tried giving me a few pointers on dancing. I fell on my butt so many times, I think it left permanent bruises. She's got her own studio in town now, present from her hubby, Quinn Faulkner, if you remember him. Falk pitched in a lot when my uncle had his tiger trouble, and before that when Ridge the movie star settled down here. Yeah, Quinn's a nice guy, I shrug. You know, I may have been gone for a while, but I keep up with what's happening. And who'd ever turn down an Edison update? That horse is like the town mascot. Way more than the bulldog. That wins me a grin. My heart does a somersault. I only wish Weston smiled more. Don't know why the hell they named the football team the Dallas Bulldogs, he says. Can't remember ever seeing a bulldog around here. Just mutts and those big old mastiffs Dean Coffey tried breeding years ago. I laugh, remembering how everyone in town obsessed over those monster fluff puppies. Didn't Tori wind up with one Dean kept? I thought I heard he was helping her with that goat business. Sure is. Owl's the best boy you could ever want, goofy name aside, Weston says with a chuckle. A minute later, we're pulling into the familiar winding driveway. He parks the truck, and we both climb out. The screen door bangs open a second later as Faye rushes out to meet us with the sheriff following her. A big, strapping man with blue eyes a shade lighter than Weston's. Oh, goodness, tell me I didn't just give you that old gun. Did I? She asks, sounding hopeful. If I just forgot and I'm panicking over nothing. Weston's face tenses, his jaw set, drawing my eye. Holy crap. It's like he gets hotter when he's worried or angry or switching into bodyguard mode. Why do I find it so irresistible? No, Aunt Faye. Unfortunately, you didn't. It was hanging over the fireplace when I moved your bookshelf the other day, just like always. See, Drake, she says, I told you so. Someone busted in right under my nose and... She stops talking as her gaze lands on me. Rochelle? Rochelle Simon, it is you. Before I know it, she sweeps forward, eclipsing me in a giddy hug. Come here and say hi to your other aunt. I heard you were in town. I've been meaning to get over and see Thelma as quick as I can. How's she doing? She's already enveloped me in her solid arms, buxom and tall like all the McKnights. She's always made me feel small in this happy, protective way, and still does as her hug tightens. I've been so worried about your granny, but my little sales kept me so busy I've barely had time to follow up with anything else. She releases me with a smile that takes up her face, still grasping my upper arms gently. Oh, it's good to see you, girl. You look as adorable as ever, and like a lady, too. I've missed you tagging along with Marty and Weston so much. I always loved when you kids would drop by out of the blue. She drags me over to Weston and Drake Larkin. I've heard a lot about Sheriff Larkin, but this is the first time we've met in person. He gives me a welcoming smile. Weston, this young lady gets prettier by the day, don't you think? Faye says, elbowing West in the side. I laugh at the shock on his face, mostly to hide how I blush as she prattles on. Oh, and Drake. This is Rochelle Simon, Thelma's granddaughter. She's been out east for a few years now for schooling and helping keep our national treasures intact. Really? Drake says amicably. She hates it when you butter her up, Faye jokes, lowering her voice to an exaggerated whisper I can still totally hear. She's with the Smithsonian. Isn't it magical to have one of our very own somewhere so prestigious? Sure is, Drake replies. With an affable nod for me, he says, Nice to meet you, Miss Simon. Your reputation precedes you around here. You too, I reply, both happy and a little miffed that meeting the sheriff saves Weston from more fun torture by Faye. Aunt Faye, Weston says, Is the entire case gone, or just the gun? Faye's weathered face sags as her smile melts away. Just the gun. The case is hanging there like always, but it's empty. It was the first thing I noticed. Faye waves a wrinkled hand and starts toward the house. Come inside and see for yourself. I was just about to take Drake over for one more good look when you two showed up. Her house is exactly like I remember, oozing old charm, enhanced by her floral print furniture with doilies draped over the backs and arms, plus large braided rugs on original dark hardwood floors. A white crown molding runs across the green-striped wallpaper, a neutral backdrop for so many wonderful old treasures. I always adored looking around her house like a museum, getting lost in the old oval pictures and last-century furniture that makes the place glow. I haven't forgotten the gun they're talking about. The rifle was maintained religiously and displayed inside a large wood and glass case bolted to the stone fireplace in the living room. Sure enough, the case is still there, but weirdly vacant. I'm no expert on antique guns, but even I know a model 1873 Winchester rifle is a collector's holy grail. It was successfully marketed as the gun that won the American West by its manufacturer. A specimen in near-mint condition like theirs is worth its weight in gold, easily running into 5 figures. That gun belonged to my great-grandfather, Faye explains, shaking her head sadly as she stares at the empty case. It was the family's pride and joy for 3 generations. I offered it to Weston last year, but he told me to keep it here until I was ready to move. I did, Weston says glumly. And it was here last week, inside the case. You said the back door was unlocked? Drake asks, heading for the kitchen. We all follow him. Yes, sir, Faye tells him. When I got up this morning and came down to make coffee like usual, the back door was open a hair. The rug was caught at the bottom, and that got my attention, because I remembered locking it last night, without having to fix it. You're positive? Weston asks. Cross my heart. The rug's old, and likes to get caught on the bottom every so often. I need to buy a new one that's not so thick. Still, I'm always careful to make sure the door is shut tight. And another thing, there's this... She points to an empty blue china bowl on the counter. Something significant about it? Drake asks, picking up the bowl to inspect it. There's a stray cat in the neighborhood I've been feeding, Mr. Whiskers. And every evening I bring the bowl in and lock the door after he's had his din-din. I did that last night, like always. Drake sets the bowl back on the counter, before kneeling down to examine the door and the door jamb intensely. He's a calico baby, barely bigger than a kitten. It's so rare to find a calico boy, Faye explains. He just showed up one day crying for food. The poor thing was so scrawny I had to feed him. With Hercules living at Weston's now, it's nice having an animal around again, especially a free spirit. I loop an arm around hers. I'm sure it is. How about you sit down at the table and I'll make you some tea? Oh, thank you, dear. I'd like that. My heart's been racing fit for a marathon ever since I noticed the gun was gone. My own heart swells with sympathy. I lead her away from the door to this cute little breakfast nook, just off the side of the kitchen with a round table and 2 chairs with pink padded cushions. After seeing that rug caught in the door this morning, I walked straight into the living room to check the front door. I knew something else was different right away. It was the old sitting chair, back in place, but a little crooked, like somebody moved it to help get to the fireplace more easily. My heart sank before I even looked up, knowing what I'd find missing. I find tea bags and a cup, then start the water after she's situated. Weston warned me about letting strangers in the house for my sales, and I've been as good as my word, no exceptions, not even for the folks who come to look at my things who are always so nice, she continues. Everything I've ever sold stays in the garage, even the items I posted online. I had Weston carry them out to the garage. He just brought the oak bookcase out of the living room the other day. Funny, the young man who was interested hasn't come back to buy it yet, even though he said he's staying in town. But then again, these Craigslist folks can be awfully flaky. Weston and Drake are back in the living room, and that young man part sticks with me. You've been posting stuff on Craigslist, Faye? I ask, just to confirm. Oh, yes. It's been a godsend for keeping my sales going past summer. The librarian told me about it over at the county library. I wanted to put up a notice about my garage sale on the bulletin board there, but they don't have a seller's board anymore. She said people post everything online and showed me how to do that with my phone. I got my pictures of everything for sale together and double-checked my email address. Wouldn't be the first time I've misspelled it, believe me, she says with a good-natured laugh. Ugh. There are a lot of great online markets, sure, but also no shortage of horror stories. My stomach churns, imagining Faye getting ripped off by some unscrupulous scammer. There's no shortage of desperate little monsters who love to prey on the elderly, even in tiny North Dakota towns. Like the bookcase? I ask, checking the water on the stove. Yes. That young man was picking through my record collection originally. He was well-dressed and rather well-spoken, she says with a smile I can't bring myself to return. That definitely sounds like Carson Hudson. But would a man like him who breathes money and seems knowledgeable about flipping valuables for profit even think about resorting to petty theft? It seems absurd. He asked if he could see it when I mentioned my lovely old furniture. I said no to him coming inside then, but told him he was welcome back after I got my nephew to carry it outside. But he hasn't shown up again for a second look. You took a picture of it while it was in the living room, right? Yes. And posted it online for sale? Sure. This young guy, did anything seem off about him? I say neutrally, trying not to let my suspicions out. She looks at me slowly. No, only when he took a liking to something, he got real excited. He must have talked my ear off for almost an hour about all this wheeling and dealing he did with antique furniture and china over in New York City. The way my eyebrows quirk must give me away. Oh, but I don't think he's a suspect, she adds quickly. He came off like an upstanding fellow. He even left me $30 to reserve the bookcase so I wouldn't sell it to anyone else before he had first dibs. That other guy who came the same day in the boots, though. What other guy? I ask, my attention piqued. I mentioned him to Drake. Never seen him around town before. But he said he was with Earhart for the season, working the oil fields. He came clomping around with muddy boots. I'm afraid I couldn't tell if he was drunk or just mean-spirited. He picked through some glassware with old beer logos for 10 minutes and almost dropped a few dishes. I didn't like how he was stumbling around and warned him to be careful. He told me to my face he could find better junk at a flea market. Oh, and apparently I was wasting everybody's time by leaving the nicer stuff in the house. Terribly rude, right? Her expression sours. I mumble my agreement, not liking anything I'm hearing. I want to go tell Weston and Drake everything, in case she left out any details. But I wait until the water hisses. After placing the tea bag in the cup and filling it with hot water, I carry it to her. I'll go see if Weston or Drake want something to drink, too. Be right back. Oh, that's sweet of you, honey. Tell them I have plenty of coffee. I will. The guys are in the living room, meticulously picking over the glass box that housed the rifle and discussing the lock. Drake agrees it seems like it's been picked. I walk up to Weston, whose face softens when he sees me. Hey, I'm not sure how important this might be, but I lay a hand on his arm. So, Faye just told me she posted a few listings for sale on everybody's favorite old-school classifieds. They're all pictures she took inside the house. His blue eyes ignite, and I know he's thinking what I am. Someone obviously saw the gun in one of those pics, and maybe a certain mean drunk someone with zero manners came by to feel the place out before staging their heist. Damn, I didn't know she knew how to do that, Weston tells me, shaking his head. She said the librarian helped her. If Faye was a little too trusting, or just not careful enough, that's probably how it happened. Almost certainly is, Drake says, tapping a few notes into his phone before he looks up. Online listings keep causing more trouble than they're worth lately, between the old anonymous sites and Facebooker's marketplace. Let's go verify the information. He and Drake share a look. Then we all head back into the kitchen together. And Faye, you told Rachel about some listings? What did you post online? Weston asks gently. Oh, mostly just the old furniture we talked about. That bookcase you brought out for me the other day, and my grandmother's old sewing machine. Plus that pie safe over there. She points to an old punched tin cabinet near the back door. I think I mentioned a few more odds and ends if I remember right, and I attached plenty of pictures to everything. Can I take a look if they're still in your email? He asks. She points at the counter and asks me, Shelley, will you please hand him my cell phone? It's plugged in behind the coffee pot. I see the phone and pass it to Weston. He and Drake scan through her pictures in no time before he passes it to me with a frustrated look. I don't see the gun in any of these pics. Have a look, just in case we missed something. I scroll through the listings, blowing everything up on the half a dozen ads so I can see better. But I have to agree, I don't see a single photo with the gun in the background, however small. Sorry, it was just a wild guess. I suppose it could explain attracting weirdos, at least. She mentioned the rude, muddy boots guy. Thanks, and yeah, she told us about him, Weston says, nodding angrily. No details are too small when it comes to home intrusions. They could still lead us to something concrete, Drake says. At this point, we shouldn't rule out anything. I think you should call Falk, Weston, and have him install the home security system we perfected last year to help with any future ruckuses in town. Even a simple doorbell camera could work wonders if anyone wants to make a repeat visit to Faye's house. I hope not, I blurt out, hating the thought of Faye being alone and vulnerable here. Will do, Weston says. Looking at me, he adds, I'm pretty sure Falk installed the system for Thelma at Amelia's a while ago. Really? I wasn't aware we had one, I say. I haven't had to turn it on and off. Because it's automatic and not advertised, Weston says. Putting a sign in your front yard that you're protected just invites any dickhead burglars to cut the power off. Marty has the app for it on his phone with all the functions. I raise my eyebrows, surprised my brother never mentioned it. Drake walks over to Faye. Ma'am, I think you should go visit Thelma Simon for a day or two, or anyone else you'd enjoy seeing. Just a precaution. Why, Sheriff? Faye looks up, her eyes wide. Because whoever took that gun might have seen something else in mind. Repeat thefts aren't terribly uncommon in smaller communities. Bad actors are used to vulnerable folks letting their guard down, including the cops. Rest assured that won't happen on my watch, Drake explains gently. For your own safety, I'd prefer it if you weren't home alone, at least not till Weston gets Falk to rig up a new security system for you and change the locks. I'll call him right away, Weston tells Faye. We'll see how soon he can help with the installation. But until then, I agree with Drake. You can either stay with Thelma or me. It takes a bit more back and forth prodding, but Faye eventually gives in, mainly because Weston points out that she'll be able to walk over and see Hercules at his place if she's at the B&B. I happily agree to set her up with a complimentary room, then help her gather a few bags with clothes. Weston loads up her van, which she insists on driving. Thanks for your help, Shell, Weston says, once we're following Faye's boxy old van to Graham's place. And sorry for dumping another guest on you. I know you were probably enjoying the break in traffic. You're welcome, and you aren't dumping anything. It's a slower season. Plus, Graham will love having Faye hanging around. I smile. There are only 3 new reservations for the next week, so having Faye with us is no issue at all. Honestly, I think I'll enjoy having extra company. I'm still kinda creeped out over last night and don't fancy being alone whenever I see Carson again, which will happen sooner or later. If I had my way, I'd ask Weston to move in for a few days and play into his growly bodyguard act, just in case we've got a rat. Even after our phone call last night, I had a hard time sleeping. Knowing he'd be there for breakfast in a matter of hours was the only comfort. We follow Faye into the small parking lot at Graham's, and before we're even out of the truck, I see a chubby black balloon rounding the corner of the house. Oh, crap. Hercules. It's legit shocking how fast he moves on those stubby legs. Uh-oh, I whisper. Looks like someone got out of his pen again. That crazy, stubborn, curly-tailed little... Weston trails off as he pops open his door and shouts after the pig. Hercules, get your porky ass over here and back in your pen, or I'm gonna call your daddy Zeus and have him start slinging lightning bolts. I can't help but laugh. He's hilariously mad. Predictably, Herc ignores him and makes a beeline for Faye's van. I'm not sure who squeals louder, the pig or Faye, when they see each other as she steps out. I'm in stitches by the time I slide out of the truck, just in time for Hercules to leap out of Faye's arms as she kneels next to him and run over to me, squealing excitedly like he wants me to know his mama's back. I kneel down and scratch him behind both floppy black ears. I see her, big guy, I tell him. We might both feed you if you're a good boy and go home with Weston. He does this adorable bouncy move, lifting off his front legs for a split second like a dog asking for a treat. My heart cartwheels. He's been over here snuffling around since you left. Marty walks out the front door with a boyish grin, his hair a mess, and holds it open for Graham to follow. Sorry about that, Weston says. Looks like I'll need to put a cement barrier around his whole pen, and hire a part-time warden for good measure. Naughty pig, I tell Hercules, wagging a finger. We had a deal, remember? I bring you yummies every morning and you stay in your pen. Hercules grunts, stomping one foot in the dirt. Then with his head hanging low, he trots away from all of us. We all watch as he skitters past the front of the house and around the corner. Curious, I follow him. So does everyone else, even Graham with her walker, moving down the ramp and onto the grass to watch from a distance. Herc knows where he's going, all the way to Weston's turf. There, he wiggles his way under the loose wooden boards of his pen and plops down in the dirt, winded, his round belly rising and falling with effort. Look at that! He really is a little Einstein, but we all knew that. He won the blue ribbon at the fair 3 years in a row for good reason, Faye says proudly, hands perched on her hips. Trouble is, he's always had a mind of his own. You have to win him over if you want him to play nice. Weston groans, muffling a curse and pulling a big hand over his face. I try not to laugh. I truly don't know what to say or do. I'm just as amazed as everyone else by the mind that pig has. With a sympathetic grimace for West, I shrug. Hey, I made the deal with him, and I've fed him every morning. Up until today. Maybe that's the issue. He thought I cheated him. Faye grins and clucks laughter that's way too infectious. I'm laughing too, while Weston rage stares at the pig like he's found his Christmas ham. I'm doubled over again the longer the staring match goes on, wiping the corners of my eyes. That's not it. He likes you real swell, Shelley, and he's finicky with who he likes, Faye explains. He's picked you, and he wants you to like him too. Consider it a funny way of making friends. She nods approvingly as Marty slaps her gently on the shoulder. My little sister, the pig whisperer, he says with a smirk. Shelley, what else did you learn at that fancy college? When I'm done rolling my eyes, my gaze flicks to Weston, but he isn't smiling back. He's back to wearing that worn, impenetrable expression, the one that belongs to a strange man I can't crack, no matter how well things went today. That makes me sad despite my lingering smile. Just awesome. Looks like my hometown best friend is a badly behaved pig. An actual pig. Not the guy I've loved forever, who might as well have a moat around his heart 100 feet deep and guarded by fire-breathing krakens. How pathetic is my life?
10. Roll me in mud. Weston. I stare up at the burning blue sky until my neck hurts. Somewhere up there, somebody is laughing their ass off at my dilemma. How the hell does this crap happen to me? My pig can be friends with her, but I can't. It leaves me wondering what exactly I did to deserve being jealous of a pig. Clearly I've lost the game of life and might as well throw in the towel now. While Faye jabbers away with Thelma about the break-in, I collect her luggage and haul it inside, bringing it upstairs to one of the guest rooms. Thelma refuses payment from either me or Faye for their hospitality again. In no time, the two old gals are settled in Thelma's private wing, laughing their butts off at all the times when Hercules was supposedly the world's cutest pig. I have yet to see it.
So what's the plan? Marty asks. You want me to check out that shifty oil guy Faye mentioned?
Yeah, I'd love a follow-up. You've got access to the records as a field supervisor, though it's pretty damn stupid if a guy here for seasonal help did this, especially with a company still owned by the sheriff's family.
Stupid is as stupid does,
Marty says in this exaggerated Alabama accent like he's auditioning for Forrest Gump. Sorry, man, you know how much I love that movie. Also, if he's new to Dallas, maybe he didn't know who Drake married. I roll my eyes. While you're busy torturing us with movie quotes, I'm gonna have Falk install a new security system at her place ASAP. This doesn't seem like an amateur, spur-of-the-moment break-in. Whoever went in knew exactly what they were doing. They picked her door and the lock on the gun's case without making a sound to wake her up. The locks still felt solid when I checked, but they're old. I'll have to replace those, too.
Need help? Marty asks. I finished everything around here the boss lady left for the day. No matter how demanding she gets, she forgets how fast I work.
He nods at Shelley with a grin. She sticks her tongue out at him. That reminds me of the old days so much I fight back a grin of my own. No, but thanks. I left a message for Falk to call me as soon as he gets a chance.
All right, then. I'm going home to mow my lawn before the neighbors complain, but if you and Falk need help, just holler.
He frowns slightly as he looks at Shell again.
Speaking of Falk, how late were you up roaming around last night?
I flinch slightly, thinking of our late-night phone call.
Pretty late? Why?
Shell stiffens as she shrugs, rejoining us.
That security app pinged me sometime after midnight. I knew it was probably you because it was in the private area.
Her reaction turns me to stone. It's subtle, barely visible, but she fidgets anxiously. Her green eyes widen too much.
What do you mean?
She asks.
It notifies me every time the motion sensors pick up something, especially in the old room next to the back office,
Marty says.
I had a few extra sensors put up in Graham's sitting room. They only turn on at night, usually after 10 o'clock. Easiest way for me to make sure she's safe and all, living there with strangers.
Just sensors, not cameras?
She asks.
Yep, sensors, Marty replies. Besides the office, we can't risk trampling on anybody's privacy and getting ourselves sued. Why?
No reason,
she replies quickly.
Just curious.
There's a reason, all right, and I sincerely want to know what it is.
You sure? Why'd you call the landline in the middle of the night?
Marty asks, scratching his neck.
That was your number in the records.
She huffs out a breath.
Do you have that bugged too? Nah, Graham told me. I just hit the wrong button on my phone. Total accident,
she says, holding her hands up. She doesn't look mad, but she's definitely agitated, raising even more questions. Marty shakes his head at her.
For the record, the house isn't bugged. Nothing but common sense safety measures I put in place when Graham insisted on turning this old place into Amelia's. Reinforced locks and sensors for the doors, windows, and sensitive areas.
He looks at me.
Maybe you should look at rigging those up for Faye's house.
I shake my head. I suggested it, but she's afraid she'll forget if there are too many codes involved. I'll have to see what Falk has in mind.
Are there motion sensors anywhere else?
Shelley asks.
Nope. Again, Graham was worried over customer privacy, but you've seen the little outdoor camera by the front door.
Marty eyes her curiously, raking a hand through his hair.
What's up?
Nothing,
she insists.
Those are just things I should know, don't you think?
Both Marty and I ping on her insistence, a bit too firm and yet not quite genuine.
Guess so,
Marty says. She rolls her eyes at him and walks away. We both watch her retreat and share a slow look before I follow him outside. As soon as we step out of the door, he asks,
"Is it just me, or is she acting funny?"
"Damn right," I throw back.
"I wonder, since she won't tell me, maybe she'd explain more to you."
My brows fly up. "What makes you think that? You're her brother, Marty."
"Exactly. You aren't her big bro. You're just her friend, and she still trusts you the same way she did in the good dope days."
I stare through him, wishing like hell that was true. Marty might be a good man, but he'll never win any awards for being observant any time this century. He gives me a parting nod as he starts down the steps.
"Let me know what you find out."
Once he's out of earshot, I huff out a breath and walk back inside. I'm her fucking friend, all right. Barely. No doubt there's something happening that she's being tight-lipped about, though. And I have a gut feeling it may involve their smarmy, womanizing guest. I've got to figure this shit out and keep out of breaching any friend zones I shouldn't. We're friends. Friends. And I try like hell to drive the meaning of that word through my skull. I should also be crystal clear on what it doesn't mean, too. No laughing over banana pancakes alone. No heart-twisting trips down memory lane. No flirting. Definitely no eyes on her lips. No killing glances at her moon of an ass that makes me break out in a cold sweat when I imagine how it'd feel in my hands. Abso-fucking-lutely no wandering lips. As I pull myself together, I wonder when friendships like this became so hard. I find Shell in the sitting room a few minutes later, talking with Faye and Thelma.
"I'm heading home, ladies," I tell them. "Gotta fix the hole Hercules made in his latest jailbreak with something more permanent. Want to come with me, Shell? You can pick up that scrapbook."
Of course she does.
Thelma answers for her.
No need to have a girl as young as Shelley Bean joining in our dirty little fantasies about Andrew the weatherman.
"Graham," Shelley hisses as I try not to shudder. If Andrew from Channel 6 News ever wants his own personal harem, he's got his pick of every woman over 50 in this town.
See, you're not old enough for this conversation, dear, Thelma says. Run along now. Tell Hercules I'll walk over later to say hello.
Faye calls after me. Shelley stands up and nods at me.
Fine, I'm coming. I do want to check out that scrapbook.
I figured that would seal the deal, Andrew yuck factor aside. She also tells Faye that she'll deliver her message to Hercules personally with a few evening treats. As I head for the front door, she touches my arm and says,
"We can go out the back."
"My truck's out front."
"Yeah, but you can drive it home later."
It's been years, and she hasn't changed that much. Neither have I when it comes to her, and knowing there's something gnawing at her eats at me. "All right, later it is," I say, hoping she'll tell me what's on her mind. We've barely stepped through the back door and off the stairs when her foot crunches something. She makes a disgusted face and reaches down to lift it off the ground.
What's that? I ask.
Just an empty bag. Trash.
It's nearly shredded, mangled like it's been chewed. I've got one guess how.
Looks like Herc got a hold of it. What was it?
Slowly, she turns it over and her nose wrinkles again.
Ugh, some really unholy almonds, I think.
She tucks it in her back pocket.
I'll throw it away at your house.
Thelma's garbage cans are out near the parking area. I know because I've carried her trash out for years. Weird. Regardless, I nod and let a companionable silence settle over us as we walk together. I don't attempt to break it by asking what's going on. I need her to feel more at ease before I bring that up. Meanwhile, the world's loneliest pig sees us coming and races to the side of the pen before we arrive. He sticks his pudgy snout through the boards and snorts like he means business.
Such a good BB,
Shell gushes, while she gives the pig Faye's message and tells him he really needs to stay inside if he wants her to keep bringing him breakfast. I climb over the pen and head for the barn.
What are you doing?
Getting a shovel to cover the hole he left,
I answer. She climbs over the pen.
Wait up, I'll help.
Get right back over that fence, I tell her, throwing her a look over my shoulder. You're wearing white pants and they won't stay that way if you don't.
Oh, I can bleach them.
My eyes flick to the sandals on her feet. For a hot second, I imagine those toes with their candy-red nails curling against my shoulders while I drive into her like I mean to break her. I see her face contorted, whimpering, coming apart real sweet for me with every hammering stroke of my...
Jesus, West, don't worry, I can wash my feet too.
She marches right past me into the barn and grabs a shovel before I can stop her. Brat, I spit, rubbing my eyes so they don't glue themselves to her ass permanently. It does nothing to bleach away the filthy thoughts cluttering my head. Neither does her signature grin when she looks at me.
Come on, let's get this done,
I say, shaking my head because I know she's too stubborn and there's no sense in arguing. We fill in the hole together, talking mainly about Hercules and some pointers she read online about pig taming. 20 minutes later, with the oinker satisfied by a few big carrots I had lying around, we head into the house. I'm amazed she escapes without smudging her ivory white jeans or muddying her feet. A crinkling noise tells me she drops the shredded bag from her pocket in the trash before heading to the kitchen sink to wash her hands. While she's occupied, I pluck the bag out of the garbage and tuck it away in my mail holder for a better look later.
Nice setup you've got, West. I don't remember being inside your house much before,
she says while drying her hands. That's because I rarely invited anyone over when we were kids. I never knew if my parents would be sleeping off their latest overtime shifts or bickering from the stress or just not talking to each other. They even went through a couple spats where they thought about divorce. Fortunately, it never came to that. Dad finding a career change as a real estate agent later in life did a lot to diffuse their stress. It wasn't the friendliest environment growing up, especially compared to the easy laughs and endless trays of homemade food with the Simons. Having her over wasn't something I wanted to subject her to when she and Marty had already lost so much and found a certain sunlight they deserved in their grandparents. I move to the sink to wash my hands as she steps aside.
It's not much, but it's home. I've done some remodeling and made the place mine since I bought it off my folks, I tell her.
Not much. I like it. It's you, but it still has that old country charm like most places around here. Our house had that before Graham spruced it up to become Amelia's.
She walks through the kitchen and into the living room.
She did a great job. It's beautiful, sure, but the more I'm there, I don't know. It doesn't feel quite like home anymore. Not the home I remember, anyway.
That's because you're a hard-ass for old junk. You don't like change when it comes to history, including your own. I dry my hands and lean against the counter, staring into her soft green eyes.
Well, maybe you're right.
She walks further into my living room, taking a closer look at my decor.
Like these old wood-burning fireplaces. I love how so many old homes have them.
I follow her, my eyes drinking her in with her back turned. I swear to God Almighty my fingers itch to grab that ass. I shove my hands in my pockets so I don't do anything stupid, like a greedy kid resisting a lost 20 on the ground. They aren't as efficient as furnaces, and most modern fireplaces are gas now. They do well enough with the aesthetic, but you're right, it's not the same vibe. Not much different from cars now. I grind out. I'm always up for rattling off a litany of problems with most vehicles that rolled off their assembly lines since 2000.
Come on. Half the people in this town must be bringing you 20 or 30-year-old junkers to fix. We don't even need a car show to see some classics.
She laughs, her nose scrunching up adorably.
I can tell you've put a lot of work into this place, though, just like your shop. I'll have to stop by sometime.
I nod proudly. There's no denying the obvious. The weathered bluestone fireplace is one of my favorite upgrades. Marty helped me throw it together over a case of beer and a long weekend job. Overall, the place is in decent shape. I've been planning to finish repainting some rooms, but still haven't gotten around to it. Remembering why she's here, I gesture to the built-in bookcase on the far wall. The scrapbook should be around here somewhere. I pause just as I start looking when my phone buzzes. I'd left a message for Falk as we were driving home from Faye's, and now he's calling me back. It's Falk. Check out the top corner by the engine manuals. You can't miss it. She nods, and I step away to answer the phone. While explaining the situation to Falk, I watch her from a distance. She stretches to retrieve the thick scrapbook on the top shelf and ferry it to the sofa.
Weston, my man, I'm thinking if we wire up your aunt's perimeter right quick, plus the house, we'll catch anybody stupid enough to come prowling around for a return trip. I listen to Falk go off about security systems in his Oklahoma twang and techno jargon worthy of the former federal agent he used to be. I take his recommendations to heart and agree to meet him over at Faye's tonight so he can figure out what he'll need and get it ordered. Care for something to drink while you flip through it? I ask Shell after hanging up. She's sitting cross-legged on the sofa, smiling down at the thick book in her lap, already fully engrossed in the distant past.
Yes, please, whatever you have on hand. This stuff is amazing, by the way. Have you read everything?
She looks at me with excitement flickering in watery green eyes. Some of it, I answer with a shrug, grabbing 2 bottles of a dark root beer from the fridge.
I think you've got more pics of the 3 Musketeers than anybody. I see your Grandpa Larry, my grandpa, and Jonah Reed when they were about your age. They're so dapper, all dressed up for what must be the day they went to Minot to catch the train. They were off to the Korean War. There's so many pics of them overseas later on.
Walking into the living room, I answer. Oh yeah, I do remember those war photos. I unscrew the lids on the bottles and hand her one. She takes a swig, and I watch her swirl it against her tongue with too much amusement. After a second, she decides she likes the spice well enough and swallows.
Dang, that's rich.
Yep. Special brew from our resident movie star and his butler. Barnett Farms started making soda to go along with their beef business and his father-in-law's pumpkins now. I think you'd enjoy talking to Tobin the butler since he's a history freak like you. He's always got his nose stuck in a brick of a book. I asked him about this doorstopper he was carrying around about the French Revolution once at the bar. Dude gave me nightmares about getting my head chopped off by psychos for the next month. She laughs. God damn, do I love that sound. Far more than I should.
European history is cool, but my interests have always been closer to home.
She says softly, setting the bottle down on the coffee table.
Did you read the letters?
I have to be honest. No.
You didn't?
She looked appalled, and it's annoyingly cute. Never had the time.
Weston, there are even a few here that your grandfather wrote for your grandma, and more letters she wrote back. They're beautiful, like we're talking romance movie material. You should read them.
I will, I promise, taking a long pull of my beer. I'm not much for fluff, but I guess it'd be interesting since it's my family. She laughs.
When you're not sucking down pop, you mean?
When I have the time. She pats the sofa beside her anxiously.
Come here, I'll fill you in. Especially this one from your grandma, you have to hear it. Hang on.
She flips back a few pages.
Here it is.
Running a finger along the writing, she says.
She's telling your grandpa about several other guys from Dallas who also left for the war, and how practically every business is being run by their wives, sisters, and mothers, even the feed store. Listen to what she wrote. Mabel Anderson got so frustrated with having to carry the heavy bags of feed and grain. Would you believe she and her daughters built themselves a conveyor belt? Now they just load the bags right on top of carpet she tore out of her house. They sit on the bike she connected to the belt. As the rider pedals, the belt turns and drops the bags into the back of the trucks backed up to the loading dock. It's so ingenious, the newspaper wrote an article about it. We're all betting Elmer will keep on using it after he gets home.
Shelley sighs, blinking at me.
Isn't that amazing? And look here, it's the article from the newspaper she mentioned.
That was pretty smart, I admit, leaning closer to skim the newspaper clipping that's yellowed with age. Too close. Damn, she smells so good, like rain and flowers tousled up in the wind. Of course she does. From the moment I sat down, I've caught hints of her perfume. Or maybe it's her shampoo. Whatever the case, that scent fills my nostrils and my head.
His letter back talks about how much he misses her cooking, and how sometimes when he goes to the mess hall, he closes his eyes and pretends it's pork chops and fried potatoes he's eating.
She sighs again.
Isn't that sweet?
She would think so. Sure, just don't read that shit to Hercules. Her laugh bubbles up softly before she turns a serious gaze on me.
What were your meals like in the army?
I tense harder than a board. Processed protein slag and metallic-tasting coffee singes my tongue. Applesauce and oats that had the consistency of sawdust. The MREs did their job keeping us fed and alive, but you'd be hard-pressed to find the vet who missed them. My mouth burns, and so do my ears a few seconds later, remembering the only thing about the grub I truly miss. The bawdy laughs of men and women I shared too many bad meals with. Men and women who choked that shit down as their last meals. Hellfire, screaming, smoke, blood. Why the fuck wasn't it me? Why was I so lucky when I didn't have a family or a sick little brother to come home to, or a fiancé or a dog rescue, or the vodka, the pain, the vomit, the broken teeth I deserved after picking a fight with 4 grizzled bikers sporting Grizzlies MC patches behind my uncle's bar. He never knew. He never knew how sick I really was, how utterly and completely fucking broken I still am, how I wanted to fucking die because I didn't over there. I cough into my hand, snapping me back to the present. Clearly, I don't want to breathe a word about Afghanistan. Ever. But I can't have her staring at me like a lunatic. The meals were about as basic as you'd guess, but they weren't always horrible. I'm sure a lot's changed since Korea. I point to the scrapbook. What else did you find in here? Her eyes linger on me with concern before she flips through a couple more pages.
Look, here's another article from when the guys came home. It's your grandpa, mine, and Jonah with their wives at the train station, plus what looks like the whole town turning out to greet them.
She holds the book up closer.
It's hard to make out their faces, but by matching the names below the picture and counting heads, I think it's this group right here.
There are so many people in the faded sepia picture. Their faces are small and grainy, and it's hard to make out distinct features other than the mile-wide grins everybody appears to be sporting. They look happy. I hover my finger over two tiny silhouettes twined in each other's arms. That's definitely my grandparents. My ma found a few more pics with them wearing the same outfits when I was cleaning this place out with Uncle Grady and shipping some stuff they'd left behind. I think they took more photos that day than they did for their own wedding.
Oh my, I'm sure they did. It was a big deal to have your husband come home alive. So many folks weren't that lucky.
She runs a sympathetic finger over the faces in the pictures.
Who met you when you got back?
My throat turns into the Sonora desert. I guess I never told anyone I was coming home. I just did. Marty might have picked me up from the base in Minot, I admit, thinking how amazing it would have been to have her there. Or how hellish. How long could I have even talked to her like a human being with death haunting my brain and demons in my blood? Always thirsty for more of that medicine in the bottle, hissing in my head, promising they'd make me forget if I just kept them quenched. I cough again, this time for real.
Weston, are you okay?
Yeah, fuck. Just swallowed my root beer wrong. I grind out, thumping my chest for emphasis. No, it wouldn't have been good at all to have her around the day I came home. I wouldn't have had a prayer of hiding the smoldering wreck I'd become, or the lonely spiral into booze that started my first day home with a whiskey pint. Shit, I'm barely hiding it now when I'm healed and sober. Uncle Grady took me in till we wrapped up the deal with my parents for the house and I started moving in. I say. She stares at me longer than I like, her soft lips twisted in a frown. I offer her a stone-cold look like it's nothing. I don't want the sympathy or the questions swirling in her eyes, but I can't tear my gaze off them. Or off her lips. Damn her. She's glancing at my mouth, too, and the air between us bristles, becoming more charged by the second. I can't kiss her, but fuck, I've never wanted to kiss a girl so badly in my life.
I'm glad your uncle and Marty were there for you,
she says.
But why didn't you tell anyone else?
Why didn't you write? I can hear the question she's asking but not asking in the back of my mind. I glance away, feeling like I've just been doused with freezing water. Moving into an empty house and living with bad memories alone was brutal. Sure, I could have gone to my parents in Arizona to get my head straight, but they were both caught up in their new lives. I didn't want to be a downer to them, to anyone. It wasn't a big deal. My time serving was done, and I had a lot to catch up on here, like getting my garage off the ground. I didn't have one at first, just took odd jobs from whoever needed a quick fix or a tow. But soon I had folks beating down my door when word of mouth spread, and I realized I had just enough customers to pay the bills. I'm rambling about my work, fighting like hell to change the subject. I take a swig off my soda, which suddenly tastes too much like battery acid. You can take that book home if you want. Go through it at your leisure. Make whatever copies and enjoy. That wins me a smile. Happy but tinged with sadness.
I'd love to. Are you sure?
I wouldn't dream of disappointing my favorite little book nerd, I say, smirking. She closes the book with a shy look and a roll of her eyes.
What did Falk say about Faye's place?
I'm meeting him over there soon. He'll help me figure out better options in person.
You can eat supper with us before you go.
She offers. My heart throbs darkly behind my ribs. No, you already served up breakfast, and that's...
You liked it so much you're coming back? Great.
She finishes for me, unfolding her legs and sliding her feet in the sandals on the floor in front of the couch.
I have to cook something for Graham and Faye, so one more mouth won't matter.
She stands.
Come on, mister.
Sensing something's off, I catch her hand as I stand up. A small gasp falls out of her. Tightening my hold, I say, "Want to tell me what the hell happened last night? You act like you don't want to be alone at your Graham's place, and suddenly you want me around. Why?"
What? Nothing.
I know she's lying. I just can't figure out why. The look I flash her says she's busted.
How could I be alone, West? Graham's there all the time, and so is Faye for at least a few days. Marty pops in all the time, too.
She explains nervously.
And they'll want dinner before long. You know how early old folks like to eat around here, so I need to get home.
I stroke the inside of her wrist with my thumb and whisper, "I can't help you if I don't know how." She glances away like she can't stand to look at me. Shell? She's breathing too hard, and so am I. We're both dancing around secrets, and I already know how it ends. A spectacular disaster when somebody's secrets erupt. It's just a matter of when.
11. Hogtied. Rochelle. I want to tell him that I thought Carson was in the sitting room last night so bad. I really do. But I can't. If I come begging for help over something that could be so silly, I haven't changed, haven't grown up one lick. If I tell him, it means I still need him to come flying to my rescue, like he's my other big brother. No way, not again, never. We've actually had a normal day even with all the worrisome excitement, and even though he's still a savagely handsome sight for sore eyes. This is how I want to be around West, a grown-up woman he respects enough to help with grown-up interests, like town history. Not a walking mess from awkward dates that make me think the worst. Particularly about a guest who's a bit of an oddball with an appalling taste in snacks. But that doesn't make him a criminal. I want Weston to keep seeing adult me, not the kid who needs constant rescuing. I think the break-in at Faye's went to my head, too. I'm making more out of the noises I heard last night than I should. For all I know, it wasn't even the door I heard shut. I also know Weston, and whatever guarded, sad soldier he's become, he's still built from solid granite. If I send him chasing after my worries, he won't give up, bloodhound that he is. Anything I say has to sound legitimate and backed up with hard proof before I bring it to him. Then there's the way he's holding my hand, rubbing my wrist with his thumb, flinging my thoughts straight into the ether. Ugh. I wish adult me came with a special off switch for obsessing over bright blue eyes and hips that look sculpted to blow my back out. It's just Graham, I say, racking my brain for excuses. I'm worried about her. What if she was up last night, walking around and I didn't hear her? What if she fell or something happened? Speaking of security systems, maybe I should have that app Marty has on my phone. If she fell, she'd be right back in the hospital. That's not just an excuse. It's a real concern. The doctors warned that her falling was the #1 thing to watch out for after hip surgery. I'm sure Marty can get it on your phone. If you're worried about having another person to look after, Faye can stay with me, he says. That's the last thing I want. With another guest, Carson wouldn't dare come creeping around. Would he? No, they're having a ball. Let's not ruin it. Having Faye there will help both of them, I think. Friends keep Graham busy and relaxed, which means she'll relax and won't try to do as much. And you know as well as I do Faye needs the company after what happened.
Fine. I can believe keeping Thelma down isn't easy,
he says with a smile. I'm glad he believes me. It's not easy, but I have to respect her pride. She's so used to helping others, offering hospitality at the B&B. It's what she's always done, nurturing. Whether it's me or Marty or the guests who need it, and I think she'll only give that up when she's breathed her last. Once her hip feels better, she'll be back to her old self. I shrug. It's just the transition that's tough on her.
And tough on you,
he adds. No, not really. I feel guilty using Graham as an excuse, but at the same time, saying it out loud makes me realize how much I've worried about her. I keep thinking about leaving again, leaving her alone after everything is good and I'm back in Washington for work. He's quiet for a moment, then says,
She won't be alone. Marty's here and so am I. Even Sheriff Drake's only a quick call away if she needs him.
That just dredges up more guilt. I know, and I appreciate both of you more than you'll ever know. But that's a lot to put on your shoulders.
It's nothing. If people weren't neighborly, it wouldn't be Dallas. And that'd be a damn shame.
He turns, tugging my hand.
We'd better get back over there.
Right. Thanks again for letting me borrow the scrapbook. I can't wait to dig through everything. That's an epic understatement. I'm honestly bouncing out of my skin to read more of it. I think I would have parked myself on his couch all night, doing exactly that, if it wasn't for dinner. Dallas history has always made me geek out ever since Graham and Grandpa sparked my interest. Looking through the book reminds me just how rich in history this whole community is. It's easy to forget how much I've missed that when I'm away, living in a city where the fate of the world was decided at times. The Smithsonian should vastly overshadow all the footnote history here in this dusty little North Dakota town. But DC doesn't have stories about my family and their great-grandparents. It doesn't have the laughter, the tears, the animated memories that come flooding back whenever I sit down and talk about the past with folks I've known for most of my life. I have roots here, damn it, and maybe those roots are why I've always felt a little restless through college, and then in my internship, like I couldn't quite get my bearings, no matter how many glowing recommendations I won from professors and bosses. Weston opens the door for me to step outside.
Tell me if you find anything really interesting.
I stop and stare at him dead-faced. It's all interesting, Weston. That's like asking me to pick a newborn kitten from a litter. He snorts.
I think you'd choose books over anything with fur, Shell.
Snickering, I cover my mouth. I mean, we're basically sharing pig duty, so the pet thing is covered, I say. Is there really anything wrong with loving books? We're walking down the steps, and I hate how much I wish he'd take my hand again.
There's not.
He bumps my shoulder with his upper arm.
There's never been anything wrong with you either, no matter how huge of a friggin' dork you are.
Cue my face on fire. I laugh, straining my belly, hoping it helps hide the blush. Thanks, I guess. Also, I think that's the first real compliment I've had from you since I came home.
Is it?
He throws me a sidelong glance. Yes, and you know it. I slug his shoulder playfully. We both laugh, only stopping when we're near Hercules' pen. I reach through the boards and stroke his head as he approaches. Remember the deal, buddy. You stay put, or no breakfast scraps, I say. Herc squeals back agreeably, like I've put the fear of God in him by threatening to withhold potato peels and old cereal.
Glad you double majored in pig psychology, West jokes. I'll admit, I'm fine taking all the help I can get with that boy.
With a final pat for Herc, we cut across the yard between his barn and the back of ours at Graham's place. I wonder why we're still even calling them both barns. Once, they were active farm buildings. but his never really held animals until recently with the single stable he connects to Herc's pen with a little door. Ours always housed Grandpa's cars and miscellaneous collectibles. Weston pauses and falls behind me.
"Is that another one of those bags?"
he asks. I follow his eyes to the ground. Sure enough, something tightens in my stomach when I see it fluttering in the darkness. Another empty bag of almonds, almost shredded. What the hell? Just how many of those abominable snacks does Carson Hudson work through in a week? The bags aren't big, about the size of a candy bar wrapper or a bag of nuts, but why is he dropping empty bags all over the place? Once is a mistake, but finding several like this just seems rude and odd, honestly. They could have escaped the B&B's trash, I guess, though we bag up everything before we put it in the garbage. It wouldn't have blown back here either. The wind would have to be raging for that to happen, and we haven't had that kind of big October windstorm yet. We walk to it, and Weston picks it up.
"Damn it. Herc must have gotten a hold of this one, too. I hope he wasn't rummaging around in your trash."
I hadn't thought of that, though I doubt it. We should check. I wouldn't want him to get sick eating something from there.
"He's never done that before,"
Weston says.
"I fill his trough up with feed after you give him scraps in the mornings."
Some days, there's still a small amount of feed in the trough left over, so I know the pig can't be so hungry he'd go rampaging after covered trash. Unless that's just something the little hellraiser decides to do. We check both cans by the parking lot, but there's nothing out of sorts. No obvious dents or scuffs or chew marks. They're both upright with their lids latched down tight, and none of the trash bags inside them are torn.
"I've never heard of infused almonds before. This stuff smells like a 10-year-old fart,"
Weston says, as he drops the shredded bag inside one can. "They're kinda gross," I say, laughing. To each their own.
"They weren't yours?"
"No way!" Gag. I make a comical face like I'm choking, so I don't have to explain further. There's no good reason to remind him of that night he got all growly over a bad date. Or perhaps it's because I don't want to show him I'm freaking out over total nothing burgers. I did try one once. They taste as good as they smell, and I spit it right out, I tell him.
"Not sure Herc would agree. You saw how he bowled that dude over going after those things. They're pungent enough to get him riled up."
I nod and offer a grin, but still feel weird about Carson. Something isn't hitting right.
"While we're on the subject, what do you call a laundromat for pigs?"
Weston bumps my shoulder again as we're walking to the house, pulling me from my thoughts. I'm too slow to even groan at what's coming and ask him numbly, "I don't know." "What?"
"Hogwash."
He pauses.
"Did you really not guess it?"
I burst out laughing, stopping mid-step. "Oh man, that's bad. I think your jokes have gotten worse since you were a teenager."
"Bull. You laughed your ass off, Shell. Don't even try to deny it."
"Duh, because it's so stupid. Are you channeling the spirits of every lame dad in Dallas?"
"Don't know. Do I look like a daddy to you?"
He growls. Oh, snap. I whip my eyes away, hoping he doesn't notice how I bite my lip as my brain cartwheels off to places that are way more serious and filthier than any dad joke.
"What do you get when you cross a pig and a cactus?"
he says without skipping a beat. I stare at him blankly. Do I want to know?
"A porcupine,"
he answers flatly. So, it was nice knowing you. Because if Weston Idiot McKnight's devilish looks don't bury me first, his atrocious sense of humor surely will. We're still laughing and ribbing each other 10 minutes later when we walk into Amelia's. Naturally, I make him repeat his painful jokes for Graham and Aunt Faye. They demand to know why we're laughing until we can't see. The jokes make them double over in their seats, cackling like witches at the end of the world. When I ask if they're ready for food, Graham starts to get up to help. Weston kindly urges her to stay put. insisting she and Faye are both guests tonight, and he'll help me fix dinner. After mulling over our options, we settle on soup and sandwiches. My eyes stare too long at his broad shoulders as he raids the fridge for fixings, while I go to work on the chicken wild rice soup, pausing to turn on the oven so I can get one more batch of cookies going for any late-night pop-ins. Oatmeal raisin this time, because I know Creepy Carson hates them. Yeah, that's rude of me, but if he's been carelessly throwing his trash around our property, I'm not inclined to do him any favors. The littering habit makes me wonder if he's the spiteful kind of prick who retaliates when a woman rejects him. There's no shortage of royal asshats in the dating world like that. Luckily, Weston pulls my mind off those worries as we prep everything together. Chopping, stirring, chattering, and trading memories comes too easy. We fall into this relaxed routine, teasing each other like we did years ago. Are you some sort of celebrity chef? I'm not sure if Graham's ever seen a sandwich like that in all her years. I gestured to the skyscraper clubs he's assembling with every sliced meat, cheese, and savory sauce on hand. What? Did you just want a slice of ham slapped between two pieces of bread with a dab of mayo? He swipes at the air. No, but I wasn't expecting masterpieces. You make sandwich artist seem like more than a corporate-y rebranded job title. Nothing but the finest for Amelia's kitchen, right? He tosses a lettuce leaf at me. I catch it and giggle while dropping it in the bowl for Hercules before I turn to stir the soup. Seriously, where'd you learn to make sandwiches like that? Uncle Grady's bar, mostly. He gestures at himself with the knife he's using to cut the ingredients. I can do more than sling drinks and patch up cars. Putting in the extra hours there has made me a better cook. Billman, the cook, loves to show off whenever he's got an audience, and I try to learn what I can. You don't say, I tease. That's great. I learned a few things from roommates, but nothing like your skills. You live, you learn. And don't count yourself short. That goat milk caramel, or whatever it was, made those pancakes bomb, he says, picking up 2 plates. I'll take these to the dining room and tell them to come get it since the soup's almost done. I ladle out 4 bowls of piping hot wild rice soup and follow along with the bowls balanced on an old silver tray. Soon, we're all in the dining room with more laughs and conversation flowing. Our conversation turns to the scrapbook, and I think we both delight at how Faye and Graham go back and forth like songbirds, lost in the past as they belt out stories about the old Dallas they remember. The one about the pissed-off Texans who took issue with us copying their big city name makes me laugh so hard, I have to put down my spoon. Apparently, in the 70s, they even stormed a council meeting demanding a name change, only to be run out of town by a pitchfork mob supported by a herd of buffalo kept by a local farmer. Turns out, we've got half the oil and all the heart of a sister city that's 500 times bigger. By the end, it ranks up there with the best meal I've ever had. So much like old times, it makes my heart hurt. I like having this closeness with Weston again, this friendship that's actually, well, friendly again. If only it didn't come with some major baggage, along with a slow-drifting crush that pulls me under the harder it hits. No exaggeration. He's still the hottest guy I've ever laid eyes on. Tonight he's wearing a tight gray t-shirt with a fisherman on it, and the words, "Hooked on Lake Superior." He must have picked it up on a trip to Minnesota with Marty I heard about earlier this year. How fitting. If we didn't have to dance around our feelings, if I didn't know I'd be leaving this little town, I'm sure I'd have a dumb joke for him. Because West hooked me years ago. He's hooked me now. Every time I see his smile, his slabs for biceps, his perfectly square shoulders, and that wall of a chest with abs you could iron on. Sweet Jesus. All of him makes me want to sigh with wonder. He's grown up tremendously since leaving Dallas, and I just wonder why he's so tight-lipped about his time in the service that must have taught him so much. Every time I bring it up, I feel a heady change in attitude. I catch the haunting look that bleeds in his eyes. Sure, he covers it quickly, acting like it's nothing, but it's a very big something. He leaves shortly after we're through eating to meet Falk. With little else needing my attention, I sit down with the scrapbook while Graham and Faye play a game of cards. A while later, one of the old photos catches my eye. It's not like the others. A faded color photo of the aging musketeers holding up these weird rocks and smiling like they just struck gold. But Dallas was never a big mining town, not like Heart's Edge or Ursa or other infamous places a few 100 miles west of here. I carry the book to the table and wait for them to stop fussing over who's beating who before I fire off my question. This picture caught my eye and I had to ask, just what are the men holding? Do either of you remember? They both take a long, slow glance at the book. Oh my! I'd forgotten all about that. Those are the meteorites they found, Faye says, laughing. Meteorites? I repeat. Not quite, Graham says, wagging a finger. Those things just looked like space rocks. The three of them were out at Big Fish Lake one day, and Jonah came across a rock he thought was a meteorite. You remember how wild he could get with his ideas. Heck, this place might not be called Amelia's if his notions about Miss Earhart hadn't rubbed off on Doug. She pauses while Faye laughs. Anywho, by the time they got home, they were all worked up, insisting they'd found themselves a nice haul of moon rocks or something to sell. I told your granddad they were just regular rocks, Shelly Bean, but he insisted they have them checked. They even got some NASA bigwig scientists to visit. Mark something or other. My brows shoot up as she pauses for effect. How have I never heard this story before? Turns out, I was right. Nothing but a funny rock formation spat up by the lake that year. We were having a bad drought, and the water was so low. I think they kept those rocks as a funny memory anyway. Doug's is still down in the basement. Larry's went to Grady, I think, but he didn't want them hanging around the girls in case they started throwing them around or something, Faye says. He gave his to me years ago. They've sat on that old bookshelf I had Weston carry out to the garage ever since, and I'll bet Bella Larkin has the one Jonah found. Or maybe it's still at Earhart Oil for all I know. Jonah kept it in his office, you know. The three of them laughed their butts off bringing home those rocks all the time. I remember, Graham yells. It was always something when those guys got together. That time it was just rocks. Nothing like the time they all brought home motorcycles. Like the old one in the garage? I ask with a smile. The one and only. The other two sold theirs, I think. Doug never did, but we rode it every so often in the summertime. Graham sighs. I truly don't know what I'd do without Weston taking care of Doug's cars. They meant so much to him. She still misses him, every freaking day. Hearing it breaks my heart, but I'm so grateful for the memories. It also reminds me just how much West has always helped our family. I carry the book back to the couch and sit down again. But it's too hard to get back into reading, straining to make out faded newspaper clippings. For whatever reason, that fake meteorite story doesn't sit right with me. Almost feels like I'm forgetting something. Who else mentioned meteorites lately? Wait. Didn't creepy Carson blab something about it? Something about an uncle who was deep into them in between trying to impress me with all his other crap? On a whim, I walk to the front desk and wake the computer. I open my social media. Swearing at a certain Facebooker for flashing my latest post about Amelia Earhart visiting Dallas as misinformation. I don't use social media very often outside managing Amelia's business page and Insta, but I pull up Faye's name and find her old for sale posts, which I know she cross-posted there. They aren't just local. She must have slipped up somehow and posted her items for sale in a national antiques group. I pull up her pictures, twisting my lips. They're bigger and more detailed on the computer than when I'd looked at them on her phone. I still don't see the old rifle anywhere, but I do notice the knot meteorites on the bookshelf she posted for sale. There's even a tiny sign in front of the rock that says, Larry's Meteorite, and a date, 1975. A slamming car door causes me to look out the window. My stomach sinks. Yep. Speak of the devil, it's Carson, finally dragging himself back to his room after a long day of knocking around town for collectibles. He really doesn't fit around here. Not with his immaculate electric car, or the dinner jacket that seems like it's superglued to his shoulders. The same one he had on when he took me out. Come to think of it, the only jacket I've ever seen him wear. I move away from the desk and dart into the dining room before peeking around the corner, watching him enter through the front door. He heads straight for the stairs, which helps me breathe easier. As he steps on the staircase, I notice something sticking out of his bottom pocket. A package of almonds with the brand's familiar, ornate-looking black and gold logo sticking out. Blech. No surprise there since he lives on those things. What does surprise me is how the package tumbles out, like the pocket isn't big enough to contain them, or might have a hole in the bottom. He doesn't notice, and keeps plodding up the stairs. Geez, I actually feel a little bad for thinking he was rotten enough to fling trash on our lawn. Is that how the other bags ended up where we found them? I hurry back to the desk, shut off the computer, and then go into the kitchen where I busy myself with deciding what to make for tomorrow's meals. After living alone forever, it's nice to make meals for more than just myself and the odd friend. Looks like lasagna night tomorrow. After doing some light prep for breakfast, I find Graham yawning like a bear and ready for bedtime. We help her get situated, and then Faye and I walk over to see Hercules one more time for the night. Weston sure is taking good care of my baby, she says happily as we pet the grunting pig. I knew they'd get along like darlings. He's always had a soft spot for looking after animals, and people, too. That's why that attack was so hard on him. Instantly concerned, I stand up from leaning down to stroke Herc. Attack? What attack? Faye stares at me, her frizzy gray hair rippling in the breeze. Oh, I thought you knew, Faye says quietly. The two of you are so close. Surely he told you why he discharged. Not as close as I wish, I swallow. No, I don't know. He's been pretty private about all that, and I didn't want to intrude. I see. Well, it was his unit. They were doing some sort of mission, trying to clear an area for this convoy, I think. The entire road was trapped. It was the only way in or out of some little village that was giving the army trouble. They were dreadfully ambushed. I might be mixing things up. It was Grady who told me. He was listed as next of kin. Still, Weston was never quite the same after it. I know what you mean about the poor dear holding things in. He hates to talk about it, God bless him. Next of kin. But that usually means... Holy shit. My heart nearly blasts right out of my chest. Was Weston hurt? Badly? Not seriously, thank heavens. They just assumed everyone perished at first. They found him pinned under some debris in a second sweep of the area. I think the fact that he walked away was harder on him than if he'd been hurt. Apparently, everyone who was with him was killed or horrifically maimed. She sighs. I can only imagine how hard he tried to help the injured. She pauses again, shaking her head. He wasn't himself when he came home, that's for sure. But slowly, little by little, I think he's coming around. I've seen him laugh and smile more today than I've seen in a long time, Shelley. Thank you for that. My heart breaks into pebbles. There's so freaking much I didn't know about that hole in his life, didn't even think about, because I've been so focused on myself and avoiding drama, picking at old wounds. Was this attack why he didn't write? Was he just broken? All this time, I wanted the boy I used to know, but no matter how often his smile shines through or how much he laughs, now I know. He's not that West, and I'm not sure I'm the same old shell either. Where does that leave us? I'm sure glad you're here, Faye says. For Thelma, my Weston, and my Hercules. You're an absolute angel, Miss Rochelle. Though I give her back a smile, I'm far from sure about that. I'm even less sure the next morning when I climb out of bed and slip into the dark morning to take food to Hercules. What I find stops me in my tracks. I see him on his side, not moving. My heart leaps, and I stumble over the fence, shouting his name, half afraid he's dead. He looks up groggily, like he's trying to wake up but just can't. I cradle his massive head as it moves, only enough to look at me. Oh my God. Oh no. I have no idea what to do. I can barely breathe, but I manage to scream for West, hoping he's awake and hears me, while rubbing Hercules. Come on, little dude. Please, show me you're okay. The screen door bangs open. In a flash, Weston runs to my side, crouching beside me in the pen. He's a blurry mess from the tears in my eyes. He was just like this when I showed up, barely moving. I say, my words strangled. Weston's massive arm folds around me, pulling me next to him. It's all right. It'll be fine. Looks like he's breathing okay. I'm pretty sure. I'll call the vet. I nod briskly. Tell them to hurry. I will. While he's on the phone, I choke back sobs and keep petting Hercules, willing him to be okay as I promise him he'll be back to stuffing his face in no time. I hope. Vet's on his way. Wes tells me as he kneels beside me again. He's only a couple miles away, so it won't be long. We lock eyes and I fall into his arms, collapsing in his embrace. I need him to be right. I need this pig to live. I need, more than anything, to prove that I'm not just one more bad thing short-circuiting in his hard life.
12. Don't pig out. Weston. Hercules has me scared shitless, and so does Shell. She's trembling from head to toe, bawling her eyes out, softly but subtly. I keep a steady arm around her, running a hand up and down her arm while we stand back to let Ronnie Winstead examine Hercules. Flipping his stethoscope around his neck, the vet rises and walks over to us on tall, thin legs.
Have you changed his food recently?
No, sir, I say.
Well, first off,
Ronnie says, looking at Shelley.
Relax, he's going to be fine.
He is? Thank God,
she whispers, falling against my chest before she faces him again.
What's wrong with him, Doc?
He has what we humans would refer to as a nasty bellyache. He's eaten something that doesn't agree with him, and it's put him through the worst. Vomiting, diarrhea, and probably one pig-sized headache. All you can do is make sure he has plenty of fresh water so he doesn't get dehydrated. He'll probably just lie around and recoup his strength without eating much till he feels better.
When will that be?
Shell asks again, her eyes big and pleading. Now that I know Herc's okay, it's a little funny how much she's babying him.
I'd say 24 to 48 hours, maybe less,
Ronnie says.
He should be right back to his old self.
This happened last week, too, I say, remembering the day the pig seemed sluggish. I almost called you then, but he was better by the next morning. Also, he wasn't lying down like this. He just seemed off, real lethargic and poor appetite for half the day.
Sure, he probably got into the same stuff. What kind of table scraps did you say you're feeding him again? It could be fruit trees or something, seeds. Even apple seeds can do this to pigs.
No fruit trees around here I know of, I say with a shrug. And I'm pretty sure Thelma doesn't have any either. Don't think he's eaten any seeds.
What about nuts, almonds?
Shelley asks. I tense as I remember the 2 bags we found shredded by pig teeth.
Yep, that would do it.
Rodney says.
Almonds aren't technically nuts like most people think. They're actually seeds off the almond tree, and they could definitely cause problems like this.
With a shrug, Rodney adds.
If you're thinking that's what's got him down, be sure to keep them away from him.
Will do. I gesture at the house. Come inside so you can wash up before you leave.
Thanks, Weston. I appreciate that.
Keeping an arm around Shelley's shoulder, I guide her into the house so we can wash our hands too. Once inside, she goes to the bathroom on the 2nd floor while Rodney washes in the sink next to the laundry room. I can pay you now, or you can send me a bill, I say later, walking him to the front door.
No charge. It was nothing fancy, and I was on my way to work,
he says.
Call me if he's not doing better tomorrow, but I'm thinking he will be.
Thanks, Doc. You did me a solid.
Anytime.
I close the door behind the vet, return to the kitchen, and pour 2 cups of coffee from the pot I started when I first heard Shelley screaming for me. I'd spent last night at the B&B, ate supper with them, and visited until well past 8 o'clock before seeing Falk. It was the best evening I had in a long time, probably since the big bash Uncle Grady and Willow threw when they opened the cat sanctuary. I was actually relaxed, happy, and woke up extra early just to make sure I'd catch her this morning. Before Herc gave us a scare, I planned on bringing fresh coffee out to her. Even so, I let my doubts take over. I was thinking about how I shouldn't spend so much time with her when my heart hit the back of my throat with her screams. Hearing that shit flung me back to a raw terror I haven't felt for years. The bathroom door creaks open, and a moment later she walks into the kitchen, eyes still red-rimmed.
Coffee?
I ask.
Might help take your mind off our boy's tummy ache.
She smiles, steps closer, and shakes her head. A couple hot tears start flowing again. Shit. I set down the cup and do the only thing I can. Take her in my arms and hold her together. Press her ear against my chest, hoping she finds my ticking heart comforting. She bawls into my shirt, her fingers wandering near my waist. I rest my chin on her head and rock her back and forth slowly, giving her time to let it all out.
West, I'm sorry,
she says shakily.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Against my better judgment, I deposit a quick kiss on top of her head. Herc's gonna be fine. You heard Ronnie.
Yeah, but it's all my fault. All mine.
Like hell, you didn't do anything, Shell.
Yes, I did.
She spits back. I take a step back to separate us, framing her face with both hands. Woman, he's a pig. He ate almonds off the ground, just like he'll eat damn near anything. He's not dying, and he'll live, I say firmly.
He ate those almonds at my house. They must have been lying around thanks to our guest.
Her face scrunches up, and I know the tears are far from over. Hell, I don't want that, and I can only think of exactly one way to stop them. Her green eyes fall into mine as I slide a finger under her chin, lifting her face up. Look at me, I rumble.
Why?
She stammers with a sniff. For this. The moment our lips meet, it's like a generator blown to pieces, 100,000 watts of raw electricity, hot and fast and furious, so wild with sparks it welds our lips together. Fuck. No, fuck. She gasps into my mouth and I groan back a curse. Her lips firm with surprise, then soften, giving way to the sudden attack of my tongue. I'm no longer in control of my own body. This kiss has its own rules, its own gravity, its own soul. I'd be a complete fool to try to stop its energy. Her lips are too soft, too warm, too perfect in every way, shape, form, and whimper. When my tongue claims hers, soft and wet as a summer strawberry, she molds to my chest, dragging her body against mine. I can't separate my hot mouth from hers, even though I know full well I should. Stumbling back a step is the only thing that saves us. That's what she does to me, her and her thieving, glorious lips. She knocks me upside the head and renders me fucking boneless. I tear myself away violently, just a few inches, both of us staring in wild-eyed shock at each other, fighting to remember how to breathe. God damn, my eyes slide to those ruby-red lips again with a need to bite her. I can't. I won't. But hell, one more time, maybe. Just one more taste, and then I'll stop. I'll pull back from the brink before we face annihilation. It takes nearly all my willpower to crush my lips against hers, to roam her mouth every way I've wanted for years, fucking years, only to shove myself away. Damn it all, my bright ideas especially. I'm panting like a wild animal, breathing like I'm in disbelief, and for her I want to be. I also want it to happen again, 1,000 more times. She's looking up at me with her face bleary red. Her eyes are full green moons. I'm trying to come up with something sane to say, but my mind is blank, totally blown down by that kiss from heaven. This is Rochelle. Shelley. Shell. The girl I never dared kiss years ago. The girl I swore I never would because of who she is and who I am and what this shit could mean. That hasn't changed. Because even if we're grown up, even if we're two consenting adults having a reckless moment, we're boned to oblivion if we let this go any further. I think that's why we're back to staring, gawking, really, trying to find our own breath and cooler heads. Yeah, good fucking luck. To this day, I'm not sure who makes the next move. There's no resisting how our lips crash together again. This time, the kiss is an absolute wrecking ball. Hot, napalm-drenched, open-mouthed, tongue on tongue, delirium. She tastes so luscious I could eat her morning, noon, and night. Every second makes me want to drag my mouth down her body, claim far more than her lips, spread her the fuck open and find out how sweet the rest of her must be. Has to be. There's no doubt after this taste that's stealing my sanity. It's all I've ever imagined it would be with her. Hell, it's so much more. Our hands are as out of control as our lips, fused together like two desperate explorers in uncharted territory. We're in a race to touch every inch possible, caressing, holding on tight. It's like we're both afraid we'll break if we don't hold the other person together. This is not a connection. This is a sacrament. A silent vow in sin and flesh and heat I've never felt with another living soul. This is an addiction, too. The more I claim her, the more I want, and the more I need. I physically jerk back when my brain kicks in. Damn, I snarl, tearing myself away. I'd have an easier time losing my own foot in a bear trap. What the fuck is happening? She stares after me, startled. I back out of the kiss slowly, painfully. I can't have her thinking this is her fault either. It's not. It's mine. I'm the prick who lured her in, the one who should have known better. Haven't I always? She's not just my best friend's little sister, and she deserves more than I can ever give her. That's why I deleted myself from her life. After the war, the way it poisoned me, I couldn't ruin her. Shel Simon deserves a better life, a better man, a better everything. With a final quick kiss that feels too self-conscious, I yank myself away from her and put several feet between us. Breathing hard, muscles flexed, I make myself look at her. She lowers her lashes, digging her teeth into her bottom lip, this portrait of delicious agony. I'm pillaging my brain for a way to make this okay, because it's too damn late to make it go away. Pretending it didn't happen is out of the question. Shit, what have I done? I just wanted her to feel better, to not beat herself up over Herc and those rat shit almonds. With a sigh, I step forward, rubbing gingerly at her arms. Feeling better? I ask softly. She smiles and looks up at me.
Better? Huge understatement. You?
I feel like $1 trillion, even if I also feel like I've just chopped up what was left of my brain and tossed it off a cliff. I flick the end of her nose and move to the counter without answering. We need a healthy distraction, stat. Have you changed your mind about coffee? I put on a fresh pot before Herc scared us pale.
Sure, thank you.
I hand her a new cup and down mine in one gulp. There's nothing quite like the awkwardness that hits after you've kissed the face off the girl who's wanted you for half her life. She sips hers shyly.
So I'm thinking Hercules ate those almonds before, too? That's why he wasn't feeling well.
I refill my cup. How do you know? She walks to the table and sits, setting her cup down.
When Carson checked in, he pushed me into trying one of those dead corpse almonds. After he first showed up, I tried to hold the door for him so he could collect his stuff from his car, and that's when Hercules came charging in like a bull. I'm not sure how, but we tumbled onto the porch and he threw his bag of almonds at Hercules in self-defense. Right about the time you arrived. By then, Hercules had gobbled up the whole bag.
I remember clearly seeing them on the porch and how Hudson was rubbing her arms, looking at her like dinner. How could I forget? I'd been pissed enough to sever his smug head from his body. I hate that I ever thought she'd give a snake like Carson a second glance. The Shelley I've gotten to know since their bullshit date, the one I used to know and the one sitting before me, always tells the truth. What about the other bags we found? I ask.
Yeah, I don't know how they got around, but I'm sure they were his. Yesterday, when he returned to the B&B for a little while, he headed straight upstairs and another bag fell out of his pocket while he was walking. He didn't notice. There must have been a hole in his pocket. I didn't pick it up, but I guess he caught on eventually. It was gone a little while later.
I know the jacket. The creep wears the same dark blue suit coat every damn day. He's that intent on looking like an investment banker in a town where flannel and jeans might as well be a dress code. The other 2 packages might have fallen out while he was walking around your place and blown around, I say. My real question is, what was he doing roaming around so much? I don't trust his scheming ass one bit. I just wish I had a good reason to back up my gut.
I guess so.
She shrugs one shoulder.
I don't know, but I had no idea that they'd make Hercules so sick.
Pigs don't come with instruction manuals, babe. If they did, I'd have him playing fetch by now. I say. She smiles and fidgets with her cup like she wants to say something else. Instead, she just stands.
Well, I've had enough excitement. I need to make breakfast.
I set my cup on the counter with a loud clink. I'll walk you home.
You don't have to, West. It's only a 10-minute walk. I'm sure you need to get to work.
I called my helper Rick yesterday. Already told him I wouldn't be in the shop this morning because I'm putting new locks on the doors at Aunt Faye's house. I knew Falk wouldn't have everything he needed for the security system for a few days, so I decided last night that my aunt can stay at the B&B until the installation wraps up at her place.
You're invited to breakfast with us again,
she says.
if you want.
damn, that hurts. The hopefulness in her voice, etched on her face, feels impossible to ignore. Holding in a pained sigh, I take her hand. Works for me. I'm starving. We stop by Herc's pen long enough for me to dump some feed in the trough and make sure his water tank is fresh. He'd gotten up and wriggled into the shade since he was in rock mode earlier, and he gives us a few small, curious-sounding grunts before we head to Amelia's. I scan the outside of Thelma's barn as we walk, looking for more little bags or other weirdness, still wondering why Carson Hudson keeps hanging around. He's after something, all right, and it doesn't seem like it's about worming Shell into bed anymore. What the fuck is his endgame? His car sits in the parking lot, and I halfway hope he joins us for breakfast. I'll be more than happy to let him know how off limits this woman is. I'll also be glad to tell him point blank to get out of Dallas while the getting's good. I don't get a chance, because he's MIA yet again. Like yesterday, he sneaks downstairs and out the door mid-meal. Shelley seems relieved by that. I'm not. Clearly, I don't like his sneaking around any more than I like him, but I need clues. Anything hinting at what he's truly after. Also, I can still see him touching her hand. That turns my insides into a pile of snake venom. She's too good for him. She deserves more than human pond scum, who apparently won't give her the time of day since she dropped him like a flaming turd. If she doesn't feel insulted, I do on her behalf. And I'm past ready for words with Mr. Chucklefuck Hudson. My attention snaps back to the table when Faye starts asking questions about what the vet had to say. Both she and Thelma are concerned to death for Hercules and want the verdict word for word. As soon as we're done eating, Faye rushes over to see him. Thelma retreats to her room to get ready for the day and a therapy appointment. How long is Carson Hudson supposed to stay? I ask Shelley while helping her clear the table. I can't get that asshole out of my mind.
He's paid up for at least another week, so a while,
she replies.
I've got a bad feeling he might not leave until November. He said he wants to see the car show.
Why? I growl back, following her into the kitchen.
He's a big collector. He told me when he checked in. Sounds like he travels around, always zeroing in on places with obscure stuff to sell. He definitely knows what to look for.
She puts her load of dishes in the sink and reaches for mine. I stand there, arms folded, trying to pay attention without steam erupting from my ears. What else? I grind out.
Well, he told me he found a couple old farms interested in selling off stuff he might be interested in.
When did he tell you that? She goes quiet.
When we were at the Purple Bobcat.
Of course, the night I was a total ass. I'm not sure I want to keep dwelling on that, but I also need to know everything about this dude. Is he normally a snoop? How much has he been creeping around private areas of Amelia's or anywhere else he doesn't belong? She said her concerns were about her grandmother, and I get that. I also sense she's holding back again.
He told me something else that night,
she says. What?
I mean, it might be nothing, but let me show you.
She waves for me to follow her out of the kitchen again. I do, hating how easily my eyes stick to her. She's wearing blue jean shorts today with frayed edges that show off her long legs, plus a purple top with short sleeves and a hem that stops just below the waistband of her jeans. I can't rip my gaze off her delectable peach of an ass as we walk. So this is how it feels to be a toy dog on a short leash. We end up in the lobby, and I watch her log in to the computer.
So while we were talking, Carson told me about this uncle of his who died while looking for a meteorite,
she says.
I didn't think much about anything he said until I was going through the scrapbook last night. Did you know our grandfathers and Jonah Reed found some weird rocks by the lake one time? Thelma and Faye said the guys thought they were meteorites. They even got them tested and everything, but they weren't.
Huh? It takes me a hot minute to make my mind focus. Other parts of my anatomy aren't reined in so easily. One angry part of me remembers too well what it lost, what it felt like having her in my arms, what I could have taken too easily, and it makes my genes suffocating right now.
West, are you listening?
She snaps, turning her head with this irritated frown. Damn, she's too adorable right now. I suck in a fortifying breath. Yeah, thinking back, I'm sure I knew about the rocks they found. Aunt Faye told me about my grandfather's rock when I moved the shelf. She brings up that story every couple years, I think. Shelley nods, frantically scrolling through pictures on the screen.
Check this out. It's a different listing that wasn't on the phone when she showed you and Drake. It might not mean anything, but look what she forgot to move.
I lean in closer, all the better to inhale her glorious red curls that smell like the next world. Yeah, that's the shelf I hauled into the garage for her, I say blankly, my eyes scanning for whatever she wants me to see.
I know, but look at what's on it. The rock. It's even got the little sign that says Larry's meteorite and the date he found it.
Oh, hell. Her logic instantly clicks. It's a stretch, yeah, but it might be why Hudson went over to Aunt Faye's in the first place. It could even be the reason some asshole broke in if Marty rules out Muddy Boots as the perp.
Before we turn the next page of this journey, take a few moments to unwind with this gentle piece of music. We appreciate your time and trust.
Did Hudson think he had a rare meteorite on his hands and not just a dumb rock? Did somebody else get the same idea and go to greater extremes? I'll tell Drake and let him decide if it's worth following up on. Doubt he'd have probable cause to pull the weirdo in for questioning, but we should put it on his radar. I don't mention how likely it is that I'll be doing my own follow-up, the law be damned. She shuts down the computer and rolls her eyes in frustration.
It just seems weird that he talked up meteorites and your aunt had a fake one sitting there in the ad listing,
she says, flicking at her hair.
I don't like it.
Good catch, I tell her as we walk back to the kitchen where I'll make my escape. After this morning's insanity, I need air. I need space, oxygen, and an ice-cold shower. Between wondering what Slick Dick's up to, or the oil guy who barked shit at my aunt, I can't stop thinking about kissing her, touching her, driving home what we started at my place. Fuck. Aunt Faye's in the kitchen when we return, loading the dishwasher. Thelma sits on a stool at the island, leafing through an old cookbook and muttering to herself about recipes. Shelley rushes in to take over for Faye.
No, you don't, girl,
Aunt Faye says, gently slapping her hands away.
I'm not staying here for free and refusing to do my fair share. For your information, I'll also be doing the cooking and cleaning today. Miss Thelma here wants a big batch of fresh cookie dough in the freezer soon. I'll be helping her with that too as a polite guest. And, well, who could ever say no to her chocolate chips?
That gets a smile from us both. My eyes could devour Shelley whole.
You heard the old lady, Shelley Bean?
Thelma says, pointing at her.
You've got the day off. We're light on customers anyway.
Oh, you guys, I don't need a day off,
Shelley says.
Yes, you do. Everybody needs a breather once in a while, and you've been working far too hard catering to empty rooms ever since you showed up.
Thelma flips another page in her cookbook down as decisively as a judge pounding her gavel.
If there's nothing else you want to do today, go help Weston fix up Faye's place so she doesn't invite any more strange men over. Not unless they tell the weather on Channel 6, of course.
They cluck like hens over Andrew the weatherman for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, and while you're there, could you put food out for Mr. Whiskers?
Faye asks.
There's a bag of cat food under the sink. And if you have a chance, I've got a pair of brand new white tennis shoes upstairs in the closet. Could you be a gentle bear and bring them home with you?
I bite back a smile. It's too obvious they've both planned this out. I'm not even sure whether to be ashamed or utterly pissed that we've got two dastardly old ladies scheming to play Cupid. The look on Shelley's face says she knows it too, and thinks it's pretty funny. Is it? Or is it just kerosene for a screaming fire I never should have started?
That poor kitty cat must be starving to death,
Faye says dramatically, throwing her hands up over her head.
And I'd really like to have those shoes. Once Thelma's moving better, we'll be getting in our walks before winter, and I want that pair broken in.
Shelley rolls her eyes and asks,
Do you need help, West?
An awful, single-minded part of me wants to rise up in agreement like a rude fucking hand. Guess what part? It's not a hand. More seriously, I shouldn't want to spend the day with her, especially with the directions my thoughts keep spiraling. I should make up an excuse about the bar, wave goodbye, and march the fuck out of here with my ego and a little humility intact. Only the future and its gaping unknowns just won't shut up. She'll be gone again in a few weeks. There's no telling when I'll see her again after that, or who she'll be with. What if she returns to Dallas a married woman? Yeah, you can tag along, I guess, I say smoothly. I could use an extra hand for those locks, or when it comes to digging through Aladdin's cave for those shoes and hoping I don't fall down a bottomless abyss. Faye laughs. When it comes to her bedroom closet, I'm hardly exaggerating.
Shelley'll find him like Hercules with a hidden yam, and don't you worry about that pig, she tells me. He's up and walking now. That silly Ham. I told him he can't go gallivanting around eating strange things off the ground wrapped up in plastic. He should know better. He's won 3 blue ribbons, and 2 of the categories were based on his wits.
She puffs her chest out proudly. I shake my head, exhaling slowly. Relief shines on Shell's face when she hears the update. I'm sorry to say it's probably on my face too. My mind flashes back to Carson Hudson and his rank-ass almonds that upset my pig. I'm also well aware that bastard could return any time today, and she'd be here, without me facing him and his bullshit alone. Whether she needs it or not, she'll have my support till my dying day. Guess it's settled then, I say with mock deflation in my voice. Come on, partner. Let's get out of here and fetch us some shoes.
13. Pig Dirty. Rochelle. My heart hasn't fallen to a normal tempo all morning, and it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon. After finding the poor sick oink baby, and then having my face kissed off in the space of a few brilliant hours, I wonder if I've got a secret hummingbird in my chest. As we climb in West's truck to drive over to Faye's house, I can't stop staring, darting these quick, nervous little looks his way and blushing fit to kill every time his eyes catch mine. God, what is happening? It doesn't help how Faye and Graham keep scheming away to pull us together. Apparently, when you reach 60 years old and you live in Dallas, your entire life starts revolving around strategic matchmaking and gladiator competitions over fruit. I actually considered rejecting their ploy, but only for a second. I want time with Weston. Hell, when haven't I wanted that? I'm also well aware that when I leave town next month, it could be ages before I return. My first full-time paid position at the museum will be intense. There'll be hands-on inspections and reporting and community volunteer engagements out the wazoo. It'll probably be a solid year before I can even dream about a brief vacation. Oh, and that 10-ton mammoth in the room I'm trying so hard to ignore? That kiss? I still wonder if I temporarily died and got flung up to heaven by a guardian angel who looks mysteriously like Weston McKnight. There are no words. Kissing West was unlike anything I've ever experienced. Just calling it a kiss feels like a disgrace. His rough heat, the demon nip of his teeth, the way he growled into my mouth. Holy hell. I felt the warmth, the intensity, the electric desire clear to my toes. I'm still feeling it now like honey and vinegar invading my veins, threatening to ruin my dating life forever. I can't imagine any of the smart, cautious, and entirely too timid boys back in D.C. kissing like a freight train running me down. You don't find men who use their mouths like that in the Capitol. Honestly, I can't imagine anyone else feeling like a force of nature against my tongue, lashing me with lightning and leaving me achingly drenched in the wake of a smooch that brushed my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some pathetic virgin. After West left for the Army and I left Dallas, I dated. I had a couple college boyfriends, but none of their game affected me anywhere close to the way his did this morning. What would have happened if we hadn't stopped? If that kiss was a marvelous prelude to his calloused hands snapping at my clothes, unwrapping me, pushing my thighs apart to sink down so deliciously on his throbbing. "We need to stop at the hardware store first," Weston says, ripping me from my thoughts. "They were closed yesterday." When I exhale, I'm shaking, hoping to God Almighty he doesn't notice. "That's Dallas for you, huh?" I whisper back. Everything's either closing early or closed all day. He gives back a knowing smirk. There are no big box stores that are open 24 hours a day here, and online orders take twice as long to show up. I don't mind that when less stress and a more laid-back life is the trade-off. Never have. "Are you changing all the locks?" I ask, studying his profile against the window. His face is chiseled enough to cut granite. "Yep. I want to check the windows. We'll see if I need to add security there, too. I'm not risking any repeat prowlers." Content, I lean back against the seat and sigh. I've always loved her house. It's peak Dallas, this beautiful century-old homestead that's been through everything with this town from the pioneer days to the oil boom. Always thought it would make a wonderful museum. "You ever been upstairs?" I don't think so. Why? He looks at me for a moment, frowning. "You don't know, do you?" "Know what?" I blink at him. "Aunt Faye's house was the town's clinic, back around World War I, he says. My inner nerd does jumping jacks. "What? No way." "Yes way. Weston McKnight, you'd best not be kidding." Shocked, I ask, "Why didn't I ever know?" "Minor details," he says, laughing. "Aunt Faye can tell you all about it sometime. From what I know, a doctor from St. Paul moved here and had the place built originally. His private residence was on the ground floor, and the upper level had the patient rooms. You know that old dumbwaiter Aunt Faye always had in her kitchen? They used that to send food up and down to the patients." "You're killing me." I clutch at the ends of my hair and he laughs. Excitement fills me, but then I wonder if he's teasing me. Is this all true, or are you just picking on me? 100% true. He holds up a hand, Scout's honor. "Like you were a freaking Boy Scout," I fling back, rolling my eyes. I think he's being honest, though. "I can't believe I didn't know," I say softly.
You were too focused on beating Marty and me at croquet every time we went over there.
And I was pretty good at that game. You guys kinda sucked. My chest fills with pride.
Right. You cheated.
I did not. I stare at him, horrified.
Like hell. You did, and we let you. We were nice boys in those days,
he says numbly. That could be true, and the heavy expression he's wearing makes me laugh. You're lucky I'm so impressed by your little fact drop that I can't be pissed. This is why I love this town. Just when I think I know everything, there's a new surprise.
You're a sucker for those, all right,
he says with a glance that almost makes me self-destruct. Holy crap, is he talking about the kiss? If he is, a terrible, illogical part of me definitely wouldn't mind a few more surprises like that. The friendly chit-chat continues as we head into town. I geek out at the little airplane cutouts hanging on every street lamp down Maine. Dallas, North Dakota, is hand-painted on each one. When your town shares names with a much bigger city, I guess it just has to invent its own lore. Ours revolves around Amelia Earhart more than ever these days. Not long after Jonah Reed passed away, the whole town adopted his fun eccentricities, honoring our tenuous ties to the aviator, however questionable. It's a quick stop at the hardware shop. I like how Wes doesn't linger to ogle every tool and let his eyes glass over with future projects. He's in and out with his stuff and totally focused. Then it's on to Faye's place. Has my heartbeat slowed? Hell no. I know. I get that I shouldn't be losing my head and hoping that someday he might think of me as more than a friend again. But I can't help it. Those split-second looks become more longing, more heated, more tense with every mile. Do you think Faye would mind if I look around? I ask, as we pull in the driveway of the big house and park in front of the garage. Like a lot of old houses here, the double-car garage isn't attached to the house and was only added years after the home was built. He reaches in the back seat and picks up the bags from the store while opening his door with his other hand.
Not at all. Go roam to your heart's content while I work on these locks, he says.
Oh, God. Roam. Feels like a poor choice of words. I'll enjoy the house, yeah, but I know roaming something else would make me infinitely more content. That kiss only feels more real as I climb out of the truck and follow him to the back door. You're sure I can't help? I ask once he's unlocked the door and holds it open for me.
Don't think so. If I need you for anything, I'll give you a holler.
We separate and he goes to work. I take care of feeding Whiskers the stray first, and then head up the back set of stairs off the kitchen. There's something lyrical to my ears about the creak in the old steps, like the house itself wants to wake up and tell me old stories. I'm still dumbstruck that I never knew the true history of this place. Then again, I was only ever in the kitchen and living room growing up. Like Weston said, I was dead set on humiliating West and Marty at croquet during the visits in our younger days, leaving little mental energy for anything else. They'd always let me tag along because they were driving, usually Grandpa's old red Chevy pickup on loan. I wonder if Marty still has that truck. I didn't see it in Grandpa's storage. And I'll never admit to their faces, but I have to agree they were good enough guys to let my bratty butt follow them around like a third shadow. Even with her frequent sales, Aunt Faye's place is second only to the B&B with its antiques. Gorgeous, solid wooden furniture, ornate rugs, and 100-year-old china smile back at me around every corner. I find Faye's bedroom last, and the shoes in her crowded jungle of a closet before stopping to admire an old globe in the corner. It looks like it dates back to the turn of the 20th century, right around the time this place would have been a small-town hospital of sorts. For the 100th time, I can't believe but think what an amazing museum this old house would make, teeming with treasures from days gone by. Smiling, I take a deep breath and hold it, basking in the scent of old memories and unlikely possibilities. If it were a historical site, school kids could even visit, and they'd learn so much more about the history of their hometown. In another life, maybe I would have found my calling here at home, forever in love with this place that'll always feel more like home than the bustling cities I've visited.
Still alive in here?
A booming voice asks. I jump, not realizing Weston fills in the doorway behind me until I whirl around. Oh, my stars. The sight of him makes my heart skip. He leans casually against the doorframe like a heroic statue, bulging arms crossed over his massive chest, wearing this lazy smirk below sandy blonde hair that must be messier from working on the house. It isn't fair. He shouldn't get to be so fatally handsome and so standoffish simultaneously.
I thought you'd gotten lost here. I wasn't kidding when I said Aunt Faye's closet could cause missing persons reports,
he says. I wave a hand around the room. It's a bedroom, and easy enough to navigate when you've got an eye for women's attire and old things, no matter how much she's accumulated. Nope, I'm still here to be a pain in your butt, just enjoying my self-guided tour of what ought to be the Dallas History Museum. He lifts a brow. I'm not joking. This place would knock people's socks off, I say, clearing my throat as my cheeks heat. What's that look for? His smirk widens into a smile. Yowza. I feel like I'm about to go plummeting through the floor, and it's got nothing to do with Faye's overflowing cave of a closet.
I believe you, Shelley. That shine in your eyes makes me see it too.
He pauses, melting me alive with his soft blue gaze.
I'll have to tell her before she sells this place. Hell, maybe North Earhart could pull a little money from the town's support fund to spruce it up for the public and make a few good hires. Though I've got to say, history geeks with fancy degrees are rare around these parts.
My heart flips again, all because he leaves zero doubt who should be a theoretical employee at a museum that doesn't exist. Oh boy, I don't know about any shine in my eyes, but I see how his sparkle like the ocean at sunset. So, there goes any hope that I could actually forget about that kiss from Hades for longer than 10 minutes. Did you need a hand after all? I ask, walking toward him. He's wearing another skin-tight shirt today, solid black, with a red and black checkerboard flannel shirt thrown over it for warmth. I think this man could murder every hipster boy playing at Paul Bunyan 10 times over in a lumber sexual style contest, plus every fireman calendar model for good measure.
Nah, I was just wondering if you'd locked yourself in one of the rooms or something. These old doors are brick shithouses. Saves me some work replacing the interior locks. Just finished checking everything inside. I still have a few locks to wrap up.
He steps into the room, closing the distance between us. There's a magical energy in the air. It spirals, closing around us like we're nestled under a rain of pixie dust from some scheming fairies. Every second our eyes stay locked, gleaming, silent, but so loud. Swallowing hard, I take another step closer. I'm not a dog, West. I would have yelled for you if I was stuck.
What if I didn't hear? You don't look like a screamer,
he whispers. Heart, meet drumstick. I step closer. If I reach out a hand, I could touch him. My fingers curl into my palms, remembering how good he felt this morning, how hard it was to peel my greedy little hands off him. My lungs stall, breath coming faster, remembering the sear of his lips on mine. The anticipation of that sweet madness happening again electrifies me. Suddenly, I'm tingling, wet, and so frustrated I could show him some screaming.
Shell.
He growls that stupid nickname, waiting for an answer. Except, maybe it doesn't feel so stupid anymore. I would have just yelled louder, geez, I say matter-of-factly. He doesn't move, just stares at me.
Yeah. You think you can yell that loud through this big old house?
His tongue flicks quickly along his lips, a heinous invitation.
You think I'll be all over you if I hear you scream?
So this is how I die.
I never thought it'd be this man with sex-me blue eyes and diabolical innuendo, but here we are. My entire body sizzles, blood becoming molten, and I wish to God I had the nerve to step closer, to inhale him, to ravish him with my fingers. Yes, I whimper, and I can't stop my eyes from giving him another once-over, even if I'm well aware how dangerous it is. I would have screamed until I blew out your ears, Weston McKnight. And what would you have done when I found you? He growls. I can't take this. We're in sink or swim territory, and I hope like hell I won't drown. Stepping forward, I plant my hands on his chest, rubbing my palms up his shoulders. Keeping my gaze fused to his, I say slowly, I'd kiss you, you lunk. He lifts a brow. Kiss me? You sure? Yeah, I squeak back. Why the fuck would you do something so crazy, Shell? We're just friends. Right. The look he beams down is anything but platonic. Friends don't look at friends like they want to devour them. Because you came to my rescue, dude. My fingers tumble back and fall against his chest, loudly. He glances away, his nostrils flaring as he inhales a breath that must be 300 degrees. I swallow thickly. Afraid that he'll push me away, and that I'll sink, I add, I'd kiss you because I want to, because I can't stop thinking about earlier, not for the life of me. All right, screw it. I show him just how much I mean it by pressing my lips to his bearded chin. He rewards me with a low growl like thunder, and I pray he won't push me away, won't embarrass me, and won't protest. But for the love of God, kiss me back. For once in my life, my prayers are answered. His lips pounce on mine with so much passion I'm utterly breathless. Destroyed. A happy ruin. It's almost worse that what begins so wickedly ends like a sugary dream. His lips slow, gently caressing mine, equally delightful and maddening. The touch is so sweet, so delicate, it has my entire body thrumming, delirious with need. His superpower must be the art of the tease. Every stroke of his lips, his tongue, the swipe of his mouth against mine is freaking catnip. And me, I fall so hard I have to cling to him. I need him to hold me up. My arms wind around his neck as I press my breasts hungrily against his chest, loving the pressure. The way the hard mass of his body drags over my nipples. His hands grasp my waist and pull me closer still, so our hips touch, bleeding passion even through our clothes. My lips part as he rears back to look at me, desperate for air. The way his tongue conquers my mouth is a maddening thrill. Each movement is claiming as a man staking a fence on his property, marking it as his. His tongue finds mine again, this time with a hunger I can feel in every atom. I whimper back, meeting it helplessly as a teasing chase begins. Is it possible to get high off a kiss? I totally do. His hands slide under the back of my shirt, grazing my skin, matching the rising hunger in his mouth with a manic energy that's so exhilarating, it hurts. I think I could come without losing a single piece of clothing. If it sounds ridiculous, I don't care. With him, it's true, and it's a wonder I don't start humping his leg like an animal driven by pure lust. This is pure insanity. I've only had sex a few times, but his all-consuming kiss and a teasing flick of his hand does more than full penetration with any of the guys I've slept with before. They were puppies. This man is a mature wolf, and I'm ready for him to feast, to pick me clean to the bone. The kissing continues, slashing tongues growing wilder by the second, a quickening race to explore each other's mouths until we break away for air. Another minute in, and I'm gasping. He's breathing just as hard as we stand there, staring at each other with heaving chests. With another soft growl, he shakes his head. The fuck's going on, Shell? I think it's called kissing, West, I reply teasingly. He breaks into a sunrise grin. His hands are still firmly under my shirt, tugging the back of my bra strap. "I know what it's called, brat," he says. "But this is us, damn it, and we're ripping at each other like we're damn well starved." I reach up, running my hands through his thick hair, loving how the evening light spills across it. "Yeah, well, maybe we are," I whisper. "You're Marty's little sister. Fuck," he grinds out. "If we don't stop this, I'll never live it down. So don't," I say harshly, pushing my breasts against his wall of a chest. "I also know you're my friend, and if we both want this, where's the harm?" "You said it yourself. We're friends," he growls back, tensing when I peck and lick softly at his neck. "Friends don't fuck each other's brains out their ears, Shelley. They don't make out like college kids after a fucking skin snack." "But we are," I offer, loving the fraught heat of his breath on my cheek. "We're also grown adults, Weston. Adults who have always liked each other. Adults who have a certain chemistry. Don't you dare deny it when obviously we still do." I trail a finger along the side of his face. His eyes look like they want to burn me into ash. "Don't you agree? Don't you want this?" I whisper. "Damn you to hell," he bites off, his eyes brilliant blue cauldrons. I've made it this far without sinking. Why stop now? Kissing his chin, his neck, and running my finger along his jaw, I whisper in his ear, "There's no problem unless we make one. Don't you want me?" I know I've lost it. I should be committed to the Institute of People with Pathological Crushes. But I also want this so bad, I'm shaking as I reach down, running my fingers down his leg. His hold on me tightens, and I inhale sharply when my fingers graze the bulge in his jeans. Surprise, he's huge. Of course he is. You don't get a neck like a barrel and a shrunken head below unless you're popping roids like bubble gum. I also know West and his sense of honor. I nibble on his ear before saying, "I'm not a virgin, West. You don't have to worry about that. I'm a woman who knows what she wants and when she wants it. And in case you're getting mixed signals," I grind against the front of his pants, "I want you right here, now." He goes stock still, and I pray harder than ever that I'm not going to drown in my own recklessness, not going to fail at tasting this sweet, bewildering thing I've wanted for so long, even when I told myself 10,000 times I was over him. Yeah, I'm not over anything. And I'm not about to run from what I've ached for all these years, even when I swore I didn't. His kisses return like a slow, beautiful burn. They land on the side of my neck, my cheek, my forehead, before they finally find my lips. Euphoria makes me so weak in the knees, I'm barely holding myself up, my hands clenching to his shoulders. In seconds, a fever I've never known ignites like a prairie fire. This isn't about saving myself from a dizzying adolescent crush. It's about saving him. I think of what Faye said about his time in the army, the shock and sorrow and loss. For just one sunny autumn evening, I want to make Weston forget everything that hurts, everything except for this glorious moment with us. I want to help him remember how to live as a man who savors the touch of a woman's hair and the fire in her lips. Panting, I rip off his flannel shirt and then roll up his t-shirt, adoring the warmth of his skin, the hardness of his muscles. When he gives me the hungriest look yet, and his gaze drills through me, I arch into him with a fierce whimper. It's so flipping on. The next few minutes become a maniacal game of unchained kisses and wandering hands, digging nails set on working off our tops. Then, breathing hard, we both pause to drink in what's been exposed. God, he's buff. All bronze muscle crisscrossed with a cascade of shadowy military tattoos and birds of prey, topped with a thicket of dark blonde hair carpeting his chest. When I catch his eyes, they're barely human, lit with this violent hunger. I shudder. Beautiful. Your looks could dismember me, Shell. His voice comes low, husky, feral. I thought the same about you, I admit. Bullshit, he snarls, reaching out and cupping one breast in each hand. I don't have these. His other hand joins in, and his thumbs find my nipples and press with just the right pressure. For the 12th time today, I'm a dead woman walking. Good thing I'm too lost in the pleasure to be ashamed of the moan slipping out of me. I have to mash my thighs together at the way my body reacts. No, you don't. Feel free to play with mine all you want. I'm rambling so pathetically, it's a wonder he doesn't pivot around and march out the room. Instead, he laughs softly. Even his laughter smolders. Believe me, I will. You can also believe I'm about to fuck you up against the wall. He adds, this may be dirty and reckless as shit, but I'm not about to defile my aunt's bed. I burst out laughing at his perfectly Weston comic relief. Keep it up, Buttercup, he grumbles. You haven't seen anything yet. I've left the ground. It takes a second to realize it's not just my imagination as he lifts me up, carries me outside to the hall, and pins me against the wall like I'm under arrest by the bad cop. A rough hand climbs up my thigh and tears off my bottoms. What about the rest? You ready to have me play with that too? I hope you do, I reply, barely audible. That's all he needs as he stands, urging me to face him as he squeezes my ass. Lord, how he plays with me. His hungry mouth does overtime, lips and teeth and tongue, sucking on my nipples until they're soft and burning, branded with his tongue. He reaches between my legs, skimming those rough fingers up my thigh, another inch higher with every kiss. When his thumb brushes my clit, I'm so gone I don't think any atlas ever made could ever bring me back. I'd say he fingers me, but the aching want pulsing between my legs comes on so intensely, he hardly gets a chance to stroke me at all before I'm on knife's edge. Oh shit, I'm about to come on his thieving hand. I've never felt so free. My mind decouples from everything but the harsh ecstasy he's pulling out of me, with every growling pull of his teeth and piston swipe of his fingers deep inside me. A chaotic O that feels like it might split me in half builds like a thunderhead brewing in my body. When his other hand cups my face, he pulls my hair, his eyes pooling hot and deliciously cruel like molten glass. Look at me when you come, he grinds out. I want to see those eyes roll when you give it up, and give it fucking now. Oh, hell. Oh, here we go. My mouth pulls into a silent, helpless O as his thumb slaps my clit, literally hammering me out of my own body. I'm definitely not earthbound when the explosion goes off, fueling the fire in my core, the blinding release that lifts me up like a 50-foot wave and hurls me down on my head. Coming! My first orgasm with the boy, the man I've obsessed over for a decade, scorches parts of me I never knew existed. I'm a fallen mess, thoroughly wrecked, riding his hand while his lips steal moan after moan from my mouth. I'm white static and clenched muscle, lost in an unholy scream that never quite crawls up my throat. I'm his flipping toy. I'm not sure I'll ever be anything else, and I'm too drunk on this high to care. Love it, baby, he whispers, when I'm finally almost grounded again. Love every second of that shit so much, I'll need more. Need everything. Whoa. Everything? I'm trembling so hard, it's a little adorable how he catches me before I hit the floor, holding me up, pulling my face over his shoulder to hook my chin. I'm perfectly positioned to whisper in his ear, I still want you inside me. He peels me back for another trip into his eyes, still glowing from the stray sunlight lancing through the window. Right now, He growls quietly. I answer wordlessly, unbuttoning his pants and shoving my hand inside his boxers. His cock springs to life, throbbing with an agony I can feel in every impatient twitch against my hand, demanding to be in me. Yes, this, inside me, now. Evidently, I'm too obliterated for coherent sentences. He kisses me again with a harshness that makes me groan, and he laughs while kicking off his boots. Then he looks me dead in the eye and says the 6 sweetest words in the English language. I need to grab a condom. Damn, I hadn't thought of that, and I'm glad he did. He would, though, because he's Weston. That boy, that man, that walking marvel who always looks out for me. While he pulls his billfold out, I fall to my knees, working at unzipping his pants. I push them down off his hips along with his boxers. The magnificent sight of his raging hard-on, emphasis on raging, cranks my core temperature up to nuclear. I wrap a hand around him, meet his devil eyes, and stroke down his pulsing length. Shell. He snarls my name like a curse. Holy fuck. My turn. I don't have one of these to play with. I tease, stroking him harder. You will in a minute, he promises. I watch his eyes widen gloriously as I kiss the tip of his hardness before engulfing it with my lips. He's so massive, I have to stretch to even get a few inches in. I'm too well aware what he'll feel like when he finally sinks into my pussy. The needy ache between my legs just makes me suck him harder, lips spiraling down his cock, sink to my hand pumping down the base of his shaft. He tastes the way I imagine a diamond must after it's pulled from the ground, earthy, intense, unbreakable. I watch his head roll in rapture, his stare fixed on me like the haunting hawks inked on his body. If this is what it's like to be his prey, never let me be anything else. Pressing my tongue just under his swollen head, I carry on, taking as much of him as humanly possible, and it still isn't close to half. He curses. I gag. He fists my hair. I whimper. He flares, his whole body tensing, a rough gurgle trapped in his throat. I brace for the hot eruption in my mouth, winding my hand to his balls to help massage it out, knowing I don't have a prayer of swallowing all of his. No, he grunts, pushing my face off him. I look up, confusion swirling, wondering if I did something wrong. Not the first time. We both know where I'm meant to come, Shell, he says, sliding his hands under my shoulders to help me up. Hands on the wall, baby. Turn the fuck around. Legs open. Oh, God. It seems like a small eternity passes in the drawn-out seconds between hearing a noisy metallic crinkle and feeling his sighs at my entrance. A powerful hand wraps around my thigh, diving upward, rubbing at my clit, and spreading me open for West. His name comes through clenched teeth, hissing like steam as he enters me. All the countless times I imagined this moment can't compare to the reality. He's slow, but urgent. There's a forcefulness in his hips, an impact, a filthy demand to lay down the law on every square inch of me. For a second, I'm scared he'll be too big, my walls struggling to accommodate him. But his fingers go to work on my clit, vigor in his brushstrokes, a growl darker than a lion's against my ear. You ready? He whispers, holding himself deep inside me, nipping at my neck. It would be sweet if I weren't shaking. Please, please, West, take me. Take everything. Yes, I'm begging, asking to be ruined in ways I didn't know were possible, and if he does, I know he'll be there to rebuild me too. So I just press my forehead to the wall as he rears back, gathering his strength before he thrusts into me again, as his hips become a quaking machine, digging pleasure out of me, snatching wild noises from my throat, as his strokes become fiercer, angrier, almost like he's mad that we waited this long to seal a pact in sweat that was always inevitable. As he fucks me so good, I like that it hurts. As his hand yanks at my hair, as our bodies go to war for less than 5 minutes, and my pussy hugs his cock for dear life. "Shelley, come," he orders, hurling me over the ledge. "Damn it, girl. I want this. It's all I'll ever fucking want if you just—" I never know if his own release chokes him off mid-sentence or if I'm just too far gone to hear. Every sense blurs into a churning mess as his hips punish me one more time, hitting so hard it lifts me off my toes. He buries himself to the absolute hilt. I can feel him through the condom as he goes off, a split second after Mayo douses my brain in bliss that could rival the most potent whiskey. I obey his ragged orders. I come for him, all right. I come like never, ever before. My walls milk his own volcanic passion out of him, and he swells deep inside me over and over. A delirium so hot it overwhelms him takes control. I feel him with every deafening groan. I fall deeper into every thrust. I think I'm breaking as we savage each other. 10 freaking years of desperation and need and frustration boiling out of us. Or is it all in one animalistic hour in a house that isn't even ours? What just happened? I'm still asking when he turns me around, panting as he grasps my face with both hands and kisses me like I'm his last, his only, his. "There's one thing you need to know after that," he growls softly. I pause and stare, dreading some kind of regret. "Oh, what's that?" I whisper. "Once won't be enough. If we're fucking, then I'm taking you every day you're still here," he says, with an almost comical seriousness in his eyes. Oh, but there's no laughing at how his hand moves between my legs, cups my mound, and squeezes so possessively. I tremble. Keep this ready often and on short notice. I'm so not fucking around, Shell. This is mine every waking minute you're here, and so are you.
14. Happier than a pig in Weston. Never in my life have I needed to pinch myself till today. Shell's so hot, so perfect, so unbelievably tight that I'm struggling every second after that fuck to comprehend the fact that I'm not dreaming. And now that I've spilled my guts, now that she knows how hopeless I am for her, I have to fight like hell not to drag her to the sofa downstairs and take her like a wild buck in rut. Yeah, we need to get the hell out of here. We've officially fucked enough in my elderly aunt's house for this lifetime, and I'm not tainting more than this floor, the wall I had her up against, and her. Also, I'm a little worried at how fast this is evolving. Just how fast I'm losing my head in a new addiction that begins and ends between her legs. Got one more lock to finish, I say, grabbing our clothes off the floor and shoving hers into her arms. She flashes me a succubus-worthy smile.
"You sure that's all, West? The locks? Because,
She pauses, blinking too long, the redness on her cheeks deepening again.
I could use a little more finishing."
For a second, I just stare, mulling my options. Obviously, I'm on a one-way trip to hell after wrecking my best friend's little sister. So what do I have to lose? Why shouldn't I give her that psycho-sounding promise to use her morning, noon, and night? Hang on to the clothes, I say, the only warning she gets before she's in my arms with the whole bundle. We're butt-ass naked, stomping down the staircase and out the back door, her squealing questions as I guide her to the back of my truck. It's a miracle I'm able to throw the tailgate down with a blanket spread across the back before I'm hoisting her up again. How many times did I dream about this when I was trapped in hell overseas? How many times did I hate fuck my own hand to her memory, stuck on what it'd feel like to take Little Miss History Geek on a cool, sunny day with a kiss of wind. Today, the fantasy ends. Today, I live out every filthy desire that's ever corrupted my head, starting with blowing her back out right here in my truck.
West, what's gotten into you?
I wish I fucking knew. She whimpers as I tumble her onto the blanket, an impatient hand spreading her legs apart. It's barely been minutes since I erupted inside her, and I'm still hard enough to drive nails. I must be insane. Or maybe it's just the fragile, beautiful lunacy of her spread out like a fucking offering before me. Silk-soft red curls and lush green eyes splashed across the dark gray blanket. Rosy nipples I could suck till the heat death of the universe pebbled, begging for my tongue. Her hellfire lips pursed, curious, surprised. Legs with just the right plumpness hooking around me, helped by my hand shoving them to my hips as her body arches to meet mine. We kiss like we need each other's tongues more than oxygen. My cock drags against her wetness, building a slow momentum, each stroke of my swollen head against her hot pussy lips almost hypnotic.
Oh, that's good.
She whispers, closing her eyes.
So perfect.
I growl my agreement, inwardly admitting that it's also pure torture. Nothing has ever felt so good, so right, and yet so much like I'm forever fucked in the head. We kiss for what feels like an hour, hands stalking each other's bodies, my furious dick gliding in deeper and retreating, but never pulling all the way out. Her pussy makes that a little harder with every minute, clenching my cock so greedily I nearly lose it again. It's a miracle I remember to pull the other condom out and throw it on. She's clueless just how good she is. How she could make me lose it with a single swivel of her hips, and I want this to last. Hell, screw the swivel. The sounds she makes alone turn me inside fucking out. She's moving her hips in perfect unison, arching into every thrust as we fall into a proper rhythm, the pleasure steaming from her throat in this rising song that burns my ears. I love that she's enjoying this as much as I am. Love that we're sharing this swift descent into madness together, wherever the hell it leads. I'd also love this to last for 1,000 hours, forever. But that's not how it works when you're finally mounting the girl you always swore you never would at dusk in the back of a pickup. She's too close. I'm too far gone. Her speed increases, and so does the way her slick heat envelops me, fast and furious. I drive on, leading her till she gasps, murmuring my name over and over like I'm the newly appointed king of her world. Better show her that I am. Deeper, deeper. I conquer her depths and hold it there as her climax short-circuits her.
Weston!
Fuck, do I love hearing my name at a soaring octave. Body arched, head thrown back, her bright green eyes closed. I push her to a screaming finish that's only muffled by her teeth in my shoulder. It's the smile on her face that takes me apart, shredding what little control I have left. Fuck. 2 quick thrusts, and I'm airborne. Wheels up, bye-bye better senses, dropped headfirst into the best and worst climax of my life. My spine feels like a blown wire as pleasure scalds my brain and stars fill my vision. Not good. Not good at all, even when it's the best thing in my life. Not fucking good because I don't know where this leads after we're flat on our backs, spent, and mashing our skin together like we're goddamn magnetic. I don't know what happens if I make good on my promise to make this a regular sin, and how much that could hurt us when it finally, inevitably ends. She's murmuring, stroking my brow, and we're still flat on our backs well after sunset. I'm sure my balls have lost a year's worth of their payload in one evening. We're soaking in the glory of it when I grab a hold of her, hugging her tight as the aftermath of what we've done 4 times consumes me, body, mind, and soul. I've lost track of how long it's been since either of us said a complete word as she nuzzles my neck and kisses me.
No words. If you offered me $10 million, I couldn't describe that,
she whispers, dragging her nails gently down my chest. You can't describe it, I agree, waiting for the curious tilt of her head. It's something you experience, Shell. And I'm hoping we experience that a few thousand more times. Laughing, she lifts her head, looking at me with lidded eyes.
I'm so glad you rescued me from being locked up in the room,
she whispers.
I could have been a goner.
I snort at her teasing. Without this dick, you mean? You were never locked up.
I could have been. Remember how you warned me?
I kiss her, slowly untangling my lips. Keep talking like that, and I'll lock you up somewhere, naked and chained up for days.
Will you be with me?
She runs a fingertip over my collarbone. I nod with a vicious glance. The way her eyes spark cuts my last thread. I am so boned with this chick, so completely and utterly boned. The joy coursing through my blood feels unlike anything else. The crash that's coming when the afterglow fades scares me. She can't leave me. Not fucking yet. I'll need the month or more she's got left here to come to terms with the brutal reality of letting her go, likely forever, just like before.
Stop it,
she whispers. Stop what? She licks my bottom lip with a parting kiss.
Whatever you're thinking. You're brooding so hard I can feel it over here, mister.
Yeah? And what was I brooding about, Miss Psychic?
Nothing good. Your eyes are a dead giveaway.
She throws back. Then her strawberry tongue flicks out and sticks between her teeth, quietly razzing me. A second later, I push it back into her mouth, devouring her till I can't think about anything except how right it feels to be lost in this kiss. Eventually, we get dressed and slide off the back of the truck. While I finish working on that last lock, she mops the hallway upstairs, reminding me I'll have to choose somewhere more private than Aunt Faye's house for next time. I'll also have to order an entire pallet of condoms. I know. My brain should be zeroed in on making sure this never happens again, but I already know it will. Resistance is no longer a factor. I've wanted her for so long. This release took us like a howling inferno. And once you start that kind of uncontrolled burn, once you've inhaled the woman who's had you by the balls for your whole adult life and seen the sweet contortion of her face as she comes undone on your thrusts, you've lost all hope of containing jack shit. I can't extinguish this. It's got a power, a force, and a will of its own. We'll just have to be careful then. Take it slow, gentle, and make sure she doesn't get hurt. Make sure I don't lose what's left of my soul. I'm hunched over, tightening the extra double bolt on the front door when I hear her come up behind me. There's no helping the smile that slashes across my face. Christ, since when do I smile? I feel like a homesick boy who's just gotten back from summer camp. Shell wraps her arms around me from behind, hugging and kissing my back.
How's it going?
Her chin rests softly on my shoulder, and one deep breath fills my lungs with the fresh, flowery scent that's all Shell. Fine.
Need any help?
Her hands slip down my torso, teasing nerves that were barely satisfied a short time ago. They flare back to life far too easily. I'm good. Real talk, I'm very not fucking good. She giggles.
Do you have any idea how long I've wanted this?
You mean fixing locks and exploring the inner sanctum of Aunt Faye's closet? Yeah, me too, baby. Living the lifelong dream, I say, sarcasm the last shield between us. She punches my bicep playfully.
So you're a lunk and a comedian now. Lovely.
She kisses the side of my neck.
I kinda like it, though. Also, I'm clearly talking about kissing you and everything else. I've wanted that forever, West. For as long as I can remember.
My dick jolts. There's something extra wrong, but horribly right about knowing how bad she's had it for me across all these years. I'll admit, her unquenchable crush strokes my ego something fierce, even if I can't let it balloon my head to the size of the Titanic. Whatever else this is, messy fling, bad idea, creeping derangement, it can't last. Shell deserves a life with dusty old books and rare artifacts and laughing kids eager to listen to her geeking out over Apollo capsules or Martha Washington's dresses. She deserves more than being marooned here in Dallas with a jackass who can pound her senseless but still can't pound enough sense into his own head to offer her love. She deserves the life she's found beyond this place. The one she's set up to keep living. If there's one glaring rule carved in stone for this thing, it's that. Love her hard. Leave her happy. Let her fucking go, man. Until she leaves, we can live our darkest dreams. And I hope the slow march to Thanksgiving moves at a crawl. These breathless evenings in the dying golden light with her are something I can cling to, something to keep me warm through the next long winter of my life, long after she's a distant, nagging memory. A sharp clatter next to my shoe shakes me back to reality. I fumble the screwdriver and yank myself away from her to pick it up. Get your shit together, a voice in my head warns. Next thing you know, you'll be screwing up simple brake jobs. I pivot, cupping the sides of her face with both hands, and leave a lingering kiss on her face. As I end it, I ask, "Is that what had you dreaming?"
Yes.
She's looking up at me with shimmering eyes and a beaming smile like the sun.
I hope this means you see me as more than Marty's bratty sister.
My eyebrows lift. Truth be told, I've always imagined you as more, I admit.
Oh? Even when I was tagging along and pestering you guys to death?
Nah, see, you're the one caught up on the tag-along aspect. I remember inviting you to join us. It's true. I always invited her because I didn't want her sitting home alone, dreamy-eyed and depressed about her dead folks. Her face heats, and she chews her lip thoughtfully.
You always did offer, even when it annoyed Marty. Why?
We lock eyes. I sense another question brewing in her balmy gaze. Why were you so kind until you broke your promise? Why didn't you write? My gut churns. I have to stall her out, to kill those questions before they ever find their way to her tongue. If she knew how sick I was, how soul-sick I still am, would she want to warm my bed? Without letting this little Q&A get too revealing, I touch the tip of her nose with my finger. Because you would have caused Thelma and Doug plenty of trouble if I left you home alone stewing, I tell her. She laughs mightily.
I mean, that might have happened a time or two.
She agrees. Or 10 or 20. I step back and give her delectable ass a crisp smack that makes her stiffen and throw a grin back over her shoulder. Go find something to stay busy so I can finish this job. It's basically done, but I need the distance.
Fine,
she groans.
I'll go see if I can find that cat who has Faye so worried. It hasn't eaten any of the food I left out yet, and I know she'll wonder if we saw it.
Sounds good. I give her a quick parting kiss and chuckle to myself as she walks away, tossing me one last longing look. That's not frigging fair. This crushing weight squeezes my chest, wishing that I could be more of what she needs. But my life's rooted here. More than ever now that I'm responsible for keeping half the town's vehicles running, not to mention those monster truck rallies that are becoming a real draw for entertainment. Besides keeping people happy, they raise money like gangbusters for the programs I care about when we don't have a stray pig shutting everything down. I take a deep breath, pretending to fiddle with the bolt with my screwdriver. All the faces I care about flash through my head. Aunt Faye, Uncle Grady and Willow, Sawyer and Avery, my little cousins, Drake and Bella Larkin, Quinn and Tori Faulkner, Ridge and Grace Barnett, and even Tobin the frigging butler. They're my people, my tribe, and they've all offered me a helping hand one time or another. What kind of rat would I be to cut and run before I've repaid them 100 times over? I stay here for them as much as I do for myself. I know what Dallas is. This town is the only place I'll ever fit in. A slamming car door dispels my thoughts. I turn to see Drake walking up the front walkway, his sheriff's badge shining in the porch light.
Changing the locks?
He asks with the tip of his head.
Yep, all heavy-duty and reinforced with new bolts on the front and back doors.
I nod respectfully, grateful he's here to check it over. Besides being the town sheriff, he was one hell of a bodyguard for Jonah Reed before he shacked up with her daughter years ago.
Great timing,
he says darkly, leveling a look.
Listen, West, I've had patrols driving by here regularly since the theft. It sounds like someone was snooping around last night again, right